Okay, so we are live. Welcome to Swahili Nation. First, as we always do, we start with a word of prayer and we beseech the ancestors to guide us in our talk today, to share information, to learn from each other, to teach each other what we know, and to have a good time. Well, maybe not such a good time, but to have an enlightening time. So, with that said, we give thanks in advance and we welcome everyone. Thank you. Okay, so we are on. I'm glad for everybody who is joining us. Hello, Sadem. I think this is my first time seeing you. You're most welcome. Sadem Nagesu. I hope I'm Nageso. Sorry, I hope I'm saying that right. Sadem. So today we are just talking about accountability. And what is accountability? It's not a fun subject. It's basically, oh, hello, Marie Antoinette. Good to see you. Good to see you. So to be accountable, well, to have, okay, I should go into the depth of it, you know, the epistemology and all that, but I'll just go off the fly right now until we settle in. So for accountability is basically just answering for your actions, taking responsibility for them, and being able to give an account. It comes from the word an account, an explanation, a story, and it's more in the line of personal development. And I know I say it's not making one person accountable to another. The first person that you're always accountable to is yourself. So sometimes we have all these discussions and the blame. It's easy to throw around blame. It's easier to fling mud and dust and say, oh, you people did this or you did that and so on, because that's always easier than saying I did this, unless it's something wonderful that you did, then of course. But a lot of things have happened to us as a people. We know that we're not in the best place right now, but how are and people always say, oh, what's the solution, and so on, which is a fair question. Everybody wants a solution. I always say that the first thing is identifying the problem. That's the first step towards the solution. But I know people are eager for solutions. I don't have any solutions. I'm not an expert, and I think that we have been given all the solutions. We have had all our heroes, all our scholars, all our warriors, all our thinkers, all our people who acted, not activists. I'm talking about people like, Booker T. Washington, who showed us examples, Marcus Garvey, who showed us, that we could organize towards a common purpose. So we have had examples of that. We have had, Nyerere, who showed us, we could live together in cooperation and we don't always have to fight each other. Sankara, all these people, they showed us. So we don't have, an excuse of saying, oh, we don't know what to do, because if we look at all the examples we've been given, we should have at least a basis of what some of the solutions are. We have a whole blueprint, by Dr. Amos Wilson and so many other people when it comes to history, economics, politics. All of that we have at our disposal. If we complain we're not being taught, in the institutions, it's not an equal excuse, on a personal level, because on a personal level, everyone has the responsibility to improve themselves, to the best of their ability. It's everyone's responsibility to find the information you think they should be teaching in the schools or wherever. That's entirely up to you. You can't change an institution, but you can always, do something to change your circumstances. So so we have to look at ourselves and say, well, what can we do as individuals to, if not to change, but to better, or to do the best, have the best of the circumstances that we have. So, hello, Oni, Pro Black Perspective. You're here. Good to have you. Yes. Wow. This time people actually came in a little bit earlier than usual because I usually ramble on for maybe an hour before anybody shows up, or with a few people do. But in any case, yeah, you're most welcome. So I was saying, most of the time we have, the solution oriented people discussions, which is all well and good. We have the what are we going to do right now and so on, but there's only so much that we can do. At one point you have to just realize the enormity of the situation and say, well, we're probably not going to drastically change the whole world, but there's still something. But you cannot be as hopelessly defeated as to say, well, there's nothing we can do. As long as you're breathing, there's always something we can do or something you can do. So the first part is simply, acknowledging what the reality is. And then the most difficult part, I don't know what part of that in the 12 steps program it is. I just know from the movies that there's a step where they have to go around talking to people, asking people for forgiveness, which is not this step yet. The accountability is simply saying, look, this is what I did, and this is what I'm responsible for, and so on and so forth. So that's all one can do at this stage. We're not even at the part of asking, or even admitting certain things. Let's just say we're taking accountability. That's it. So as a people, the first person, it goes from the highest to the smallest level. It starts with us as a people. Yes, we complain, bad things have happened to us, history has not been so kind, and so on. But if somebody comes to you and, robs you or does something to you, or, does some crime to you, or does something you don't like, whether, they know that it's their right. So you're angry. So how are you going to get your, your justice or your closure, whatever it is that you want? I mean, you could go to that person and talk to them and say, look, Mr. Bully or whoever, I don't like how you just did me there, just came and, took my money without, application and so on. So that is not right, and you should give it back. I don't know about the chances of that working, but, if you find him in a better mood, maybe he was angry at the time and maybe now he's not so much, he might give you money back. But in any case, in realistic situations, you're either going to find somebody else to come and help you deal with him, or you're going to find a third party. Either you're going to deal with him yourself, or you're going to find somebody to approach him. My point about it is this, sorry to be, long-winded, but the point about it is this, that if something is done to you, either you're going to do something about it, or you're going to find somebody to help you do something about it. But asking the person who did it to you to undo it, it's not very, it doesn't really work. I mean, you just look at it from a kindergarten angle. Even children, they always, when children fight and they can't resolve it, they go to the parents, and then the parent has to step in and say, look, so and so, you didn't behave well, and so you should say you're sorry, or you should share your toys, or you should do something. But if the two children cannot resolve it, there's always going to be a third party. So things have been done to us, but what have we done? What have we done, for ourselves, to ourselves, and so on? Because we're the only people who can change our situation as a people, as individuals. Nobody is going to benevolently come and say, oh, well, you're feeling bad, you're suffering, let me do something for you. Nobody's just going to do that. Either we're going to do it ourselves, or it's not going to be done. And that's part of that being accountable, because you realize that, as Dr. Henry Clark said, we have no friends. That means it's just us. And if we don't do it, it's not going to be done. So even when it comes to this, this silly division, which is not supposed to be, this division between, men and women, oh, this person did this. Well, at the end of the day, we still have to somehow find a way of living together, and blaming the other person, it can only go so far, because either you're going to blame somebody and then they're going to change, or you're going to blame them and they're not going to change, in which case now you have to either, stay or leave. And, the consequences of both also have to be weighed. And so, what are we accountable for? What are we responsible for? There's some things that are societal, some things that are economic. You're not responsible for the circumstances of your birth, sometimes economically and so on, but you do still have a responsibility, whatever your birth, a circumstance, to improve yourself, or at least improve the life of the next generation. So we do have that responsibility. What are we accountable for not doing as a people? Well, the responsibility of the community is to the children. So and to the vulnerable, and well, actually to everybody. Sometimes, we always think, this, the weak and the old and so on, but no, it's actually for everybody. Because if one part of the society is not content, then it's a problem for the rest. If there's children are not being protected, if the men are not happy, if the women are angry, it all becomes a problem for everyone. So it's not always, and that's why focusing on sometimes when they say, oh, the girl child or the boy child or this and that, it's not about one or the other. It's about the whole communities. We are all supposed to be working together for everyone in the community. Well, ideally, I know, but yeah. So when it comes to being accountable, well, let's start with just I can speak for myself, and that's why I can. Let me start with myself as an example. So, as you know, I'm a woman, technically. Well, I am, but I am a woman. So if I'm to take accountability, I have to say, what am I responsible for as a woman, and what do I take accountability for? In the old system, everyone in the community had you receive from above and you give below. So, the right the age, the peer groups. So everyone belonged to a certain peer group, which was usually like 3 or 4 years, and you grew up together, you experienced things together, friendships and so on, and the different stages of life. And at the same time, birth, infancy, childhood, all of those. But at every stage, there's somebody who's a peer group ahead of you, and you had that respect for them, that they were senior. So it was a hierarchy, a seniority system. And you also had somebody, a group under you that was younger than you and junior to you. So your responsibility was to learn and respect the people above you, and to teach and instill respect in those below you. So it's like the continuation of, the ancestors and the descendants. We have the ancestors behind us and we have the descendants in front of us. So that was mirrored in the peer group system, that you had that hierarchy within every stage of life. So the men had the system where they had the boys learn how to grow into adulthood, into boyhood, warriorhood, manhood, marriagehood, all of that. And the women also had their society where women learned from the older women, and they taught the younger women growing up. I was just kidding, Oni. Of course I am a woman. in every single aspect. Okay. So everybody for today is this: what would you teach the next peer group? It's not the next generation, because they're too far. It could be the next generation as well, but it's also the next peer group, the people who are directly below you. If you let's say it starts with, I think, like 3 years, so 3, 6, 9, something like that. So even if you're 19 years old, the next person behind you would be like the mid-adolescent, like in the 15-year-olds and so on, and the ones above you would be like the 21 to 25 years old, something like that. So you understand. So even those few years of experience were also worth something. You didn't have to become an elder in order to have someone to teach, something, that concept. So when you think about it, what would what do we women want the next the next peer group women to know? What do we want the next generation of women to know? What do we want the girls to grow up be. That's our responsibility. That's what we have to be accountable for. We have to be accountable for raising the next generation, or instilling them the values of womanhood. You have the values of community, you have the values of manhood, womanhood, and even those of childhood. Even childhood had values. When you're a child, the values that you instilled in you was obedience, was tidiness, being able to take instructions and being able to, obey them. And that was your responsibility. So at every stage, you always have, and then also it's who are we accountable to? Because sometimes some people don't feel accountable to the community. They don't feel a responsibility to, to repair or improve. If somebody, like they say, I don't know what they say, but somebody's problem is not your problem. If those people over there are suffering and you're not, if people are being, holed up in cages and so on, but you are okay, then, why bother? Until it comes to home, you're not really responsible for it. So who are we accountable to? We can be accountable to each other, a high authority, to, just one or two people, or the entire community. And that's also something that we have to figure. Even us as women, who are we accountable to? Whose opinion matters to us? In other words, who defines what we look at as good and bad? Because even those concepts, what's approved and not, even those also requires the consensus of a certain group of people. If people, for example, say, well, walking around with blue hair is kind of crazy. If you're okay with it, you can, but you have to realize how people are going to think about it. So that's just one of the aspects. As much as we want to be accountable just to ourselves, we still also have to admit that, and for good or for evil, the society is still a factor in our judgment. So, wow. Okay, I've been going on for a while now. I will take I should take a quick break to oh yes, to remind you all that we're still working on the campaign to raise money for the office. So let me go ahead and put the stream in there so I remember. And then, oh yes, indifference. We should fight that one. Okay. Oh, let's go to the comment section. I have completely forgotten today. Okay, I think I already said hello to Sadem, Pro Black. Oh, hi, hello, heya in your MFAX. Good to have you and everyone else in the room. And before I forget, I'll just put the link there, so in case I forget. So, accountability. Accountable to whom? Accountable to what? And responsible for whom? For example, let's take we had a discussion about disciplining children a few weeks ago. Yeah, a few weeks ago. So when you talk about disciplining them, even when you discipline children, you still have to have some frame of moral reference where you say, okay, I want my children to follow this path, but if they do not follow, that's when I will discipline them, to bring them back to the path I want. And so that's the part that they have to follow. So, even us as human beings, when we as people who belong to a community, even when we are grown, we are grown. I always find that an interesting way to say it, grown. But even when we are adult, grown-ups, yes, that's how we used to say it. We used to say with the full word. Okay, that's also another thing that they just instilled in us. We have to say every single syllable. I think that's the difference that I find between that and the Black American diction, because for them, they always shortcut everything. Like if you're saying, we say, what are you going to do? They say, what are you going to do? that's not even, exactly accurate. I'm just, winging it. But yeah, what you gonna do? That's how. So, sorry. In any case, so accountability. And once somebody joins, I'll have a hands to go. Oh wow, you know what? I do like that picture. That's a cool picture right there. I had nothing to do with it, but it still looks cool. So I'm glad about that. But in any case, so accountability to whom? Who are we trying to be accountable to? Especially now, we live in a time of freedom, and freedom is wonderful, where you don't have to care, where you can be whatever you want and not care what people think. That's the message that is in all the movies, right? Especially, with the new boss chicks and all that you're supposed to be just happy go lucky and not give a care about what other people think. And so, why do we even talk about even standards? Why do we even talk about, having some sort of values or principles? That sounds like some sort of, old fashioned, some Amish stuff. But in any case, if everybody simply became, their own individual person, then society wouldn't cease to exist. It just would become more and more of what we have right now, where everybody does whatever they want, and people don't really take care of each other as much. Oh my goodness, I hope I don't get too preachy right now. I hope I don't go talking about the good old days when men were men and women were women and so on. But in any case, what are men now and what are women now? Because we don't even know that anymore. Now the question is, before it was too defined that men were this and women were this, and now it's not defined enough where everybody can be anything that they want. That also to me is well, if that's what people want, I guess that's what people want. But is that what we want as a people? Is that we want this kind of autonomous, everybody doing what they want, sort of thing? I don't know. Like I said, I have questions, more questions than I have answers. So maybe somebody can come in and explain to me and give me the answers. That would be great. But I think that as women, for us, what is that? It's like Cuban Spanish. What is Cuban Spanish? I don't know what Cuban Spanish is, Marie Antoinette. If you could explain that to me, I would be grateful. And let's also remind people this: it's not always that we just men and women. Sometimes we forget that we also uncles, we also brothers and sisters. We still have that responsibility towards other people. So yeah, we're not just relegated to one responsibility. We also have, for example, when we have orphans in the community, we have people who take care of them even when they don't have their parents. They're never given to, well, not never, things are obviously changing now, but they're usually taken in by the community. They're taken in by the families, by cousins and so on. Some people even grew up with their cousins as almost their brothers and sisters. So it's not always just one role that we have to that we're given to fulfill. We have also many roles to play. We have we have responsibility towards even the elders. Some people may have lost their children, or they might not be able to take care of themselves, or their children might have left their homes and so on. So it's always good to just go in and and still remember that you can still be more than just, you know, the role that you define for yourself. You can still be the person who checks in on you know, the young people, who mentors them, who gives them inspiration. You can be the person who sits with the old people and talks to them. I think that's also something that we have lost. We haven't lost it. I don't always say that we have lost like that, but we're not as we don't value it as much as we used to. Even that progression of knowledge and information. Yes, we have books, and I know that I said we have books everybody can access. Like people say, you know, just Google it. Everybody can access the information. But that aspect of receiving knowledge, direct knowledge from, you know, from somebody, through, you know, through direct experience, through being able to talk to them, to even understand, because a book has no patience with you. Once it's written, it's written. A book is not going to sit there and say, do you understand? Do you understand? No, you know, either you understand it or you don't. And if you don't, oh, well, you know, you might still need to go and talk to somebody and, you know, seek more information. But you know, that's all you can do. But when you're talking to somebody, the advantage of that oral transmission of information was that, you know, even with elders, they could talk to you and you know, give you the proverb, and you can go and think about it. And if you have questions, you can always come back and you'll ask questions, or they'll see if you understand, and so on. So somebody had a way to gauge your response to it. Whereas now it's just you take it and you progress, you digest it personally. And so, yeah. Oh, okay. So I finally found the, I finally found what I was looking for. So let me take a quick moment to play it, and then yes, we can continue. Okay, so we'll be right back after this. Okay, well, maybe after this. Soon, and very soon. Okay, so this is it right here. Let me know if you can hear. Can you hear? Oh, maybe not.
Africa office, and I'm just here. Hey guys, what's up everybody? I hope you all are doing good today. Man, as you know that we are in the campaign to raise 25,000 euros to get Swahili Nation One Africa office. And I'm just here guys to ask you that we really, really, really need your help. Why 25,000 euros? Because we need 15,000 euros to secure the place for the whole year, and 5,000 euros to buy furnitures for the office as well as utility. But also we need extra 5,000 euros for the studio. We need to buy camera, we need to buy lightnings, we need to buy green screen, chairs, and some other stuff for the studio. So in total, we need 25,000 euros. And that's why we started a campaign of €5 for 5,000 people. We're just asking to get 5,000 people, and each one of y'all to only give €5 in order to reach our goal of 25,000 euros. And you are free to give more than €5, but we want to ask you guys to participate, to be part of this, because these offices are not for me, but these offices are for the Africa. You know, having offices and doing what we do, it will help us to do our work in a huge capacity, more than the way we do right now. Because all the time, I just do it from home. But there's a lot of things and a lot of opportunity they're passing by simply because you don't have office, the place where we can work. So we're asking you guys to join our hands and please be part of this change. And guys, this is One Africa in action. Come with us, do with us. And one it will be used for a greater cause for the office, and you guys will be able to see everything. I need you guys. We cannot do this without you, so please help us out. Until right now, we already raised 1,000, almost 1,500 euros, but the journey is still long. We still have like more than 24,000 euros to raise. So please help us to spread the word. Share the link of GoFundMe. Go to our page of GoFundMe. Just write Swahili Nation One Africa Funding. You'll see our page there on GoFundMe. And please, anything you can, and we'll highly appreciate you. Good day. I love you guys.
Response to whether you guys can hear or not. So if you can't hear, we'll maybe try it again, try to reconnect. If not, I will continue. So yes, so while we're doing that, I can go ahead and we can talk about accountability. So I was saying that some people feel accountable to, oh, here it is. Here's the definition right there. Let me see if I can share it. Yes, what is okay, so who do we feel responsible for? Who are we responsible for as people, individuals, as a community? And what community are we responsible for? Is it just something local within, a small distance, or is it the global? And if it's global, then what are our duties to each other? That is a very big and extensive question, but let's just start with ourselves. What do we owe our children? I think that's the first thing that we can say. What do we owe our children? What kind of future do we want to give them and for them to have? What principles and values? Because our children are ultimately, we are the ones who are going to be responsible for how we raise them in the home. That's the only place maybe that we have some sort of control. Nowadays, it's not so easy to to have control over what maybe your children are reading in school, maybe what is going on. So I'm just going to share. I don't know if you can read the screen a little bit, but I'm trying to share the definition of accountability. It says it's a noun. It says the state of being accountable or answerable, responsibility for the fulfillment of obligations, liability to account conduct, meet or suffer consequences, to hold as a trustee, accountability of parents towards their children or men towards God, towards each other, being a liability called to render an account, so the obligation to bear the consequences for failure. And that's it. It's the obligation to bear the consequences for failure. And that's quite a responsibility. Oh, okay. Wow. Oni, you are here. Good to have you. Good to have you. Yes.
Oh, well, thank you for having me. Yeah, I thought you were still talking. Yeah, thank you for having me. Just tuning
No,
in. I
thank
see what
you.
you're saying about accountability.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so we started with accountability towards parents, towards children, and as it says, it's being answerable to the fulfillment of obligations and liability to account to for conduct or to meet and suffer consequences. So it's basically being able to have the consequences of your actions and to suffer them and to know what they are before. So if you mess up, starts with the discipline of the children. But adulthood, like even us as a we mess up, then you know the consequences for that, which are much heavier by individuals sometimes. So let's start with the obligations to our children and children as a whole.
Hey, sorry, you were cutting out a little bit. Did you ask something?
Oni?
Yeah, I said you were cutting out a little bit.
What are your
Did you
thoughts towards
ask
our
something?
obligation to? Yeah, can you hear me?
Kind of.
Am I? Ah, that is terrible. That is terrible. How about now? I tried to
Yeah,
remove the
I
other
can hear you.
screen. Let me
Yeah, I
see.
can hear you.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was the other screen that was interfering with things. Okay, I'll try to limit it to the two, and then we'll continue. Okay, yeah. So go ahead if you can hear me now. I'll listen.
Oh, I don't know the question.
Oh, I was saying, I started with the children. I was reading the definition of accountability. And the first one that was said was the accountability of parents towards their children. That is being responsible for obligations and being able to meet or suffer the consequences of your actions or of their actions. So let's say the child does not meet the act that is required, then the parent is accountable for the children. So the parent, if your child does something, you're responsible. Basically, that's what they're saying. And also that you're responsible for raising them, to be responsible. So how do you raise children to be responsible? What is the responsibility that parents have towards their children?
It's so tough. But as parents, we set up a framework. Like we have to monitor these kids. It's a really unfortunate thing, but children come into this world so naive, with so much naivete. And a lot of what we have to do with life is just, recognize that and observe them from a distance, but also observe them to, uh, guide them in ways that we possibly couldn't even imagine. So one of the things that happened with me, for instance, is, I have this son, and for the pandemic, we weren't really too sociable. So he didn't get all the social skills he would need, especially since I'm not trying to really involve him in the public school system, which, his mother is not really too excited about, and she makes me know that. But that's also like the accountability thing, where it's like, realistically, the state has these institutions that can impose on your children, and you have to, like, you come face to face with the reality that if your people don't have institutions, you might have to go to your enemy's institutions, and so that's a little bit, it weighs on me to a degree, and maybe someday I'll falter, but not yet. Either way, we're at this park, and he's still like, he acts like he doesn't get certain things, because, like, again, it was a pandemic. So and we tried to take his health pretty seriously. So at one point, for instance, he walks up to this kid who was a water gun, and he's like, give it to me. And the kid's like, why? And then he's standing in front of the kid like, give it to me. And the kid's kind of looking at him like, I will beat your ass, kid. But of course I'm looking on, just watching. And I just tell him later, like the accountability thing. I just tell him later, hey, don't tell people give it to me, explain to them that you want something, but like you can't really do that in the house, because
was he older or younger than the other child?
I think he might have been.
Was he older or younger than the other child?
I think he's younger than the other child, but he also like
Wow.
walks up to another child, a smaller child, and like just like he wants the kid's ball. You know, like the kid is like giant ball. The kid actually played catch with him another day, but you know he wants the ball, and the kid's just holding it behind his head, but he's not picking up on the body language of no, because you know he's kind of spoiled, low key, right? But on the here's the thing that you're probably gonna just like kick me off the stream for this, because you're like, damn, you did a bad thing. But I'm just like there at the park, just chilling. Like I said, kids are naive, right? He walks up to this adult and her child. And so this is why I think that we have to emphasize how important culture is. Like we don't recognize how important culture is. And I had to actually tell his mother, I had to tell his mother that, you know, that's one of the issues why I'm really attached to the public school system, because we don't really know these white folks' culture. So he happens to walk up to this non-African family, I guess, right? I know you're like, why in the world is that? But it was like a bad weather day, and so it was pretty much only non-Africans there at this particular playground, right? Anyway, he walks with this non-African family, and he's, you know, I guess like just looking on, you know, just watching, and you want him to be sociable, you want him to socialize. This lady notices him, whatever, and then puts a cookie in his mouth. Perfect ass stranger puts a cookie in his mouth.
In his
he's
mouth?
just walking in his mouth. He's just walking away.
Not in his hand.
I mean, even if it were his hand, it's like,
wow, that's weird.
It's like a whole ass stranger. Why would you be eating a cookie from a whole ass stranger? This is not a restaurant, you know what I mean? This is like a playground.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it were in his hand, like his hands were messy. Like usually before he eats, I know, right? You heard like, and these are things you can't prepare for as an adult, you know? So I had no idea this was happening. Like I thought, okay, he's walking over to these people. As long as like if they shoo him away and he doesn't listen, I'll tell him to come back and then lecture him on, you know, shooing away. And if he stands there, they don't mind, you know, because usually, but once upon a time, I would call him back whenever he stood next to these foreigners. But they would say, oh, we don't mind. And, you know, part of you was like, okay, sure, I'll just take advantage of this. This lady puts a cookie in his damn mouth. And he's walking over to me, chewing on a damn cookie. Like, what the, like, dude, how do you not? So then, of course, you know, like I said, discipline, accountability. Now, see, if I were a little bit more ghetto, I guess I might be all, the fuck is wrong with you, lady? You know, but I didn't do that. I just, you know, I disciplined my son. I was like, boy, you can't go eating from strangers. It's not a restaurant. I mean, unless it's a restaurant, unless it's a grocery store, whatever. But you can't go eating from strangers, right? I'm the one who's prepare you for food. We're leaving the playground right now. You know, you spit out that cookie. Like, because he's still chewing on this big ass cookie. So he spits it out onto the floor, and then we just leave. But the whole point is that, you know, actually, I don't know what the point was. I think I'm just laying out my freaking lame ass day. But my child abuse, right? But like the point is, one, you know, you have to associate with another people's culture, right? I mean, sorry, you have to associate, like you have to know your culture.
The whole point was that. Well, I think the point was that it is. Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Yeah, I was saying that the point was that you cannot control the environment out there. That all you can do is try to prepare them as much in the house as possible, but you're not going to be prepared for everything that's out there. Even within the house, even if you kept your kids locked up, they have no access anywhere. Like I remember it used to be said that, you know, celebrities, most of them, they actually shield their children from the outside world. They don't allow them to watch television or, you know, read, you know, all this stuff. I know, you know, that lady was trying to hide her past from her children and so on. So they do actively try to do that. But at some point, the children are going to know, like, unless you keep them in a complete and total bubble, they're going to go outside and they're going to find something maybe you don't want them to find. But for me, that's why I think it's so important, especially now, to have that home training, that whatever it is, it's like one of those dare things, those advertisements, you know, even if your friends tell you to do this, you know, you're not supposed to do this and so on, just to have them, to give them that strong mentality that whatever comes out there, they will have at least the foundation to make the right decision. But yeah, there's too many variables out there, not just in the outside physical environment, but also on the internet. Nowadays, the things that people used to have to go to length to find, it's available at the click of a, it's so easy for kids to find things that adults don't even have any idea about, that it would be almost virtually impossible to prevent all those threats from incoming. But at the same time, we still have to prepare the children, especially when they're still young. At least that's the part when you can still shield them from the world as much as possible before they go out. But yeah, that's what we can do. That's all what we owe them, to just prepare them for the world, to tell them that the world is a terrible place, and not to shield them from the reality. I think that's something that we as Black African people, Black and whatever, we were talking about earlier, but we tend to know how difficult the world is, or how cruel it's going to be to the children, and so maybe we try to protect them from that reality and try to shield them from it as long as possible. And sometimes we do a disservice, because when they go out and they find out the truth, it's a real shocker. Marcus Garvey was talking about how he used to play with his with this white kids, and they would play. It was natural, it was fun, the way children play. And that's what you see with children. Before they are taught all those things, they really don't have that innate malice in them. You don't see, I mean, if children fight and do all those things, but you don't see the kind of vitriol hatred. It has to be taught. But yeah, so he used to play with them for a long time, and then it reached a point where the other boy's parents started to tell him, oh, you can't play with that boy anymore, you can't play with him anymore. And he wondered why. And so obviously we know why. But the difference is that speech was not given to him. For us, it was probably, well, be careful, don't do this, don't do that. It's meant as a reaction, not as a direct, this is how you react to the world. For us, it's more, the world is going to do this, this is how you react to it. Whereas for them, it's, this is how you act in the world, and then the world will react to you. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
I feel you on that. Yeah, so that's exactly what I was trying to say. I wasn't just talking about a playground.
I
but
know.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Like, yeah. So as parents, that's one of the issues, and like you come face to face with another culture with its own ways, and you can't prepare them because you don't have that same culture. Like the way how we grow up, or at least the way how we grow up is like, if you want to give somebody else's kid something, you ask the parent first. You know what I mean? You say, hey, can I give your kid this? And then the parent can say yes or no. But, and then like the whole idea of just putting something in the kid's mouth, which is, like that's what you do with your kids. I get it, and it's probably not too harmful, because like if you're feeding it to your kid who's younger, then it's probably not like you're like poisoning kids in a freaking park or something, right? But it is weird. And like I said, our children, they grow up and they're naive, and that has its cost. So when it comes to accountability, it's like, who do you blame there? I mean, technically, yeah, you sure, you blame me, you blame
no. And accountability is not about blame, and that's the difference between accountability and blame. That's when it comes into, even when the gender wars, it's always like, oh, pointing fingers. It's not about that. It's just about teaching, being prepared, all of that, and then being ready for the consequences. So at least it's not to say, oh, you are careless, but you know how to deal with it, and then before or after, that's how it's going to be. Your kids are either going to deal with those things before, whereas you don't know about it, or you have to suffer the consequences after. So you dealt with the consequences of them, and those consequences was having to explain to him that, well, you can't just go taking things from strangers and so on, and then that will teach him for the next time. Well, it takes some time, repetition, but that's the being accountable, that being accountable for the consequences. Like when you see some parents in public, and whether they're training the children at home or not, sometimes children go out in public and then just act completely crazy. Like it's a different environment for them. They're not used to it. So they may be just, doing different things because it's not the house anymore. But some parents are not ready to deal with those consequences, and they just let their kids run free and crazy and just go around doing, breaking things, or, children that you take to visit people, and then they don't know how to act. They're, looking up everything or touching things or breaking things and all that sort of thing. And the parents are not even able to deal with those consequences because they did not train them, prepare them at home. So now they're still not able to deal with the consequences. So, accountability is being both, the preparation before and that obligation before, and then that responsibility for the consequences afterwards. So, man, I hope I wasn't too long-winded with that one. But yeah, it's part of both. It's also being able to accept the consequences of your actions. I think that's the hardest part of accountability. Like if somebody does a crime, yeah, that part is cool, but having to accept that, okay, these are the consequences. So if the consequences, you get away with it, that's wonderful and great. But if you're punished, those are the consequences, and you knew about them before. So yeah. Okay, so we have established with the children, we are accountable for preparing them for the world, for preparing them for the reality of of the situation out there, for how they are supposed to both act and react. And because I think we will only teach them how to react, but we haven't given them those tools that they need to actually change the world, or act actively, but be active instead of just being a passive recipient of the of the struggles of life. Being able to actually take a challenge instead of just being taken by them. So I think we don't that's one thing that we should definitely do for the children, prepare them for what they have to face, and not coddle them, not try to shield them for too long, or shield them until a certain time and then tell them, yeah, that Santa doesn't exist. People think that that's a cruel thing. That I used to think that's a cruel thing that they tell these kids, that have them believing a fantasy for about 12 years of their lives, and then just suddenly yank that away from them and tell them, well, he doesn't exist anymore. And not just that, but make fun of them for even believing these things that they used to hold very dear to them. But they don't totally stop believing it, because as you see, as adults, they still continue with that myth and fantasy. But the important thing for me that is there is to teach them that the world, including their parents, are very devious people, and that people will lie to their face for 11 straight years without telling them the truth, and then laugh at them for not knowing it. So it's cruel, but at the same time, it also prepares them for life, and it makes them almost know how devious the world is, including those around them. See, for us, we try to make it as if people are always nice unless they're not, to find out that your family has been lying to you. Even if I know it sounds like a childish thing, but it has to be. A lot of people still talk about how devastated when they found out that Santa didn't exist. But, it's a way for them to change the children about disappointment in life, and how cruel it is, even in the things that you hold dear. So dash your hopes pretty early, and then move on, and, straighten up and move on. So I don't know if I'm interpreting it right, because I didn't grow up with that whole thing. But what do you think? Is it?
Well, I don't actually know any. I don't know if any Black people actually believe that Santa Claus is real. I don't.
No, not them. I was talking about the white people, the Americans.
Oh yeah, but the thing is with white people and their most of their quote unquote history is mythology. You know what I mean? I think that the whole idea of them lying about Santa Claus is like they're lying about Jesus. They're lying about they're pretty much lying about Moses, and they're lying about George Washington, and they're lying about what's his name, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, obviously not that they're the two latter are not historical figures, but they kind of make up stuff about them. Like chopping the cherry tree and I can't tell a lie and all that kind of stuff. Like they lie to their people for a reason. I don't know what the whole Santa Claus reason is. Maybe that's why they debunk it later. I think realistically it's just a commercial thing. It sells more gifts. But I think that I don't know anybody who believes in it, but also like you said, white people kind of realize that they have traditions Like the thing that I can say about them is that they have traditions, you know, that are blatant in your face, and like cultural products that they can push onto other people around the world, you know, so that even though we know Santa's fake and the Santa blah blah blah, like people in Africa know about Santa. You know what I mean? People in China know about Santa, and that's really what it comes to, you know. I heard some Europeans, like I was saying, I think I was saying earlier today, but I heard some Europeans talking about Captain America and uh, Thor, and you know, Spider-Man and Batman and stuff like that, and Game of Thrones. Like these Americans and the Europeans in general are producing things for global consumption, and like Santa is just one of their cultural products, just like Superman, except for that, you know, you were made to believe that one was real, and you fell for it because you were a child, but that's about it, you know.
Yeah. And you said with their traditions, and not just traditions and stories, like they do take a very active role in scaring the hell into their children, not out of it, but into. Like, you know, the last part, that's actually very, very minor. But most of the stories, like if you look at the grim fairy tales, they're actually grim. They are terrible and frightful, and they tell your children about children being abandoned in the forest, or being killed in various ways, or being hunted. So they want their children to be scared of life, to know that, you know, that out there things are bad. It's not fairy tales. But yeah. So
Yeah, I want to say
Maria.
that you're right about that. I want to say that you're right about that in the sense that, you know, we talk about Santa Claus now, but there used to be a time when we were talking about Mother Goose and all that kind of crap. But here's the issue: like even among Black people, we used to have like Anansi stories and Uncle Remus, I think. But there's like we used to have our own collection of stories. So like every people group used to have their own collection of stories and children's stories and all that kind of stuff. And Santa was just one of them. Maybe he wasn't taken too literally at one point. Maybe it was just the Tooth Fairy and so on and so forth. And these were older stories from way back, early Europe probably, and they just kind of like mythologized it, popularized it in their media, because they came upon animation, and through animation they were able to propagate this, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer that has some sort of story, and Three Little Pigs and all that kind of stuff. And eventually we kind of like generally the society like went away from telling stories to watching movies and all that crap, watching movies and reading books. And so even like our Nazi stories are going away, but their stories are persisting. And I mean, yeah, they might devastate them with, not so and so, like, telling them, oh yeah, that story was just crap. Nobody's taking your teeth to give you $1. I gave you the dollar, right? But it's just, and like you said, with the scary stuff, the big story is going to still be the church, and the church is always going to give you that, watch out for hell type nonsense. But that's it. Like, yeah, they have these stories from their past, but they're able to share those stories with other people, and then we end up getting acculturated into their culture. And I think that's like one of the problems. Like, so as I was trying to tell his mother too, it's like my son's mother, which is like, realistically, there's this real risk of getting involved in the acculturation of these Europeans, and then becoming lost and getting that self-hatred that we tend to say that we don't want,
Mhm. I had a point to say about the stories that we tell. Oh, yes. I figured out the formula right now. What they do is that army formula, the old army formula. They build you up, and then they break you down, and then they build you up to their specifications. So what they do with their children is that they give them, you know, their fairy fantasies. Like for the girls, they have the princess and the fairies and all that, you know. For the boys, is, you know, knight in shining armor. So they build it up to be these wonderful and great things. And then afterwards, they tear it down, and it becomes like this horror movie, and it becomes like Halloween. It becomes from, you know, from Christmas to Halloween. That's why they have these very schizophrenic holidays. You go from celebrating happy things to celebrating, you know, the most devious things. And then the next time you said, you know, how it is, you have to account for every single emotion and mood. But in any case, so they start with this happy childhood, and then they break you down with the Santa lie, but then they give you Superman, and then they give you all these other people. So even though you lose one, you're still going to get something else. And then people talk about, you know, the whole Jesus stuff. That's actually a very 20th century argument, because yeah, as much as people say, you know, some people still have that picture in their house, you know, what we're missing if we're going to be modern is the what Jesus, Superman. What the young people are looking for is not some religious icon. They're looking for figures and even mythical superheroes. That's what they give to them, because these superheroes, while they're not religions in a way, they give people who are not religious that religious feeling of looking up to natural, you know, person, and who embodies these kinds of, you know, things that human wants in themselves. So even if they don't have Jesus, we don't have the, you know, similar equivalents of, you know, black superheroes. Forget, you know, black religious figures, but we don't even have enough of them. I'm not saying that they're not there. I'm not an expert on comic books, but, you know, they also have their Supermans and Batmans and a whole plethora of figures that look like them, that they can still admire and worship as heroes, if not, you know, as literal gods. So yeah, we should give our children also images of heroic figures in you know, in that respect, that they can also look up to, whether real or not, you know, whether real or not. You know, because they don't have to be real. They just have to be something that embodies characteristics that they admire, you know, for Superman, whatever, flying or whatever it is, you know, it still boosts, you know, children's confidence to see that reflected. So Trigger Happy says, cultural imperialism and influence. Japan does the same with anime and video games, all about exceeding cultural personality authentically. I don't know about, you know, about that whole anime thing, because the interesting thing is most of the characters in the anime are not Japanese looking. They actually are very European. They have mostly a lot of German names. You know, if you look at Attack on Titan and pretty much anything you can pick about, you know, they're usually very, it almost shows a cultural worship of Japan for, you know, for Westernism, but with the infusion of Japanese characteristics. I don't know, maybe you know, we can talk more about that, but yeah, that's always been strange to me. Like in virtually every single one of them, even characters that are specifically said to be Japanese, they are usually portrayed as oh, together says yeah, he mentioned, I mean, to be fair, yeah, they are. They
Well, I'll
are.
say this. I'll say this about that too. So they do tend to be, I think a part of it is just the market, you know, like, you know, see, the thing that we don't do that they know is that we don't realize that when you go into the market business, you go for OPM. You know what I mean? Like, if you're trying to be popular on the world stage, are you trying to sell to the Japanese market, or are you trying to sell to the American market? You know, like, which is a bigger market, the Americans, the Japanese? Because the thing is that Japanese do have a bunch of anime or whatever, or a bunch of, you know, cultural products that only cater to the Japanese image, and it's probably popular in Japan, but they don't reach the Western market because, you know, nobody wants to see that shit, you know. I mean, not, and like a lot of times, for instance, you know, when because I know video games quite a bit. A lot of times, you know, the Westerners will see a video game that they said, oh, this was a game that was released in Japan, you know, 20 years ago, but it never made it to the American market, you know, and it's like a good ass game, right? But like, we never see it. So, you know, like some of the popular Japanese cartoons would be like Dragon Ball Z. That guy was a whole Americophile, right? But like, the reason being, or one of the reasons why, is because if Americans and Westerners with all their money are buying your stuff, then your market is now 10 times as much as if you were just selling to Japanese people, you know. But I will say, for instance, I saw the Attack on Titans. There's like this, like they have a Japanese family, a respectable Japanese family in that show, you know, and so they don't like expressly. Come again?
Mikasa's family.
Mikasa, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Mikasa, yeah. I'm like, damn, you sound nerdy. Well, look at a nerd. Okay. Mikasa, you're like, what is she saying? Mikasa, the house? Okay, yeah, okay, nerd. No, nerd. No, I'm joking. No, I'm feeling it. Yeah.
You started nerding out, so hey.
Nah, I did it. I was never going that deep. But yeah, Mikasa's family and her, she's like a whole tribe behind her that are like respectable. Yeah. Respectable. In fact, I think for that, we're not going to talk about anime like that, but I think the whole
let's not.
Superhuman, like they have like a soul superhuman tribe, and they're all related to the Japanese girl, you know. So it's like, yes, there are white people that focus.
I'll say this, and then we'll get off the topic. But in that world,
go watch it. You know, go watch it. You just turned it off. Go watch it.
I was just about to comment about the topic itself.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Time for you to come in. Yeah, because
Anyway, all I'm gonna say, Tanzan, I usually stay away from this kind of men kind of conversations because I end up being sexist and all that stuff. So I tend to stay away from this kind of conversations. But it's an interesting topic. Still, better yet, I don't know if I can contribute much. But I was just gonna say, I think Tanzan's assessment, yes, there is a little bit, just like how some Asians have some kind of fetishes with the Europeans as well. Not even Asians, probably the rest of the whole world as well. The Japanese also have that kind of worship of Europeanism, European worship as well. And it exemplifies itself in anime. I think it's not a case of just the market alone. Because I didn't think the anime didn't start off like that, did it? It started off with the local stuff as well. So I don't think they necessarily, because Europeans are fascinated with Japanese culture either way, regardless. You understand? So I don't think they needed to make characters look Western in a way or something in order to reach a wider market and all that stuff. I think it's they done what they did and it appealed to Westerners and all that stuff, and then it carried on that trend. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. It's a sort of cross cultural admiration between both, because I know that even anime, when it reached the US, especially when it first started coming out here, it was like this exciting underground, like cool stuff that only a few people knew about and so on. So, and then the people who knew about it, they almost felt like they were in a, like in a secret club, better than just other normies and so on. No, I do not watch it heavy. I just watch it, with a healthy interest. That's all I'll say. But so they both had this self-admiration of the other person, and they played that well, because you can't really say that anime, even being Japanese, it's not really Japanese, because they also copied the styles of Walt Disney and so on, and that's how they started. So even the word anime is from animation, which is a very English word, and started with the Disney drawing. There was this guy, I can't remember his name, but he was actually trying to copy every single Disney frame that was done, and then he would eventually create his own style. So in any case, let's move on from the nerd stuff. I'll just say this before we do that. Mikasa's clan was had this compaction to always serve the clan of the other Germanic clans. They always had the thing. That's why Mikasa always had asked herself whether she was really serving Eren, from being their friend, or from something that was biologically instructed into her. Was it free choice or whatever? Let's move on.
Damn. Okay.
Your nerdy side is coming out a little bit.
I'm saying she just had to let it out. It was like we were moved on, and she was like, "Oh, guys, like, wow, okay, wow, okay, you must be fun at parties." Have to force anime down is all.
No,
Dragon Ball Z was sick though. Dragon Ball Z, the original, was sick. I'm still inspired by Dragon Ball Z. And a whole lot of other shows and all that stuff. I'm inspired because I look at it from a psychological, like, let me know, like, Emperor Frieza. He reminds me of Dr. Keizo. A tyrant. Yeah. Anyway, I'm joking. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah.
So
I don't
we
want
were
to jump
saying,
too
we were
much.
talking about the stories that we were told as children, and if you look at from us, we were told, you know, the stories of animals and so on and so forth. And we're talking about how for them they used to be told stories to scare them, to literally scare them out of doing things. But once you have a child to fear something, then you can easily tell them whatever you want. You know, if you scare them that an old witch in the forest is going to get them, then they're not going to get in the forest. So they used a lot of that whole fear tactic. If you look at a lot of their stories nowadays, they're being sanitized and they're being, you know, cleaned up. But even that whole this story with the pigs and the wolf, you know, that the wolf actually, they created, they had a boiling pot, and then the wolf came in and they threw the chimney and fell into the boiling pot and died. You know, the Red Riding Hood, think the wolf died. They have a lot of death and stuff in the stories. There was one, Hansel and Gretel, where the witch wanted to cook the children in the furnace. But in any case, they had a lot of scary stories for their children, that once they went out, they knew that the world outside was a hostile one that was there for them to fight. For them, we were told stories of, you know, nature and birds and things like that. And, you know, nature seemed like quite a friendly, if very weird kind of place. So it wasn't very, you know, angry. So the world was somewhere where if you did right, then right was done by you. Whereas for them, you were told that the world was evil and it was going to get you. So maybe that's also a different way of how we look at the world. See,
I
I reined in
say,
my nerdiness and actually brought it back.
I say, most of these stories that they come up with, or most of these themes they come up with, it seems to be inspired by folklore. You understand? It's
Mhm.
inspired. It's mostly inspired by folklore. If you look at the Japanese, it's inspired by folklore, which Westerners then imbibe. The Westerners as well, it seems to be folklore as well. So, are we to say we Africans don't have our own folklore as well that children can look upon to learn lessons, to learn about stuff? Are we to say that we don't have such folklore, or have they not been codified in any way? Because I remember when I was younger, like Tanzania, you were saying, we used to get told many stories as well. We sit in the campfire, or we sit in the by the fire, by the moonlight. Somebody tells a story. So all these are made. So these folklores tend to portray the theme of Africa, the theme of where we come from as well. And we will appreciate it, and it will become sanitized, and some other people might appreciate it. So I think that's where it comes from,
Mhm.
Tanzania.
And I'll also reiterate the learning curve statement. We don't finance the making of our stories into movies for pop culture consumption by the masses, and especially by the youth, because, like I said, young people of other, of white cultures, they see themselves growing up. They see the superheroes. They see the stories, whether they're myths or folk, even with their stories. These Cinderella stories, this I don't know about Aladdin, but these stories, these Disney stories, these are just old tales that they took and then they cleaned up and then they made them into movies. These are old books that were written, old European folk tales, even this Norse mythology, Thor and Odin and all this stuff. This was just old Germanic myths that they took and they made into movies. So why can't we do the same? Why can't we take the stories of Anansi and the rabbit and the lions and all that and make movies out of them? We can totally do that, and we should do that. We have an obligation to do that, to see
I
our
think
stories on on the screen. Yeah, go ahead.
I think most of the time is it in financing that's the problem, really, financing, or some kind of different type of energy being focused on it as well. Because if Europeans did it, they will do it correctly. Like when I look at Nigerian films as well, they've got a lot of potential. Like some of the older Nigerian movies, when they try to tell a story about warfare and all that stuff, it's not really a blockbuster movie and all that stuff. It's not gonna be gripping. You know what I mean? It's just gonna be with some African drumming behind the scenes and some funny, memeable kind of situations. But if they were given blockbuster style financing, or expertise, I'm sure the stories will mean like. Let's give you an example. This one that's coming out now. What's the name? The Queen King or something like that. The King Woman or something. This one that's coming. if you look at the cinematicness of that one, it intrigues everybody. But if you look at the one for Nollywood and all that, it's not. You understand? So when something gets financed to be produced at that level, you know, it sticks. Like it sticks to people, and people tend to take it as that is serious. You know. So I think financing may have to do with it, Tanzan, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I agree to some extent that, you know, right now I don't think that we are capable of doing a Hollywood sized version of our stories. But I also think that it's the will. If somebody really wanted to do it, they could look at even look at the inception of Nollywood. Before that, people assumed that only Hollywood could make films, you know, and then they started making. The beginning ones were very rudimentary, very, you know, they were, yeah, they were not, you know, they were not highly like quality. They were not high quality.
I enjoyed them, yeah, but never mind. Yeah.
No. I'm not saying take anything away. I'm just saying that they used.
You're
what
just saying
they
it's
had.
not Attack on Titans.
Yeah.
We get it.
Yeah, it's not like that. It's not like that. Yeah,
we get it.
Wow, Odi, that was low. No, but I'll get to the point though. I'll salvage my point. So they started in a very simple rudimentary way, but because the people, they had so much support from the people, they eventually had, you know, increased their funding slowly but slowly, increased their production quality, you know, got some more people, you know, to make bigger projects. And then, you know, Nollywood slowly become, you know, bigger and bigger. And now they're actually able to fund, you know, not all of the works are going to be masterpieces. Not even Hollywood can manage that, but you can find like really, really well-made Nigerian movies right now that, you know, rival those of even Hollywood, from, you know, sound production, special effects, you know. So that's how you start. And then also with the other one, I don't like to, you know, bring this up, but I'm just using it for economic purposes only. But in the Madea series, he used to do, you know, these small theater productions, and, you know, they have this, I think, just the regular cheap DVDs and so on. But people really, really liked them because firstly, there was a niche for them. There was not a place where you can go find, you know, funny African American comedy that was just done by regular people. So he found a niche. People really, really liked his work, and then it went into the bigger market, and he eventually started making movies and so on, and it became big. So sometimes, you know, we shouldn't just be afraid of, you know, doing it the big way. At least let's start somewhere, and then let's see where it's going to go. Because for me, I would rather a badly made, you know, film for children than a Disney, any well-made Disney film.
Except for we got it. But well, no. I would say that one of the issues too is that we don't, like, even when it comes to funding, like not just in production but in advertising. You know, because some of you, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was this movie called Meteor Man. And it's like, ain't nobody better than the Meteor Man. Anyway, but yeah, Meteor Man was
nope, I don't know it at all.
Meteor Man was like a black superhero. In fact, he's actually kind of a famous black actor who decided to produce and make his own films here in America. And yeah, it's like you said, like nobody even knows what that was. But you know, when I was a kid, we would watch that, you know, so we obviously knew Superman and them, but we also watched Meteor Man and so on and so forth. So that's a thing. It's like, you know, realistically, even if you do these kind of things, if you're not advertising it, and there's like a whole bunch of examples like that. Like for instance, the movie Sankofa. There's the movie of the Maroons in Palmares, I think it's called, right? Sorry, Quilombo. Really good film, like really good film. Very high quality for the time period, right? About the the Brazilian Quilombo, about African revolutionaries fighting, you know, to their last to defend this maroon town, right? And nobody knows about it. You know what I mean? But like we like we're all latched to this American media, and American media has this big reach for what it's worth. But so even if we do produce these quality films and these quality productions, it's like what is the 10 best movies in Nollywood right now? The only people who know that really are people in Nigeria and people like in the Caribbean and people inside of Africa, some people inside of some places in Africa. But for the most part, like if you're in the American market, you have no idea. And I think honestly, I want to say this. One of the things about it is that some of us are in America, and like America is incredibly sheltered. And we're talking about a kid, you know, like we're saying, oh, we got to shelter our children. The Americans are very, very, very sheltered, to the point where like you don't know. It's like the largest.
They're not exposed to the rest of the world, you know.
Yeah, exactly. The largest film industry on the planet is Nollywood. You know, the Nigerian, the Nigerians. Then it's Bollywood, the Indians, right?
Wow.
And then it's Hollywood. So Hollywood, I'm talking about like what produces the most amount of films, right? Just on a yearly basis, right? So the Nigerians are producing the most amount of films, but like if you wanted to really, like, if we're being honest, like very few, with the exception of maybe like some Caribbean, some continental African, so on and so forth, really are intimately involved in Nollywood. I mean, nowadays, like Netflix is opening up itself to that, and so there are people who are watching Netflix for that. But generally speaking, no, that's not a thing. By the way, for those of you who don't know, there's this thing called Quelly TV. So Quelly TV is like a streaming platform that has a lot of programs from the continent and from the diaspora, from the African diaspora. So it exists, but again, like, in fact, I'll probably open it up soon just to read off like the kind of films they have. But a lot of heroic films, a lot of hero stories, but none of us know that because, you know, we're still like tuned into like we're waiting for this white boy to show us what we deserve, and it's like he's not going to do that because he's busy showing what his own people deserve, you know.
Yeah, what was I going to say again?
Before you do, let me just acknowledge Hyatt's point that Nollywood focuses too much on witches and gold diggers. See, if you want a larger audience, you have to make a larger, more appealing, you know, subject matter. And for me, the one that I've seen, I don't know about witches and gold diggers. I don't watch enough of them to know. But I know that the one thing that they really, really like is Nigeria, a watchman billionaire pretending to be the watchman, and the maid does not know that he's a billionaire from, I can't even do the accent, but that's usually the story. Yeah, greetings, Aboyak. So the story is always, you know, some billionaires pretending not to be a billionaire, and then, you know, searching for a true love or something, and then he turns out to be, and then she's happy and all that stuff. But I think
you gotta look at the spirit of Black people. We're very sociable people. Our movies tend to be very social and communal oriented movies about human relations and all that kind of stuff. It's not about warfare and fighting and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, there's not a lot of movies that inspire some kind of like battle or combat. It's all on social issues, you know. So
no, I'm for that. I'm for the social issues. I'm just saying that they could do a lot more. Their stories tend to. Then that's one thing that I notice about African businesses is that we tend to just copy the same thing instead of doing something new. Like if you go to any African city, you see somebody selling, you know, let's say chips. You guys don't know what chips are. Selling. I don't know, maize on the side of the street. Pretty soon there'll be like 4 or 5 people also selling maize on the side. Like people, I mean, it's different now. They'll sell a little bit of other things, but people tend to just copy something that has worked. So for us, I think we tend to look at one formula that works, and then we just repeat it over and over again. But
I'll say this. So I used to date this woman who really liked films, and what. Like there's a film genre called Lifetime movies. Mm-hmm. And so Lifetime movies, like apparently there's a channel called Lifetime, but there's Lifetime movies is like a whole film genre among white people, where it's pretty much those sappy, stupid stories about, you know, oh, this billionaire, so on and so forth. Now it could be that you see all that because it's your search history, you know, but it also could be that, yeah, like there's a whole genre of that kind of stuff that people eat up. Like Lifetime is a big station. So basically on Quelly TV, they have sci-fi, Afrofuturism, and fantasy section. And so they have like different titles I could give you guys. They have one called Flight from Jamaica. So it's a short series, 13-minute series from a story film from Jamaica about a black astronaut. There's this Bilal, a new breed of hero. It's about an hour and 9 minutes, fully 3D animated from the United Arab Emirates about, you know, this black person, so on and so forth. Juju, the web series, was from the United States. It's 7 episodes. It's about witches though. There's The Legend of Wanda Magare, and it's like a 10-minute, two episodes of 10 minutes. There was Ballagine Chronicles, that was a hour, no, sorry, hour and 108 minutes from Martinique. It was a really good animation, not, you know, your favorite animation, but a good animation about this 3D kind of future cyberpunk-ish. It was so good. But the point being that, and there's Legend of Mantamaji, a 8-minute thing from America. And of course there was Kirikou but Kirikou is from white folk. There's Oya, Rise of the Orisha, 12 minutes. Now the point being that, you know, we are producing these things, but we can't distribute and advertise it among our own people. So I mean, like, we're not distributing it, we're not advertising, we're not even patronizing our own people. And so we're just kind of waiting for, you know, Netflix to say,
I think,
wow, they have a lot of really good looking stuff. I mean, it looks like
that's
very
quite
well
impressive,
made.
to be honest, because
Yeah.
go on, Tom.
Yeah, so you guys go check it out if you can. There's, it looks like it's good quality. There are good stories, and there are many different, you know, selections and categories. So I didn't even know about it, but I will definitely, you know, look more into it. Yeah. Wow.
I
Okay.
think
Yeah. Thanks for that.
I think it's tough in the current world we live in.
Oh, that's the Njinga one right there. If you guys see,
Yeah.
sorry, Njinga, that was a good one on Angola's thing, and they have a lot of historical things, like a lot of history. I saw Vita Kimpa. I saw that; it was pretty good too.
I was just saying that I think it's tough in the current world we live in to have this kind of, because we don't have the exceptionalism that the United States or Hollywood has. You understand? I mean, so like let's take, like, for instance, countries that are stringent like China, who have they have the whole movie industry quarantined against any other Western forces, and they have their own reasons why they should keep American stuff from invading, but still some Chinese people want to see what the Americans are making. In Russia, it's the same thing. Russians are curious about what's happening with America, even though they're producing their own heroes and all that stuff. Still, they want to see what the rest of the world is doing. So even if Africa it's just in Africa, there's not that emphasis or control, or I don't know if it's control or support from the government to actually help the movie industries as well to propagate stories about their own people. There's no support behind from the government. And even when you have the support from the government, still Europeans have some form of exceptionalism around the world, where somewhat either they've imposed themselves on everybody so that we can all be relatable to them, or we can relate to them, or something like that, or we feel the need to relate to them. I don't know what it is and all that stuff, but it's just stuff. That's just another thing. Another aspect.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean, Tanzan?
No, I do. I understand. And we are fully capable of creating this Hollywood better than even Hollywood, because even when you look at Hollywood, I was talking about copying, you know, what we do, but you know, Hollywood is just copying itself at this point. Hollywood has seemed to run out of ideas. They're just making the same movies or sequels or prequels of something. So even Hollywood has lost that creativity. But, you know, we still have so much that we have. Like, we shouldn't be telling 1 or 2 stories. We should be telling thousands of stories. Just imagine our experiences, not just by having them, but by them not being told. We haven't told our stories, so many of our stories, that if we started telling them, we could go 100 years. We could have so much content and material. So, you know, so it's not a lack of content. It's not a lack of, you know, production, because it's there. So it seems that
it's a lack of backing. It's a lack of central backing from the government. I mean, it's a lack of finance, a lot of central backing from the government. Because if you want to engineer a nation, you want to engineer a nation state, or you want to engineer the national culture of a country, it's through these media that you can do, that you can use. And that's what Hollywood primarily is for, is to engineer the national culture of the country. You understand? But
also
African countries don't have such an agenda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because advertisement, I can't remember somebody who talked about marketing and advertisement. They're talking about how we can't market the American market system. This is where I think we have the disconnect, because there is good production, as we can see here. There's good artists, there's people who are creating, just it's not reaching the people. It's not reaching the people. It's not a lack of content or quality, as I can see. It's just it's not being filtering all the way to the people who should have it. So this one, I don't know how we can change it. I think maybe that the people involved in the projects have to have a bigger role in promoting them. You know, if they have to have all these actors just go on a role and just talk to people, and they do that in Hollywood too. When a movie comes out, they send all their stars to go promote the film and so on. So there's that, and maybe they should come into the market, an African marketing company that can create and distribute these kinds of works to the masses. Because to me it seems so sad that all these wonderful productions are just going not unseen, but not seen by as many people as should see them, especially, you know, for the
hold on, Tanzan. Is it also, it's important which market we're targeting as well? So if we are, say, for instance, we don't focus on the West and we target our own internal market or African markets as well, I'm sure that's a big enough. But also we have to account for the infrastructure there as well. Do many people have access to view these movies? Do they have, some people are in remote villages, do they have the mediums necessary to view all of this? You know, do they have the time required to view all of this? So all of these as parts of it have something to play, don't you think? Do people not have time to go for such social occasions, as such as to watch such movies? Do they have the internet to even view this? If we set up this kind of stuff, who are we targeting? Because the Africans don't have time for it, because they're busy surviving. So then it comes to the West, and the West are not interested. They don't want to relate with us. So the target audience should be Africans, but we have to be aware of what we're lacking at the same time. But it doesn't mean we should stop.
That's a very good point that you raise, because sometimes I think we also take some things for granted, like this easy it's not, well, the access to the internet, we take that for granted. And I remember one of the ways that they used to overcome that in the rural places, they used to have these weekly showings. They used to have like a place where they would show a movie, you know, usually like one of those karate movies and so on. That was one way. I don't know if they can still revive that, but the most important for me is television. The television channels right now, we have a great number of them in most African countries, and they should more start to promote the local content rather than exporting, because Africa is a great market for international programming. Like you can find programming from Mexico, Philippines, China, all these people, including the people that they're hiring to translate them. I would say that if Nollywood also wants to reach a bigger market, that they should start looking into subtitles, either subtitles or, you know, dubbed over versions of some of their movies. No, I wouldn't say dubbed over, because that would be, you know, unfair for the original actors, but, you know, with subtitles. And the reason why I say that is that you can sell a lot more in different markets if people can understand.
And understand you.
Yes, and you know, you have to admit that Nigerian accent is a little bit very, very strong. So sometimes it helps.
That would be a funny situation, seeing a Nigerian man suddenly speaking. I mean, isn't that already funny? He's speaking with a British accent or an American accent and all that stuff. Dubbed over, it will be hard to believe. They're already funny like that anyways.
Yes, you guys are the Irish of you know, of African languages.
I'm not Nigerian, by the way, but never mind.
Oh, I thought you were.
I'm not Nigerian. I'm Senegambian. So.
Oh, okay. All right, Senegambia. Cool. Yeah. So, and even this is even for any country. Even there's some English movies that I've seen subtitles just because the accents are so thick. The Scottish people, you can barely understand them because of the accent. So. you know, that's one thing to have. We can also have like different actresses from different regions. You know, Nollywood can welcome maybe Ghanaian or Togolese or other actors from other countries, so they can also be represented. You know, that also opens up that cultural market. So that's one of the things. But yeah, as we said, reaching the people is still difficult. But television is one way, and the internet is still a little behind. But television definitely is a good way to start.
In fact, white people are far more curious about other people's cultures than they think, especially modern day white people as well. I think South Koreans, when they were making their own sitcoms and South Korean shows, I don't think they had intention to target white people necessarily. I think they had intention to target their own market. And white people got curious. Even I have a Zimbabwean friend of mine that's watching South Korean shows. I say, bitch, what are you doing? He said he's watching South Korean shows. I say, what relation in what world do you have to watch South? He says he's interested in them. I said, all right, I'm not going to judge. You know what I mean? But you got a Zimbabwean guy from nowhere and he's watching South Korean sitcoms. How does it relate, Tanzan? How does it relate? You know?
Yeah, they're way more curious, you know, about other cultures than we seem to be about each other's.
About each other's. So we should not
And
be curious about targeting them. We should be more targeting our own audience, and then if they like it, they will like it. That's how we are.
yeah, and when you target your own, you know, people, you're actually going to find out what kind of things interest them, and then you'll make products that, you know, gravitate towards that. You know, that also helps with your marketing when people are actually marketing to things that people are interested in. Where when we talk about some of even the situations, I know that we say that a lot of people don't have time for, you know, for frivolities like movies and so on. But sometimes that also is a way for them to, you know, a momentary escape from those kinds of things, and a way for them to also, you know, be able to participate in culture. Because as poor as you are, you still need that part of you that, you know, needs entertainment, to dance, to laugh, to watch somebody else's story. You know, we all need that you know, kind of yeah, we need that. And talking about, you know, creating things, we're talking about, you know, us struggling in Africa to make a movie about some witch doctors. What happened to the people who are closest to Hollywood, you know, to our brothers in America? How's your what would that be called? Blollywood?
I can say this though.
Did you hear Tanzan come? Blollywood. Where did you come out with that, Tanzan? Where's that coming from? Blollywood. That's fucking funny. Tanzan, you're sometimes.
All right. No, I could say that there is actually a pretty big African American film industry. But again, like I said, nobody really watches this stuff. Like if you were so like if you go on YouTube and you like search African American films or something like that, right? You'll see that there's an underground African American film genre, because there's a lot of actors who don't make it to, you know, White Boy or whatever, right? There are a lot of producers and filmographers and all that kind of stuff who don't make it. And what happens with that is that, yeah, I used to watch some of this stuff, but I didn't watch it. I think I was dating this woman who watched this kind of stuff, and a lot of them, I'll be honest, was like gang stuff, you know, like house parties and drug deals gone wrong or drug deals gone right, you know. You know,
it's dark, isn't it? It's dark.
Yeah, a lot of dark shit. Yeah, a lot of like there's no witches, but there's like, you know, there's mofos, you know what I mean? But
I had a period of watching those kind of Black American movies, Friday, you know, House Party, and all
those made it. Those made it. They are the ones that didn't, like, they're not big mainstream. They're just like straight up, you know, like, you know, man, that's, you know, you ain't pay me all my money. Then you're like, okay, why, what? You know, like, nah, I'm gonna play my video games. I'm gonna go watch a giant eat a family. You know, I'm gonna watch a giant eat Aaron's mother or something.
I get it.
Wow. So we still have a long way to go. That's
I think for Black Americans, it's kind of a niche for people who want to watch it as well, because America, Hollywood dominates entirely, and there's an agenda behind it. So Black Americans, their stories can either be told by either Black Americans can relate to them or people who are curious, really. But in Africa, it's a completely different case because we have an African market. Now, it's so tough because Tanzan, we do have a little bit of that silliness that the rest of the world has with white people and all that stuff. So even if you were to bring epic Nollywood films and you've got a white Hollywood made film and all that stuff, it seems like the Hollywood film will still take the cake. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So, unfortunately, we have that silliness that the rest of the world has towards white people.
So I don't know if should try getting into their media, or we should try getting them into ours. What would happen if we had?
We should do like the Chinese and completely limit what comes into us. Sorry.
Trigger Happy says we probably need more complex commentary, especially with predicament. Every other people use their media as means of social commentary as well. Absolutely. It's not just entertainment. It's not just, looking at things. And, even when it comes to those, gang movies, they should have some sort of something behind them, whether it's a social commentary, an economic one, political, whatever it is. There should be something behind just the entertainment. You don't sit for 2 hours just to laugh and cry and not learn even a thing or two. So but unfortunately, it takes some creative minds to put their work into it, and most of the time they don't get rewarded as much as the more sillier aspects of it. But I still think that those gang stories would have a market in Africa. I think even low budget, just people are asking about their money and trying to find their drugs, that would still have a market in Africa, because Africans, like, those would be like our new kung fu movies, because we just like some action and a story, a simple story that you can follow. And the Chinese stories followed a very nice formula. There was a guy, and then somebody did something to his woman. Now he has to go get revenge, and then he's just going to beat up a bunch of guys, and then get his revenge and his woman. You didn't need to know a lot. That's all you had to do, and the children and everybody was happy. So we have to start from somewhere. Wow, people are getting technical in the and Hayat says, probably because of songs and the escapism they provide. Now they make more meaningful films with social message. Yeah, entertainment has its value, its needs for the masses, and if you want to control the masses, you do have to control entertainment. So I like the Mark Angle shots because it kind of reflects typical African communities in a comical way. West African comedy is also similar as East African comedy. Well, I'm biased against cultural products. Unfortunately, I don't find most of the movies entertaining or funny, but I support the right to to make as many of them as they can. Maria Antoinette says you're from Sona Jobate's land. Who is Sona Jobate? Do you know? That's Revan?
She's a Gambian or Senegambian singer as well. Who sings kind of like she's a Mandinka lady as well.
Wow. How do you know about that, Maria Antoinette? Okay, cool of you though. Yeah. Okay, so she's a singer from Senegambia.
Yes, it's a singer from basically Gambia. She's a Mandinka lady. I think Gambia, Mali, Senegal, they have the same culture and all that stuff. Gambia, Mali, Senegal, and Guinea-Bissau. So they play the same type of Mandinka instrument called the kora and all that stuff. So they play. So she plays a kora. She's a female singer who plays a traditional instrument that men plays as well. So she released a song as well that was quite nice, singing about Gambia and all that stuff. So it got quite popular. And a lot of people who like folk music or folk West African music or folklore music, they tend to know about this kind of stuff.
Okay.
I personally, sometimes I like that side. Sometimes I find it very boring because every time I am in Africa, I hear those Mandinkas screaming. I say, man, this is the most boring music ever. I'm sorry. It really is boring. Like I'm telling you, right? I think Nigerians, yes, I know Brian is not gonna like me for this and all that stuff. I do like some of the blues stuff, but sometimes it can be boring. You know what I'm saying? So I do like the beat that comes from more Bantu-like West Africans. You know, like the Nigerians and the Ghanaians and moving towards that. I tend to class them as a bit more Bantu, 17% Bantu West Africans. The music sounds a bit more fun, sounds a bit more African. You know?
Okay. Oh wow, there seems to be a great many female.
Fatima Tajuara is good. Yeah, she's quite nice as well. So yeah, she's quite.
Ah, interesting. So these are the cultural products that we have to pass on to our children. These are the things that when we're gone, they can say, well, this was created, this was, left for us to enjoy far after the people who made them are gone. So that's part of culture too. What do you leave behind? What do you give to the people after you're gone? What will they remember you for? So that's the first part. And so, in general, let's wrap up.
I remember a story.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Tanzan.
No,
I
go
remember
ahead.
a story. I can't remember it entirely.
We are
But
so far away from topic, but we're still there somehow.
a
So go
folklore
ahead.
story. How does this sound? A folklore story that I know what the lesson was.
Mm-hmm.
I used to. The story was like there was a lady that said she was not gonna marry any man who has an ass. Right.
An ass like a donkey?
I don't know. A man who has a bottom, a ass.
Okay.
He was not gonna
It should be
marry.
interesting.
So
I'm
the story
listening.
was the lady they brought her all kinds of men from all over the land. You know what I mean? All kinds of men from all over the land, all different types of men, but the lady rejected them all entirely. You know what I mean? She turned down them all. And
Mm-hmm.
then one day, and then one day, some kind of shape shifting kind of devil thing approached her. She didn't know, and then he became the man who didn't have an ass. Now he became the man who didn't have the ass, so the lady was attracted to that person. So the man whisked her off on his horse and all that stuff. He whisked her off, and then somehow it ended up, oh, they were running through fires and building and all that. Somehow he got her to safety and he took her under his hole. He ended up transforming into a snake and all that stuff, which then consumed her.
What is it though with our stories and things changing?
It's quite dark, isn't it? The world of a black man, Tanzania, is quite dark. I'm telling you. You understand? So I think the lesson in that is there is no way you can't wish for a unicorn or something. You get me? There's no way you're gonna have a man who doesn't have a buttocks and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? You're wishing for too much from the world and all that stuff, and you reject everything. Sometimes what you actually wish for entirely, it's not going to be what you're really looking for. It might be in disguise. Maybe that's the lesson for kids. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good lesson. When I think about, at least that one may have a lesson. When I think about some of the ones that we were told, I don't even know if there were lessons in them at all. Like those ones who that rabbit, that trickster rabbit that just went everywhere tricking people. There was no moral to the story. In fact, it seemed as if we were just rooting for this, very mischievous character. I don't know.
So I think you see, Tanzan, you may look at that as a bit dark, but sanitize that and put that into a cartoon, one of these Disney cartoons or one of these Japanese, like those Japanese cartoons that are I forget, they used to play them on TV, like like Ponyo or that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? One of these, I forgot the name, slice of life type of Japanese cartoons that tell folklore stories like that. People will be less spooked out in them, and whatever lesson comes in them, then they will like it and all that stuff. Because I tell you, as dark as they may seem, Europeans can twist that and make that into a funny fairy tale.
I'm sure they can, and they probably will if we don't. That's
if we don't, exactly.
And that's what the learning curve was saying. We don't finance the making of our stories. We don't make money from our culture, whereas everybody else does.
Considering the amount of animals there are in Africa, most folklore involve a lot of animals. I bet you there's so many stories out there that could inspire so much. You understand? So many stories that could come out about different creatures and all. Especially, we haven't even gone into the mythical creatures. Just the regular different animals. It has a lot of potential, and I think a whole lot of people will capitalize on it in the future to come. And because the media is just going to get more and more greater, because right now all Western companies are coming to Africa to try and take over telecommunications over there. So the media will be there. Who will tell the story? It matters.
Yeah, and that's part of defining our culture, defining ourselves. who is going to tell our own stories? Who's going to say who we are as a people? Because if you can't even say who you are, somebody's just going to lay their version of things on you. Like even when we hear about how the different tribes and so on, until you read Chancellor Williams, you were not really told how the different tribes mixed and intermarried and all of that stuff. You're just told, oh, this person is Bantu, Kushite, Nalot, Upper Nalot, regular Nalot. They nobody really took the time to find out even how these people are related, and they were just about categories, not about understanding the different nuances. So if you let somebody else tell your story, that's what happens. They will corrupt your story or use it for their own advantage. And whether they are good or bad, you're supposed to take your stories. And the funny thing is that we don't recognize the value, but when somebody else comes into a culture, when we have a foreigner come, that's when now we are proud of it. That's when now we want to tell our stories to other people, but we don't want to share them with each other. Even the new generation of children growing up, I don't know how many of them are being told the traditional stories. I don't know how many of them know about their tribal history and culture and migration, and even their relationship with other tribes in the area. I don't know how much of that they're being told, even about just the cultural practices. I know some people still have the circumcision for the boys. They usually take some time off for school to do that, but I don't know how many other cultural practices are being neglected and we're not passing on to the children, and which new ones we're giving to them instead. So that's part of being accountable, being responsible for putting your values and principles into your children's minds, shaping their minds to look at the world as you'd like them to see it, not for the world to manipulate their vision, because that's what happens. If you don't teach your children how the world looks, the world will just twist them and give them a different perspective. So that's very important for us growing up, and not just teaching them the stories, but also giving them the ideals to aspire to. We have to Superman our black men. We want our super black men as well. We want I don't want a Batman, but that just sounds a bit batty. We want our lion man, our I don't know, some wonderful, the tall Mr. Giraffe. I told you my grandmother used to, for her, a male beauty was in the neck. She liked a well-formed neck, a man with a long neck, and yeah, you look at that, long naked. Long, dark, long naked man. Yeah, but in any case, so lionize those you people. Let's have them, rushing through and lifting trees by the stumps and hurling them across, the side of the globe. Things like that. We have to have our children see those feats done by people who look like them. That's the only way. It's not just about white Jesus, it's about white Superman, it's about white everything. So that's the first way of trying to decolonize the mind. So you have to counter those images with our images. So yeah,
of course.
I hope. So I don't know about the films, but you were talking about they have some black comic books, which I think is wonderful and great. They have I don't know if they're just the books, but if they have films for them, do they have the films or just the comic books? Oni, if you're still there, sometimes.
You asked me if somebody has films or comic books.
Yeah, you said that they had the black comics. Do they also have them in films, like in the comic film?
I don't. You didn't Trigger Happy say that?
Oh, it was. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, it wasn't you. I thought somebody said that they had the black comics, but I don't know if they made them into films as well. That would be.
Trigger Happy is talking about Black Sands. Black Sands is a comic book.
Okay.
They don't have any films, although they are on YouTube and they do sell the audio, but it's not as much as film. There was this recent black animation that, like, there's quite a few black, like African American, not African American, like Africans on the continent. They have a lot of animations going on right now. Like I said, nobody's like looking for them. I mean, I kind of show them to my son because I wanted to show him sort of our animations, but compared to what white people are doing, like we're almost doing nothing, I mean, obviously there's Akili. Akili's a good thing. There recently was this Akili though is actually state sponsored. So
I know. That's why I said I know with a sigh, because I know most of these it's a step, but when you look at them, what underneath, it's usually just not all the way. But it's all we've got right now. So I won't say.
I mean, it's better than
Yeah.
whatever. But then there's also like I think there's like some African American children's thing. But like compared to like what these white people are pulling out, because like China has a lot of learn English stuff. Russia has a lot of learn English stuff, like Choo Choo collection, something like that. And China has these other ones that give a lot of cultural indoctrination while you're trying to learn English, kind of things. And then like there's like Mother Goose Club, which is I think it's an American type thing, and they actually went into now doing video games, like streaming video games, kind of thing. So they're like really out there, but we're kind of asleep when it comes to this. And we have to realize that we are the people who are supposed to be doing these things. If we're like assuming we want to do more for our people, like this is a underrepresented avenue for sure.
Yes.
You know what's always funny? Whenever black people start creating something, white people find a way to be the ones to benefit the most. It's funny how that happens.
Yeah, but that like I said in the beginning, that people are going to do what they do. You're not going to be mad at somebody. Only was talking about a tiger being a tiger, so a tiger is going to be a tiger. But what are we going to do? That's where the accountability comes in. And when I said with the black men and women, that's what I'm saying. This is for me. I'm so bored with that whole gender war. It's just people shouting and screaming at each other, nobody listening. So accountability is not blame. Accountability is everybody takes responsibility. Like Oni said, we are responsible for not creating that. We can't be mad for them for not making the things that we want to see. If it's not there, it's because we haven't made it. If it's there,
no. It's like this. The amount of things that black people create in this world, in terms of what we engage in, that becomes something. Like when you look at it, like South Korea, for instance, they say there's this band that accounts for a part of the economy of South Korea. There's a band, a music band, and it just made me think. So people are really an important asset to an economy and all that stuff. What people produce, because it's what we produce at the end of the day. What people produce, it's what sets the tone. What people consume is what sets the tone for the economy and all that stuff. But I have to say, most of the creativity of black people, especially even in our labor, our entertainment, our creative, all of that have always been a way in which white people always find a way to benefit. So I'd say,
so that's what.
If we
So
go
the
to
next question to ask
Africa,
is, how can we secure that? If every time it's like you have a sieve and, every time you pour water into it, water comes out the other side, or there's a hole in the bucket. But so how do we prevent that? The hole is still going to do what the hole does. It's still going to let the water through. So how are you going to do that, those who are in the boat? And that's the question. We have to, create our culture and create it, and to give it to our children, not to give it to other people. Then we don't even sell it. That's the sad part. If we will at least sell out, get something for their selling out. We are. How do you call a free prostitute? I won't go there. But how do you call somebody who just gives something for free? At least somebody who's selling it is getting something, but we're just giving it for free. That is sad. That's sad. So we have to find a way, firstly, to keep it, to prevent from it being taken from us, and also to preserve it and to pass it on. That's the most important thing. Culture is not just for monetizing. It's actually for, it's actually for transmission. Culture is only, monetized now that it's marketed, but in the original part of it was you create something and you give it to the next, generation or the next group. So, we have BJ and I Can Fire to work in together.
Yeah, this is my crew. All of my crew is right here.
Peace, BJ. Peace, I Can. How are you all?
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just loving what you guys are saying, and the last thing you're saying, how do we keep it growing within us? It's very simple. The same way we keep it growing among other people. We buy. other people's stuff. We're constantly putting our money in other people's pockets. If we put no money in our pocket, how do you expect anything to grow? We are loyal people and we're loyal to the bone, but we're not loyal to each other. We don't need another person's authorization to say it's okay to have this in order for us to do this. Stop looking for approval from someone else. If it's not at the level that Disney is putting out, okay, fine. What does the story say? Does it have a message? Does it have a meaning? Support that and stop trying to critique and compare to a $1 trillion industry and asking someone just coming off the starting up to say, well, why aren't you doing it that way? We tear each other down for no reason. And even though other people do that, they don't do it in front of everybody. And this has been going on for generations and generations. And I don't know if it's getting better.
Well said. Well said. So, firstly, not just do we have to produce for our people, we have to consume from our people. You know, the for us by us model, that's the production aspect of it. But the other one was people actually buying from those people. If they produce and nobody buys it, then what's the point? And eventually it will just end up folding. So yeah, that's the first responsibility. That's how we can be accountable.
And we have to start buying in spite of. If someone to support, I'm a put my $5 down. Maybe I'm gonna lose the $5, but at least I'm supporting my own. Mm-hmm. We gotta stop being so nitpicky about. Well, it has to have these standards in order for me to give. We give our money to everybody. We go to these restaurants and they feed us garbage, and we go right back to the same restaurant and spend the same amount of money and smiling, hee and how old your kids and all this other stuff. But then we want to hold ourselves to a different standard, knowing that we're starting from the back end, the bottom of the barrel. So it's a mindset that we have to start supporting in spite of. Yeah, sometimes you get crappy service from, well, whatever. I'm going to still do it because I'm supposed to do it. And just sometimes you just look past that, because I notice people, all types of people I've run into who are starting a business and have a business. And when things are going bad, their personalities ain't the best to deal with. And I understand that, because they're trying to keep the lights on and pay their bills at home. So they're under a lot of stress. And I never stopped going there, because I'm like, okay, I understand you're going through some stuff right now. It has nothing to do with me, but I'm going to support you in spite of it.
Yes, I think it's everything that we do is always you give and you want to get something in return. And with the relationship with the business, with the Black business people, it's complaints on both sides. Like the Black business people say, well, for Black workers, they're not as reliable, they don't show up on time, they do a shoddy job, they're lazy, they and there might be some truth to that. There are some of our people who really don't take their work very seriously. We don't all like the work, but if you're given a certain task and being paid for it, the employer expects a certain level of competency. So that's one thing. The second thing is that some of our people, we tend to shortchange, like you said. We'll pay $10 for I don't know, like a white burger, but here comes Mr. What's a Black name? But here with his nice hamburger.
Johnson.
Yeah. Thank you. And suddenly you're like, oh, this is too much. How do I pay something? It's like if you're like, I can do this myself, which some of us can't. But if you're going to pay somebody else for the same thing, why is it so hard for us to give it to our people? Like you almost feel like, and this is something that I've seen even in Africa. Like we are willing to let an Indian open a store, but if one of us does that, you're like, oh wow, somebody now is getting uppity or something like that. I know it's the whole crab mentality syndrome, but it's just one of those things that we're hurting each other even more. You know, you can understand crabs that, well, they're both stuck, but we're not just stuck, we're sinking. You know, it's like if you don't help somebody up, both of you are going to sink. That's how bad it is.
Exactly. And I mean, and we do that so much. And it's so, you know, because again, how many times do we talk about all the crappy services, how they do us wrong, how they disrespect us? We don't talk about that. But we'll drive on Mr. Johnson 7 years ago sold me some potato salad was expiration date was 3 days old.
Yeah.
And we'll just park on that forever.
Do you think certain wealthy individuals or corporations or businesses invest also in some of these movies as an asset, like an asset? You know, they invest to help finance these movies to fruition and all the way even to marketing. And that is maybe something we don't do. And also, if we don't do that, like an African guy comes up with a great movie idea or a great story to tell, that's a folklore story, he may not get investment from other Africans because they don't believe in his ideas. But the Western guy will invest. The Western guy will invest in that idea and put his money in it. And once the movie gets sold and is making millions and all that stuff, he starts to benefit. Do you think sometimes we lack faith in our own, in what we produce? In fact, it has to take white people to make good of our production. We lack faith in what we produce.
I think the biggest problem with us is we're looking for someone else to put the seal of approval. And as long as we got this seal of approval, now it's great. Oh yeah, they're just outstanding. Oh, you have to go there. Instead of just putting our faith in our fellow brother and sister and say, hey, you know, I see what they do. You know, I just always had the mindset, you know, I'm always looking for the best at the most affordable price I can. But I'm always looking at quality, because when I was growing up, we didn't have much. But my grandma would always find something that was quality and it lasts, and we didn't have to worry about replacing it all the time. So it didn't matter whose label was on it. It didn't matter where it came from. You look at how it's made. And now it's like everybody's looking for somebody to say, oh, this is good. Oh, they say it's good, then it's good. So, you know, whether, you know, it falls apart on them after they get it to the front door. But, you know, I'm going to go back and get another one. That one just had a little problem.
Well, maybe we must change our minds about that and perhaps start seeing good in our own production and start investing in them. You know, there's many ways you can go by even some of these movies and all that. If you got money, if you have money, just invest, put the money in that and see what comes out of it, you know. So
I think that's extremely important. When she says we must stop doubting ourselves, because when we say we don't trust each other, you know, the first thing to say, do we even trust ourselves? You know, and that's where accountability comes, because accountability starts with yourself. It starts with, you know, your relationship with the people around you, you know, the children, your work relationships, economics, and all that. So it's not always looking outside that saying, oh, well, the government needs to do this, and that's where even when it comes to the, you know, the men and the women, the parents and the children, it's not so much that, you know, men should do this, women should do this, and both of us telling each other what to do. It's what should I as a woman do? What am I accountable for? What am I responsible for? What am I capable of? You know, and if you're a man, you say, what can I as a man do? What am I, you know, responsible for? What am I accountable for? Who am I responsible to? And what am I capable of? So, and who do I do all of this with? So it's all those things. It's not so much recriminations and complaining, because we can have those all day, but at the end of the day, nobody's going to do this but we ourselves, and nobody's going to change your life but you yourself. So it always starts with, you know, from the smallest, and then we apply that, you know, on a wider scale. So, you know, what can we as men and as women and as African people, what can we individually do to start this process going, or to do something from our own small corner of, you know, of the planet? Oh, we do have Marie Antoinette. Let me ask you the same. I know Ican had been quiet for a bit, so I'll let Ican go, and then Marie Antoinette can say hello to everybody.
Peace, hell no, that's the sweetest lady in the world. You better
then we'll give it to our sister, Marie Antoinette. Go ahead. Greetings.
I've been overcome by lovely Jamaican charm. Wow.
Oh, how sweet.
You deserve it, because I have seen your stance, and you are a logical woman. So I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just wanted to endorse what BJ said a while ago about, you know, the way we really offer very, very harsh criticism to one another all the time. And this is the reason, one of the main reasons that we doubt ourselves, because the community that should be supporting our efforts is usually the one, members of this community tend to be the ones destroying our confidence the most. See, it's something we have to work on.
Yeah. Let me piggyback off that. I think we need a stop thieving drive. Stop thief drive. Stop thief drive. Stop thieving drive. Somehow we listen. Too much thief. Too much thief coming out of religion. I don't know how the hell y'all well, we Jamaican, everybody, we are umbrellaed and surrounded by religion, yet still it's only producing thieves. You feel me? Sticky finger people. You feel me? And that's the heart. That's not physical. None of that is physical. That's the heart. You feel me? That's what was never instilled in you. That was
program.
Things creating this type of personality in you. You feel me? So we have to fight against these things that is promoting these things in the children, because that's where all this thieving start from. You feel me? That's a real thing in Africa right now. You feel me? It's very real. Very real. People will burst through your wall. People will burst through your wall to rob you. Feel me? It's not just physical. There's a system that's teaching some people to do this. There is an unjustness. There is an unjustness going on where people don't see justice in themselves, and they will even rob their family. It's like something got to be done about it. We have to formulate a moral standard. We have to stop what you'd call it, pushing thievery aside and overlooking it. We need to target it. We need to target it with voices. We need to put up billboards. Good people don't steal. We need to have a mass campaign on this shit. You feel me? You understand what I'm saying? It's like this.
Oh yeah.
If you are living in Africa and you rob somewhere in Africa owned by Africans, technically you robbing from your own self. You feel me? So if we keep on doing these things, especially in Africa, it's destruction. Because if you steal from me and it's something that's really personal to me, I hardly know what I'm capable of. You can't for that. You should not have stolen. So how can we formulate ways to stop all this thievery? I'm done right there.
I think you gave us the answer at the beginning when you mentioned spirituality. Envy is really the root of the stealing that is taking place. And it's coming from a lack mindset, which is coming from, well, the different systems of belief that created this lack mindset.
Yeah, because it's like this. You are Muslim, you are Christian. You only the only set of people you give art to, you give total respect to is either Muslim, is either Arabs or white people. So now you're in a black world, but your moral standards is only for Arabs and only for white people. In your religion, the darker ones, they just didn't point on us. But we are really, in essence, what the Christians, say is the devil. You feel me? So we subliminally seeing ourselves like that, including the Africans in Africa. They subliminally seeing each other like that. And that's why we treat each other.
On, if you can mute it. Go ahead, I can.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Mute yourself, that person. Anyway, so having that mentality where you put these type of other races in your pantheon of gods, you have that one God, see me, where you put this person at the paramount space in your moral compass. You feel me? And we now, as black people who's around each other, all we see is devils, and we call each other that. And we put hands on each other. We would slice each other, watch each other blood run. We watch it like it's nothing. See me? We shatter each other, man, like it's nothing, man. You feel me? When in Jamaica, in Africa, when I see how we deal with each other, I'm even scared of us. You feel me? When the way how we look, at each other with scorn. I mean, you black, I'm black, but you still look at me with scorn. Do you know that we think we deserve to be poor? Do you know that outside of yourself, the other man think you should be poor? Do you know that's how we think of each other? Like, I'm not gonna try to make you get elevated financially. I'm not gonna do that, even though I have the way to do it. That's how we are. None of us want us to be our boss. Don't want black boss. You also don't want counseling from the black man. So whatever we say, even if it's the right thing, it's not going to compute, because you're not held with great esteem. You feel me? And people can say I'm lying, but I know what I'm talking about. I'm telling you, we of the West, we've been there, done that. You see me? We've been there, done that. We've seen all of that. You see me? Right now, the man in Africa, his attitude does not surprise me. In fact, if he's a Pan-African, if he's a good person, if he's a black patriot, that's surprising to me. You feel me? If you go to Africa and find 3 black patriots on one street. That's very surprising to me. I did not expect that. You understand what I'm saying, my people?
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely
because I know, yeah, because I know the critical mass of stupid mindsets we all have. See me? You think white people don't know they have the critical mass of crazy people? You think they don't know that? You think they don't know that? That's the only reason why people comfortable here. That's the only reason why people comfortable. Because you stupid. And they know that. I'm done. Let me just get Kifero. You know, I think that you could be a president of like Cameroon or something, or the AU. That's how I see you, bro.
That's not Kifaru, that's someone else.
Darth?
I think he's referring to the guy with the red, black, and green.
Oh, that's Revan.
No, he's not referring to me. He's talking to the guy with the red, black, and green.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No. That's only from the pro-black perspective.
Oh, I thought that was Kifero.
I think they have.
Yeah,
the
I
same...
do. I see they have the same colors.
Okay. It's every black person color, bro. Nobody owns it. But go ahead, my people.
It's our colors. Yes, it's a good thing. It's our colors.
on the topic.
Well, welcome to McIntyre. I wonder what hardcore views he has on that, but I'll go ahead and post the stream, and then go ahead, Marie Antoinette.
On the topic of being accountable, Iconfire is absolutely right that we seem to think we are less accountable to one another than to others who don't look like us. I'll give you an example. People have expressed some complaints about the varying levels of hospitality at the international airport in Ethiopia. The officials at the airport give the white passengers more respect than the black ones, and apparently those who are Ethiopian do not get as much respect as they should. Isn't this strange? In Ethiopia, of all places,
where itself.
No. Hold on. I want to say something about that. Yeah, I want to say something about that, Miss Antoinette. I like that stuff. I like that shit. You know why I like it? Guess why I like it?
I don't know.
If you are there every day claiming superiority, when you think, which day you think that not gonna happen to you? You hold on, are you there claiming superiority, and you support these other little redder ones, these little other color ones? You support them, you feel me? Claiming superiority over others, you feel me? And you not knowing that if you don't support justice, injustice gonna happen to you. You feel me? Injustice gonna happen to you. Because you sit there discriminating on black people, and you black. And the same people you support with this prejudice routine, put them in power, they gonna be prejudiced to you too. You feel me?
I think I get what Iconfire is saying there. I think I get what Iconfire is saying. Iconfire, do you mean to say when you have accepted this situation of where you believe some people are superior to you and you are superior to other people, the ones you believe are superior to you will also treat you the same way you treat others who you think you're superior to? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah, because the bottom line is a lot of people think if I act like them, they're going to accept me. My life is going to be better. It's going to be easier. To a certain extent, for some, it is. But
all right.
what
Okay.
what you lose is that you're isolated, and they know you're not a threat, that they can manipulate and use you any kind of way they want. So then we come back to our own, look down on us, and try to be superior when in all
Bro,
actuality they're not.
bro, it's a big old trick.
Yeah.
Even it's a big old trick, even on them red ones. You see, as soon as you make oppression wins, you gonna get oppressed.
Yep.
Anytime you make oppression win, you gonna get oppressed. And that's that was what happened to Africa. You there selling out your goddamn slave, not knowing that you need people to defend your land and to claim and to maintain autonomy. If you there selling out the strongest ones, the this and that, all of these ones, you gonna get colonized because you gonna realize that these people can kill you, therefore you have to do as they say. And that's what happened. You feel me? You didn't know that you needed your people to maintain autonomy. You feel me? And that's what happened. And what I'm trying to say is, even now Africa is not rich. Even now you suffering. You did not gain anything from selling your people. You did not gain. Instead, you lost because now 400 years of stealing your gold has passed. Stealing your diamonds have passed. Economies upon economies have been built. Generations of generation live and die with a full goddamn stomach out of us. And our stupidity. Just like Ethiopia trying to claim whiteness, even though white people don't see them as white. You feel me? And they're not gonna get white privilege anywhere in the world. You feel me? Look at this now. It is only black people who are accepting Somalians. It is only black people who's accepting Ethiopians. The goddamn Italians who's next door not accepting them. They ain't Italians and they're not white. You feel me? So people need to go easy. All right. Why aren't you welcome in Saudi? You're not Saudi and you're not white. Saudi is trying to move to white. They're real close to be accepted as white. And you wanna come be friends? Hell no. You see that shit? And we as the Muslims who is black be there trying to conquer us for them. But you getting discriminated on. Hold on. Wait. If we black people was unaliving anybody that kill us, you think Moroccans would kill us like what they did?
No.
It is because of how we treat ourselves. We get treated the same way we treat ourselves. People. You feel me? So until we start listen, that's why I'm so, what you call it, persistent on us dedicating ourselves to blackness and put blackness at a paramount spot in our heart next to God. You feel me? Because that's the only way we gonna come to a resolution and survive. You feel me? That's the only way. We have to start loving black. Yes, you're your tribe, but know that the other tribe is black. So that what make two of you one. That's what make two of you one. So even though you're Zamunda, you feel me? And the other one, you feel me? Two of you are black, and that's what make you unite. You feel me? And that's how we gonna have to do it to fight against the others, because the other ones don't distinguish us. So why are we distinguishing ourselves? Especially when it comes down to love and what you call it, progress. There should be no distinguishing because the world don't distinguish us. Am I lying, Miss Antoinette?
I don't think you're lying, and I think she might.
Absolutely right.
Let me all just address this question that Marie Internet had asked earlier about how we treat people. And Hayat said, Ethiopians don't think white people are superior, but charging them double. And I think somebody also said they also think that they're going to get a tip. Aboyak said earlier. Yeah, the friendliness. So I get that, and Hayat is right. Actually, this is everywhere. You see this in Nairobi, you will see it in Lagos, you will see it in Durban. Everywhere that we go, you'll see that, the paler your skin, the better treatment you'll get. And to me, whether it's because people are expecting more money from them or they expect them to, to be richer or something. I know even in Jamaica, when the white people go there, they're treated way better. There was even this recent scenario where there was...
Hold up.
Let her finish.
Go.
Yeah, so this thing is prevalent everywhere. We do treat each other generally poorer than we treat other people. Whether it's a perception of other people being richer than us or something, it's still a thing that we have to admit that happens. And so this is where accountability comes in, that we can't blame that. We can't say, oh, it's because we think this. Or why are we doing it in the first place? Even if we know that they had more money, why can't we treat our people who have less money just the same? I thought poor people and rich people were supposed to be treated equally. When did we ever say that, oh, if you're richer, we don't even treat our richer people that much better than our poor people, because we understand amongst each other that even if you have poorer relations, you're not going to look down upon them, in such a manner as we do with each other. So it's something that goes deeper than just, oh, we expect more money from them. And I still think it comes to this thing where we really don't love us as much as we say that we do. When we go back, we still have, our fears, insecurities, and things that we question, and we still think of them as better. This is something that you just do an experiment, a whole bunch of Black people having fun, talking, doing something. All you have to do to change the entire mood is to bring in, a white person. That's all you have to do. That is all. People will change. I have seen this. You can observe it. People will change how they talk, how they work, how they, it will be instant. They will change. So it's not, it could be something to do with that, but it's also something that's deep psychological within us that we have to, look into ourselves as individuals and see and try to fight it out. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and...
Yeah, but I don't, Tanzan, I see it a bit, I see it easy to solve. It's the problem is easy to solve, and it's not totally personal. Individuals have to change. It's like, yes, you can change as personal individuals, but like it's like this. You can teach everyone to be thieves, and most of them gonna be thieves. So you can unlearn or teach someone not to steal, and most of them will not steal. So you see, what I'm trying to say to you is, we can have these things in curriculums. You see me? Listen. I'm saying this, right. We are colonized people. Kenya, Jamaica, all of them. They was left with these Westminster style government. Also, they was left with certain constitution that kept them at bay with certain things, right? So, and then Africa is kind of censored. A lot of people still don't have television. You feel me? Because there's no electricity. So it's kind of censored. So a lot of people wouldn't so easily come out of certain things in terms of modernization. You feel me? But what I'm saying is we have a new start right here where I think that Africa needs a oath. I think that Africa needs a code. You feel me? I have the code. I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa. So
All right.
that's how I see African people. I want the Kenyan people and at school saying that shit.
Cosmetic.
I want
Love that stuff.
my Gambian children to be saying that at school. I want the police to be saying. Reason is you have to find a way to get people to stop stealing.
Kemetic cosmology.
Oh, before we continue, we do have two new people. We have Andre McIntyre and we have H. I'm not sure who H is, but go ahead and introduce yourselves and then we'll continue. We'll start with H was here first and then Andre, and then we'll go back to the other person. Go ahead, H.
Hello, my African brothers and sisters. How are you?
Good. Oh,
wow.
You're here masquerading.
I'm a sister from Ethiopia, and
hello,
I'm actually glad that we're having this conversation as Africans, not as tribe or nation, exclusive people, but as Africans. Like the gentleman said, there's a lot of healing that needs to be done. There's a lot of commitment that needs to be made amongst each other. I wanted to agree with him on some of the points that he made earlier, specifically about the Ethiopian Airlines experience. I have for many years boycotted Ethiopian Airlines because of what he was expressing.
No!
There has been a lot. Yes, I'm Ethiopian, and I boycotted Ethiopian Airlines because of how they were treating Ethiopians and other Blacks compared to white people, especially in the United States. Like, leaving from the United States to Ethiopia, the treatment is definitely different, or was definitely different at some point. Since then, I've heard and I have experienced some improvement in their approach because of that reputation damage, not because of what I did, but because a lot of people were expressing the same concerns. There's still a lot of work to be done, but that is something that's going to take time. That's going to take awareness, not just as individuals, but collectively as a nation.
Yeah.
What you have to remember is how we feel about us stems from many, many, many years of defeat under the white power. That has been generationally passed down, that we are stricken with poverty. We're stricken with conflict. That is something that has been ingrained in our brain. Our history, our victories, our heroes, our kingdoms have been erased out of not just our mind, but out of our entire ancestry for some of us.
What do you think about that, I Can Fire? That poverty being one of the reasons why sometimes we lack certain morals and we do this thievery and we look down on each other. What do you think?
No, hold on to poverty.
Let's let Andre also have a word after.
So, one of the things that really, coming to the United States, I've seen and I've interacted with some African Americans, Caribbeans, and as Africans, we do not realize how blessed we are to be connected to our roots. There's nothing more devastating than losing your identity and not knowing where you come from, or who you are, or where you're rooted. And we forget that a lot because we have it.
I don't even know what that feels like.
We don't even have to contend with which tribe do I belong to? What is my culture? Those are not the things that we have to live with, but that's something that people in the diaspora, a lot of people in the diaspora struggle with. And
I contend with that every day.
But what I'm saying is, like, at least for the people that that are in Africa, that have been living in Africa, despite colonization and the effect of that. We have something that others don't, others in the diaspora don't. And this is something that I had no clue about. I came to the United States right after I finished college.
Yeah.
It wasn't my idea.
Yes,
to go
somebody
to the
please mute. I think they have their YouTube still running in the back. So if you can mute your YouTubes, yeah, the stream might be going twice. I hear an echo. I think Pro Black only said it might be UBJ. But just go ahead, everybody, and check and make sure you're muted. Yeah, and your YouTube stream is muted. Oh, thank you. Okay, go ahead. So your name again?
My name is Hero.
Here, okay. Okay, go ahead.
And it's not something, coming to the US is not something that I wanted to do. It was something that my father wanted me to do because he wanted me to have access to the world and experience outside of my country. Ethiopians are very proud of our traditions and our culture and our language. It's almost like Ethiopia is a little bit excluded or secluded from the rest of the world because of our language, to be honest. And it has pros and cons. I won't go deep into that. But until I came to the United States, I did not value, I don't want to say I didn't value, but I didn't understand the significance of understanding who I am, what my country represents, what my culture represents, and how Africa mattered. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we
can hear
you.
That means that's how the people in your country that has never left still feel.
But the reason is not because of hatred of blackness.
It's not it's not bad, but go ahead.
Yeah, and it's not a hatred of blackness. I was very aware of white supremacy, what was done to the slaves in the United States, what was done and is still being done by the people that are going over to United Arab Emirates in the Middle East as servants. I'm very distinctly aware of how the world sees us. So is a lot of people in Ethiopia. The reason why this preference or deference to white people or white-skinned people is made is primarily because of, I don't want to say inferiority, but that desperation for resources, desperation for access to
Europe,
economic, some access to economic resources. That's what makes us desperate, and that's what makes us cater to those people. I guarantee you, I don't want to say the words, but
yeah,
we refer to white people as unbaked or undone. Like you put a dough in the oven and it comes out undone. That's how people feel about white people. Yes.
When you state that you're doing this because you're in desperation of resources, yet you have all the resources, it's the same way that they've colonized our mind to think we have to go to them in order to create ourselves.
I don't think anybody on this panel would be unaware of how the colonialism system works. It's not that there is no resources in Africa. It's that the people that are put in power, and I would say put in power because, believe me, even if there is free election, there is no free election in Africa. The kingmakers are the West. There is a concerted effort in America. I mean, if you hear about how much money America spends on foreign aid, put that on quotation mark, because it's not really foreign aid, it's expansion of their military power and influence. The way they do it, the way they do it is they buy the leaders with resources. When somebody gets in power, it's not because the people want it. As soon as the hopeful candidate that was going to bring everybody together gets in power, they get corrupted.
Yeah, Empress, look at this. Yeah, look at this. Like we in the West, we understand what Ethiopia is going through. It's Ethiopia now just kind of coming on track, but Ethiopia is the one that did not understand. You feel me? See, they had the Organization of African Unity, right?
Yes.
What Mengistu did was practically abandon all of these things because they took the country prematurely, did not understand the international affairs. You feel me? So what they did is subject themselves to poverty. You feel me? Because they should
not just subject themselves to poverty, subject the people to poverty with the idea that they were liberating themselves from imperialism, which I understand is the idea. But think about when African Union was being conceived, all of those leaders, go back and look at the history. Every single one of those leaders that met.
Someone has the mic on again. Check the mic. And after we'll go to Andre. We haven't given him a chance to talk.
I'll wrap it up.
No, you can take all the time you need. I was just, you can take all the time. Here we can go on for hours sometimes. So just say whatever is on your mind and say it fully. And go ahead.
I just want you guys to think about this. Think of when African Union was being debated, when those prominent leaders, including Emperor Haile Selassie, met and debated whether or not they should form a united government of Africa. When that day passed and they did not come with a framework of how they're going to unite Africa, that missed opportunity. Immediately after that, every single one of those leaders were sabotaged, assassinated, taken out.
Yes.
Emperor Haile Selassie was no different. That was not something that was done by the people. It was done.
That was the time when one legislation should be made for one president.
That was a missed opportunity. And they use that missed opportunity to take out those leaders, those prominent leaders. And ever since then, in every country that you go, in every country where there is civil unrest and conflict, there is white finger stirring things up. I guarantee you, show me one nation that did not have some type of white influence that went into conflict. Does not exist.
Ethiopia is just like Haiti. They do not want.
Sorry to interrupt, but I did promise Andre that we'd hear. We were not even sure if we'll hear him this time, so let's give it a test.
Okay.
Andre, can you say something? No. You're fine. I'll have you. I know you want done, so let's hear from Andre, and then we'll get back to you, and then I can. Andre, testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working today, but Andre, if you can hear us, just jump in whenever you can, and then we'll let you in. Okay, in. I can. Or
can I go back and
go ahead. You were
putting that aside. I want to say something in regards to Ethiopians thinking they're not Black. I would venture there are some that do think that way. It's not that we think or people think they're white. There is a distinct identity that Ethiopians hold proudly because of the fact that they were not fully colonized. They take pride in that, and there is the sense that they want to distinguish that and they want to pinpoint that. When they say we're not Black, is not to mean that we are not Black in that sense. There is a specific stigma attached to specifically Black Americans.
And I realize that they're not as Black as us.
But
you see me?
Here's the thing.
Listen, hold on. I realize they're not as Black as us, right? But this the overall view of things. You feel me?
I can fire.
Let me tell you something.
Hold on. I can fire. What I've seemed to have concluded here is many people have different opinions, even if they Ethiopians, Somalians, they have different opinions about the situation. So it's kind of tough when you hear people
listen. We just reasoning. We're not like forcing no one to do anything. And I'm giving real understanding. I know Ethiopian Somalis, they have admixture. You feel me? So they're not totally black. You feel me? But this
I object to that.
whole.
Some of them,
But
not
I
all of them,
object to that.
consider themselves not black.
Okay,
Not
let the lady. Let the lady.
I object to that fundamentally.
Okay.
This is something that I grew up with. More than white people versus black people. This is something that was ingrained in me as a child. The idea that Africans do not consider me black enough was something I would say scarred me as a child. I would ask everybody, if you get a chance to listen to, and I think there was a video on Swahili Nation about Teddy Afro's song Tokursel. It was on Mescal Square.
Yeah, but the
literal translation. No, the literal translation of that song is black man honoring a black king.
Okay,
that
guys,
defeated white
Africans,
people.
black people. Let us remember this. That
hold on. One second.
We stop interrupting each other.
And then they hand it over. So for now, please help me with your name again.
One second, Tenzin. One second,
okay, make
Tenzin.
it quick, and then we'll get back to her. Then we'll go in an orderly fashion. Go ahead.
East Africans should know that, like black people in sub-Saharan Africa, they love you. It's like, even though we all have our differences, I think the way I think sub-Saharan, I think what you call West African people, I think they love Ethiopians more than Ethiopians love West African people.
I disagree.
Or is it the same?
I personally disagree, because growing up, anytime I see a black person, I felt affection. I felt connection. But
we brothers, we family.
But a lot of the communication. I mean, I specifically remember there was some beauty competition that was done, I believe, in South Africa, and this is when I was in high school. And Ethiopians were cast aside because they did not have phenotypical sub-Saharan West African features. That was something I distinctly remember as a child.
Because
do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Test with Andre, and then we'll continue with Hyatt. Andre, are you there?
But that's not something that emanated from me.
Fire?
No, it's just a test. It's not an interruption.
That laugh from I Can Fire.
Where did I get?
Sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt the laugh. I'm sorry. Go
ahead, Empress. And Empress Tanzan. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking Andre. He said he's wanted to do a test. He's in the countryside of England. So let's see if we can hear him. If the Wi-Fi goes all the way to the countryside of England. So say something, Andre, if you can hear. Just say a word, reach out, Oh, and Oni asks, what is the name of the song?
It's Tokursel.
What?
Lugruso.
No.
Do you mind typing it in the private chat?
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so we still can't hear from Andre, and we seem to have lost him to the countryside of England. So I don't know who was where. So go ahead, guys.
Because I could actually articulate on this. Let me. What happens is that there's
hell no. Where was you?
No. We are going to let Oni speak. Speak, Oni.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think a lot of times what we
I'm kidding.
What we don't realize is that is there a delay with you? I don't like, is there a delay?
No, go ahead.
Just like you're good.
But what I would say is that a lot of times, because I actually heard this, here in America, is there's this idea that usually people in Africa may identify with their nation first, or even sometimes with an ethnic group first. And so a lot of times, when we hear something like, I'm not black, I'm, this, or I'm not black, I'm that, it's really kind of like the same like kind of like, I mean, you don't necessarily hear white people saying, I'm not European, I'm British, but for the most part, Europeans identify as British or as French or as German, primarily, you know?
Yeah.
And there's not really too many people walking around demanding that they identify as white per se, you know? Of course, you know, in America, they identify as white, and just like in America, you know, we as African people identify as black, but normally, you know, throughout the world, most people kind of identify as their nation first. And so I think what happens though inside of, particularly like when you're discussing with an American, when you do not identify as like the color, for instance, like the color black, primarily because America is very color coded, you know, like it's black or white. So when you come to America and you're like, oh no, I'm Jamaican, or oh no, I'm Haitian, or no, I'm Ethiopian, or no, I'm whatever, then that is another thing. But then there's also, I think, like the sister was saying, that there is this beauty standard that comes out of the quote unquote African diaspora, or the recent African diaspora from the transatlantic happening, who has this beauty standard that kind of focuses on West Africa, and partly because there was this German named Blumenbach who made these racial distinctions, and in order to separate Egypt from Africa, he creates these racial groups, 5 of them: the Australian, the Mongolian, the Ethiopian, the Caucasian, and the not even the Ethiopian. Well, I mean, sometimes you say the Ethiopian, sometimes you say the Negro, right? But to exclude essentially the Caucasian too. And so what they did was that they kind of pretended that East Africa, the East African phenotype, was in fact a Caucasian phenotype, because a lot of really good.
I agree.
Yeah,
because they want division. They want that division.
All right, so let me just. I'll try to wrap it up then. But so essentially, they said that the people in Eastern Africa were Caucasians. Now they are not Caucasians, right? But they said that, and a lot of people in the African diaspora kind of cling to this idea that Caucasian was bad because it associates with white people, and Negro was good, and Negro kind of associates with Western Africa. But the Western African phenotype is not the only phenotype in Africa. And not just that, but even in the Eastern African regions, even in Ethiopia, you'll find the same sort of phenotype that we expect in Western Africa. As well as
Thank you. I appreciate that. That is precisely my point. And
okay.
I want to ask anybody on this panel, do you know the meaning, what the word Ethiopia means? Direct translation of it.
Land of the burnt-faced people.
Some of you have all your mics just going crazy in the background. Please remove your YouTube streams and mute when you're not speaking.
It's BJ.
BJ, is that you always?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So I want to say something to the point that the other gentleman made about the specific divisions in race or types that was made to exclude Northeast Africa from blackness. The reason they did that is because there was irrefutable history in those regions that white people could not destroy or pillage to remove it from existence, to remove it from history, that should people know, those people that had those kingdoms, that had those histories, same with the Egyptian pyramids, same with the pharaohs' statues that their nose was smashed in, if those things were made available, they would not have that justification of why they're subjugating, enslaving the uncivilized or the savage people that did not have religion, that were cannibals. That is the reason why they tried to separate us. And this idea of
did you know that
you're not black enough offends me because of that.
And did you know that? Did you know that they wanted? Did you know that they wanted to steal the heritage of Ethiopia and make it forgotten, so that the Italians. Hold on. So that we we who they was trying to confuse be further confused. You feel me?
Yes.
But listen, do you know the impact of the Christ pictures in Ethiopia? You know the impact that created in the West?
Yes.
Major impact.
And they're still trying to erase Black people's history. To this day, they're trying to erase the civilization that existed in Africa, trying to rewrite history. And we, because we're being divided and we're focusing on the most trivial thing, which is phenotype and colorism, this and that, we're dividing ourselves by the most trivial things and letting them get away with this.
But let me lighten things up and say this. Truth be told, if I was in Africa doing a pageant with sub-Saharan Africa and Ethiopians was there, I'd try to sabotage Ethiopian though.
Hey, listen, like the other gentleman said, if you go to Ethiopia, there are so many different ethnic groups, each of them with distinct and different, very different phenotypes, skin types, skin colors, height. There's so many of them. And every single time I see any of those tribes represented in television programs or documentaries, my heart is filled with thrill.
You got the Musi and the Omo.
I don't see any of them less than the other. I see art. Yeah. I see creativity. I see. It's almost like, God forgive me. I don't mean to say godly, but
yeah, it's almost it's royal. Hold on. It's royal.
The creativity that makes the world beautiful in every single one of them, and we need to stop this. These people are this. These people are that, and dividing. I'll tell you something. The reason why I want my African brothers and sisters not to pay attention to the features and the colors that you see and recognize Africans as Africans, brothers, cousins, relatives. Yes, we're different. Yes, we have different languages. Yes, we have different customs. But there's something fundamental that binds us, and that's motherland Africa. Fundamentally, there is nothing, even though the Black Americans that want to deny Africa and say I'm not African, even though they don't want us, I want them because there is an African blood running through them. You know what's happening in America right now? Because of this phenotype colorism, and unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunately, but there's a lot of mixed people in America. A lot of Black, white, Black, Arab, Black, Asian, mixed people. And you can tell they're very, very ambiguous. When you see their face, you cannot tell where they're from. You just know they're mixed.
Let me have a
go. Some of them are just Black people and white people. Some Black here, some Black there. The Black community is literally
can you hear me?
Exercising.
The mind is asking nicely for a go. So let me just say this. I was trying to type it, but I had to just come in. Only that was a good one. That's, oh my goodness. It's like both a literal and an oral and everything pun. I like a good pun. That's I have to give out to you to that one. All right, let's have, I think, Andre, was that you trying to say something?
Please tell me you can hear me.
Yes, finally.
Oh, beautiful.
Backwards.
Right. Andre, where are you from, Andre? Are you from Sorry?
Go ahead.
You know what I need? I need a round of applause because I'm telling you now, it's been so hard to try to get through to you where I live. It's so frustrating. I'm so glad I'm online. Please tell me you can hear everything I'm saying.
Okay, you got a pat on the back.
And I'm going to use the new phone powers to mute everybody we'll do 2 minutes, and then everybody will have their unlimited minutes, and we'll hear what Andre has to say.
Okay, yes. I've got 5 points. But first of all, I want to say peace and blessings to my brothers and sisters. It's so lovely to talk to you on Swahili Nation. Peace and blessings to all of you guys. Okay?
Respect my youth.
Yeah, one love. Now, I also want to say I am all up for social media promotion when it comes to Pan-Africanism and unity. You guys are doing a brilliant job, and we need to push this in every way possible, physically, mentally, spiritually, financially, everything. We need to do what I call black on black business, black on black promotion, black on black love. Okay, so I really appreciate what you're doing. It means a lot to me as an individual as well. So I just want to make that point. Now, my first actual point is this. Some of you have made some points. I don't know you all by name, so please excuse my manners. But what I will say to you is, my first point is this. We are all, no matter what part of the world you are, we are all, we all favor white over black. That's a fact. It's a subliminal fact. Yeah. One of you guys said, Tanzan, I don't know if that's you, but one of you guys said that in Jamaica even, white people get a bit of favoritism. Well, I haven't been to Jamaica for 10 years, so I don't know what's happened in the last 10 years, but I will tell you this.
They do get,
let me finish, brother. Let me finish. And then
finish. I thought I muted you all. Wow. I guess I need to do a good job. All right, let's see.
No, because the brother's got a lot of points, but what it is because obviously my Wi-Fi, etc. Let me just say my points and then I'll shut up. So basically, the first thing is, they do favor white people in America. I haven't been there for 10 years. Sorry, in Jamaica. I haven't been there for 10 years, but I've seen it with my own eyes. My mother is from Montego Bay. My father is from Negril. And I've seen what happens in the hotels. Some of the beaches, they won't allow you on the beach, right? If they think you are a native Jamaican, or basically if you're black, you're not allowed on the beach, because obviously the hotels are predominantly back. Back then, when I used to go to Jamaica, everybody stayed with their family. Now, a lot of people who go to Jamaica, they go and stay in the hotel and visit the family, all right? But back then, you used to automatically go and stay with your family, and anybody who approaches the beach, there was a problem. So that's true. It happens everywhere, all right? However, what I will say to you is this. Diaspora is more awake, in my opinion, than native Africans. And you see this when Africans travel abroad to train or to study. They come back home thinking how we as diaspora Caribbeans and Afro-Americans think. So traveling educates the masses, all right? So that's my first point. The second thing I want to say is diaspora are in a dreamland. Re-native Africa, that is. What we think Africa is, we seem to think that Africa is or was sharing love amongst each other prior to our forefathers' departure from the continent. And the truth of the matter is, that's a lie. You're not being truthful to yourselves subliminally. I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose. Oh, okay, I've got a couple, just two more minutes and I'll finish, I promise. But we're not being truthful to ourselves. The truth of the matter is, right, the problem started, some of you are talking about admixture with Ethiopians, all that. To me, I think that conversation's nonsense. And I'll tell you why. The whole of the Swahili coast is diluted. And it has been since we intermixed with the Bantu migration, was an admixture of Neanderthalic blood and what do you call it? Homo sapien African blood. And since then, we've now gone on to spread that most of us throughout the world, I would say 99% of us across the world have some sort of admixture in us prior to colonial times going on because of this Neanderthalic Homo sapien admixture mix. All right. So that's for another conversation. But I just want to say, we are all mixed. There is no point having this thing. We're just, some of us in the Caribbean are probably more mixed than a native African. But the fact is we're mixed. All right. So let me make that point quite clear. And I've got backing for that. The last 2 points I just want to say is this one. The truth is, when it getting back to what it's about, because this was about accountability. So let's draw it back to accountability.
Yes, and just a quick reminder, don't worry about saying everything at once. It will circle back to you. So, but good thing. No. Do talk about the accountability, because I wanted us to also get back to that, because that's also very important.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
The truth is, thieving and crime is not new to the African continent. 50% of us went into slavery due to our neighboring tribe selling us to the Arabs and to the European. We've been robbing and stealing from each other for at least the last 500 years. It never happened. It didn't happen in 1950 or 1960. Yeah. So this is a pandemic situation. It's a toxic bloodline thing that is in us.
Epidemic. Epidemic.
Well, absolutely agree.
Right, I'm going to finish now. One more point and I'll finish, I promise you. I have the answer to this. All right. I believe. I say it like I'm God or something, but I believe I have an answer to this. And the truth
I believe you do.
Well, the truth is this. We got to face facts, my brother, and that's this. It is not possible to retrain ourselves to love each other just because you said so or just because I said so. It will not happen without law. And law, if you're really going to open your eyes and be real about this, you need to understand what law is. Law is about something that puts a stopper in people's heads before they do bad things. And I'm telling you now, if you want us to stop stealing from each other, you want us to stop killing each other, the law has to be 5 times worse than the crime. And we've seen the results of this in the Arab states. If you steal something, they chop off your hand, right? Here in England, drink driving was at a pandemic level, all right? And Tony Blair made it law that instead of it being a little fine and 6 months in jail, he changed it for 5 years in jail. You lose your license. You have to take your license again. It's a criminal record. You might not even get a job, all right? And a massive fine, right? That was overkill as far as I'm concerned for drink driving.
No more drunk driving.
My brother, the drunk driving stopped something like 92% overnight because of that. I'm telling you now, if people steal from each other, the crime needs to be that they go to jail. I mean, obviously, there's got to be levels for this, but what I'm saying is, if you steal anything you steal, you should go to jail for a minimum of 1 year. And
is it just me or is it choppy?
Let me wrap it up for you. So don't steal, otherwise your arms might be cut off. If
not necessarily. No.
I'm kidding. Lay down. Don't be too serious. All right. Before we continue, we have to take some time, to remind everyone about the campaign that we have been having. It's for the Swahili Nation, One Africa Building. It's for us to have a physical location where, we can, the Swahili Nation can conduct affairs, where we can have programs, where we can have people, meet and come together and also involve the local people. We can have places where, like we're saying, a lot of people in Africa don't have access to technology. And one thing that even in the Swahili program, we have local students from the university in Tanzania, and they come and once a week we talk actually in Swahili. My Swahili is not the it's not the Tanzania level, but you can still catch me there from time to time. But we do talk about development, and we talk about the issues that are affecting our people on the continent, on the the people who actually live there. So we want to have a place for them where they can also have access to technology, and where they can also reach out, and we can also have conversations with them.
Yeah, so donate.
I know.
Brilliant.
Let me finish. You know, we do talk a lot, and sometimes we do talk a lot about people who are not even in the room, and that's a shame, because that's also something that you know, it's a privilege, but it's also, you know, it also cuts us off from the people that we represent, or we want the best for. So it's always good to have that. So in short, you know, if you want to help, you know, get us SNN closer towards the goal of having an office in Tanzania, go ahead, and the page is there. The GoFundMe link is going around right there. And yeah, so do put it in your mind, even if it's not now, just have and you can type it in, even if you go later on, and then you can type it in just in the search for Google or whatever. So going back to you know, this accountability thing, as much as we can talk about the problems, and there are many, the question for us is, what can we, you know, as a personally, you know, as individuals, as men, as women, as diasporans, as continentals, as Caribbean, whatever it is, you know, that has your multiple identities, because we're not just, you know, one person. You occupy a multiplicity of different things, and they're not contradictory, they're just parts of who you are. So you as a person, what do you feel that is your personal contribution to, you know, to the cause, to things? And this starts, like we said, it starts with the family. It starts with, what are you teaching, you know, your children? What are you teaching the people around you? What are you doing in your capacity, whatever it is, as a man, as a woman, you know, as somebody in business, as an employee, whatever it is, what are you doing for your people? Because it's easy to, you know, play the blame game and point fingers and say, you know, who's not doing what, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, all we've got, you know, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, what am I doing or not doing? What do I want to pass on to the next generation of
sister?
Yes. So, all right. So now it's my turn to be interrupted. All right, go ahead.
Can I answer that question you've just given us?
You know, you've had more than your 2 minutes. I think I kept mine too, but
I want you to answer you. Yeah.
Let him go.
We'll circle around, and while we're circling around, so we just know who's on, and we were on Andre, so we'll move back. If you want to skip your turn, that's fine too, because sometimes some people are more comfortable listening than talking at the time, so that's fine too. So we're now at Andre. I will go to Marie Antoinette, I can fire BJ. Oh no! Before we do that, I will. If that Reverend has something to say before, you know, you can say something, because you've been quiet.
Yeah, I will say something and jump off as well, because I'm starting to.
Right. It's good to ask around.
Yeah. In fact, I was next after I was next after the guy with the red, black, and.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you've been silent.
We're going to jump off and go count your money.
Okay, all right. Go ahead,
I can fire. Anyways, I think we're all sons of Africa as well, throughout the generations that's been. And I think one way we can go ahead is by learning to collaborate with each other, collaborate to help uplift the continent, which will potentially reflect throughout other Black people across the diaspora. But if the continent has that facelift, that will be very, very good. I think we can collaborate to do that. It doesn't matter where we're all Africans as well. Yes, I tend to separate it as Black unity and there's African collaboration as well. So it's a continental collaboration, and there's Black unity. Wherever you stand, who's Black, I don't care as well. We can just help work together and get the continent up and going. And number two, I agree with the other guy, as you have to put systems and laws in place to make sure you kind of deter such behavior as well. That's a more pragmatic way to take. Yes, you can mix that with moral teachings, moral guidance. You can even add in what do you call it? Kemetic cosmology. You can add in kemetic cosmology with laws in place and systems in place to mitigate this kind of behavior. And on the last one, I'm gonna say, I think a lot of us need to look at what other Black people produce as things of value, because the rest of the world do, and we can perhaps in whichever capacity we can invest our energy, invest our monies in some of the ideas that other Black people come up with, because you never know. Sometimes we can come as a group and put money together, maybe fund the film, fund the program that's doing something. And when we put our money together, that will grow and that will serve the interest that Tanzan was saying here. And this turns out as money in return for you as well. So we need to look at such things as also investment, or it's an advantage to you as well, and an advantage to the wider community. So what we want to do is, when you seek to benefit yourself, the benefit that's upon you, sometimes depending on how you could reflect that and help your wider community that way, because you're only useful to people when you are useful to yourself. When you have something, you're only useful to people that way, you know. Otherwise, if you have nothing, you know what I mean. So improve yourself, and then you can be able to improve everybody else. But you can collaborate with other people to get that done. Do you understand my point?
Yes.
My point is, we need to invest in ideas of Black people, you know, in whichever capacity, energy, finances. And if you can't do it alone, come with a group of people and invest in ideas that push us forward. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, but don't agree.
To what you have to say is that not only do we have to do that, we should give them in a way of appealing to people's self-interest. You know, sometimes it would be nice if everybody was aware and on the right path and all this, you know, idealistic stuff. But the best way to, you know, to get your message across is to appeal to sometimes, you know, the not so nobler nature of mankind. And that's why advertisement trumps, because advertisement is, and this is why I keep telling you have 2 minutes. Advertisement is being able to say everything you want to say in 30 seconds. Nowadays, they have those, they have, you know, 5 seconds or 15 seconds.
And don't forget Kemetic cosmology. I didn't forget that one. I can read that one.
And just to add to this is proverbs. A proverb, do you know how powerful a proverb is? A proverb is like taking years or, you know,
100%.
generations of experience and then just putting it down to this small, succinct, you know, kernel of truth that everybody can understand instinctively without further explanation. Like once you hear... Question. Okay.
One question.
I can't even go off for 2 minutes without interruption, but, you know, that's okay. So, you know, these ways of knowing, you know, how to put everything very in a way that appeals to people. This is the secret of advertising, being able to appeal not, you know, to just their need to throw money at something, but to their, sometimes to their dignity, sometimes to their snobbishness, to their sense of accomplishment. Whatever it is, you find out what it is to their vanity. This is what sells. So if you want to sell, you know, your idea, your project, either you show something practical, you build it, and they will see it.
Tanzan has a pragmatic mindset. I knew you will understand me, so I don't need any.
All right, okay. Sorry to hold you. Thank you so much for joining us. We will let you go, and I will pass it to the next one. Thank you.
Question to God. Question to God.
Yeah.
God. You stay in Gambia, right?
Am I staying in Gambia? I go back and forth.
Yeah. Sound like you've been talking to some wise people, though.
Wise people. Maybe you're finally starting to hear me out, Icon.
Are you finally started hearing me out?
No, I'm just tired of fighting, to be honest. But I'm starting to hear you out. That's true. I'm starting to hear you out slightly, but
man, you know, are you guys having a secret conversation in front of our ears?
Say that again.
Are you guys having a secret conversation in front of our ears?
No. You just me and Icon Fire have gone back and forth, and I'm tired. But I'm saying, you know what? Maybe let's listen to what these guys
say. Tanzan, that's unity between lions. That's something that you should promote.
Okay. If that's what it is, then okay, that's cool. That's cool.
You was also here.
I am more inclined to keep my nose out of the lions' businesses. I was just wondering what was happening for my ears.
Just deal with that.
My nose is out
for me.
You remember you was also here when we flared up. You feel me? So that's it not gonna happen no more. You feel
No,
me?
no, we're
Guys,
not going to do
can
all
we
that.
can I interject or no?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, go ahead.
Who?
We forgot about the time thing. Okay, go ahead.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Yes.
I think I need to point out a little point here about Jamaicans to the African brothers and sisters listening. I need to say something about Jamaica. We, every country has its characteristics, and one thing about Jamaican is we have a saying in Jamaica, Lili and Talawa. And what that means is we may be small, but we are strong and mighty. And that comes out in our persona, the way we behave, right? Because we are a strong race. So what happens is because of, I don't know, the slave trade or what it is, we're used to, we've inherited that. So sometimes we may come across aggressive, but in actual fact, half the time we're not actually being aggressive. It's just the way we are as lions, the way we talk. And I can hear this in my brother now, who's talking as well, because I can relate to that myself, right? But my brother, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong.
No, I'm saying it's probably the same. In Gambia, we say we may be small, but we're hot like pepper. We're hot like pepper, and we sting like the black scorpion.
My brother, we come from you, isn't it? We come from your side. So of course, right?
Hold on. Wait. These Gambians, these goddamn Gambians talk just like goddamn Jamaicans. They are our bloodline. Listen. They are our bloodline. We come from we are predominantly. We come from all over Africa, but we are predominantly West Coast. West Coast. So, patwa. They putting out that patwa. You feel me? Serious.
Right. So I just thought I'd say that because I want you guys to understand that sometimes when we're talking, we're not being aggressive. I just wanted to say that point.
Yeah, respect for that.
I can fire for you, or I can say, if you're peaceful, I'll be peaceful. If you want war, then we will go to war. But
now that's Jamaica right there.
No, and if you want war, you have to go outside.
That's Jamaica right there. That is Jamaica, brother. What part of Jamaica do you
come and finish Dr. Kejo because he did you bad, man. Dr. Kejo did you bad. I'm telling you.
Look, man, again? Hey. One other rule about us is we don't talk about people behind their back. If somebody's not here, it's best not to speak. Yes. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Hold on. Which program that they did me bad on?
Oh, you know what? There's a private chat for that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to the topic.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So I have a question. What was that about? Everybody's mixed. Why do we say that all black people are mixed? Bantu?
Because all black people are mixed.
Was that to me? Wait. Is that to me?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I think
every black person is mixed.
Yes.
Even Africans on the continent, none of them is one thing.
100%.
All of them is mixed.
Wait, when you say mixed, you mean mixed with other Africans or mixed outside of Africa?
Mixed with other Africans.
Okay, can I ask you direct? No. Come on. Let me answer the question. I said it. So let me answer the question. I'm the one who said it. I'm the one who made that point. We are talking, my brother. So who am I talking to? The American accent guy.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's you, right? The one who said okay.
Yeah.
So I'm the one who originally said it. So I just want to say this point. We are talking about mankind being on this planet for a minimum of 500 million years, right? There is no straightforward way of dealing with it. Of course, African tribes intermix, right? Of course, there's been a lot of admixture and mixing throughout it. It wasn't a one situation. The Bible likes to make out it was one movement or it was one this. It wasn't. It's been going backwards and forwards for millennia. So of course there's intermixing, but I'm gonna do a channel on this because I've done quite a lot of extensive study on this. and I'm going to have a lot of guest speakers in, especially Dr. Parbo,
Yeah,
which is the lead. No, let me finish. Let me finish.
But hold on.
Dr. Parbo, who's a leading specialist in Neanderthalic studies as well, will actually say. But let's not diverse to that.
Could you hold on for a second,
Yes,
Outlaw?
yes.
Could you hold on for a second?
Yes.
I would say, speaking of prehistoric mixing, don't count.
Don't count.
As
of course it counts.
Well, if we're going to speak that way, fine, but you cannot put it with today.
What do you mean?
You can't really
Okay. Listen, my brother. I've got to answer that point because you're 100% wrong. I'm telling you now.
Have people finish. You guys are just talking over each other. I can't even. I asked the question, like,
just let him
finish so that I can hear the answer.
You want me to finish the question, or you want him to finish?
Yeah, I want you to finish because you.
Thank you. Right. So there is intermixing that's been going on with the Neanderthal, which happened in the Sahara region. The Sahara looked like an oasis. It looked like I have to say the Jamaica, for example. It was the admixture between Neanderthal and the Homo sapien, which is when we first intermixed with this ape species. In fact, it was the Neanderthal that brought the ape DNA into mankind's DNA. It never existed prior to that. And there is a Dr. Parbo. If you go online and looked at Dr. Parbo, P-A-B-O, he's a leading expert in Neanderthalic studies, but he hasn't put the pieces together to say Wazungu was the actual descendants of this thing. But we'll talk about that later.
For a long time. So if somebody has been quiet and then they pop up suddenly, we let them speak a bit. So for now, it's BJ. We'll have BJ speak. And then I think I had Hayat also say something. So BJ, Hayat, and then we'll go back to whoever was speaking. Let's
No, I was just questioning.
Forecast, beam yourself up.
And I'm like, what?
Who's the American brother, actually, who I was talking to, so I know his name?
Introduce yourself, Mr. The American sounding.
The internet, you're not going to know.
Sorry?
Well, all right, yeah. Can we just have some order so that we can whatever? My name's Oni.
Yeah.
Oni.
But let's just have some order because you guys are talking over each other, and it's
thank you.
a little bit hard to follow.
Oni. Oni. Right. Okay.
I was just going to ask, what was so desirable about intermixing with the Neanderthal? What drove you guys? Because even today, you still have the strong desire to be with the women of beauty.
Can I answer the question of the gentleman and the lady? This is H.
Yes, go ahead.
Who?
So I think there is this confusion about seeing
who's speaking.
The context of. Can you hear me?
H is speaking, and now we have
just
to be speaking.
Just listen.
People are going a bit overboard. So the question was about the mixing, I believe.
Yes.
Only once.
Is that for me to answer or somebody else?
Oh my goodness, people. We have all the time in the world, so it's okay.
But can you say a name? What can you speak the name? What name? Who's speaking?
My name is Hirut. I'm from the lady from Ethiopia.
Okay, Hirut from Ethiopia. Let's have you make it quick for 3 minutes, and then you can say whatever you like. No interruption from anyone for 3 minutes, and when she speaks, and then whoever wants to go next can go, and we'll continue. And we'll go back to
Oni. Stop the asking of names, Stop the asking of names.
Okay, go ahead, Hirut.
So when we speak about the mixing or the mixed people, I think there's different contexts.
You're breaking up a little bit, Harut.
Can you hear me better now? How about now?
Now it's better.
Okay. So there's different contexts of mixing that people are conflating. There's ancient mixing and current day mixing, which are two different contexts. You have to understand, people migrate. I'm sorry, I'm in the store, so there's some people speaking in the background. I apologize. There are some people migrate to where power is. Wherever the hub, the economic hub is, globally, people migrate to it, people navigate to it. It has been the case that Africa was the center of civilization at some point. There were many kingdoms and many wealthy civilizations that existed in Africa. Is it out of the realm of possibility to think, there's some background noise, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Mute yourself.
So there, at some point, at least for my country, I can speak. There were a couple of thousands years ago where Africa, East Africa, was the hub of Middle Eastern market. That's where, even going all the way to Rome, there were people who came to East Africa to trade. That's where, even going all the way to Rome, there were people. I can hear myself echoing. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, is Asian chaos among us today? Somebody has their microphone on. You need to mute your mic, and everybody needs to mute their mic just to say.
Why don't you mute
just
them?
mute everybody.
I'm trying. It looks like everybody is muted. I don't know who's not muted right now. I think somebody has their YouTube page in the background. That's what I'm thinking. So if somebody has pages open, extra tabs open, please close. Okay, maybe it's me. Let me stop sharing. Let me see if that makes anything better. Did that improve?
Yeah, I don't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. It was me all this time.
No, classic Tanzan. Classic
Tanzan.
Let's wait and see first before we heave a sigh of relief. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. When we come in, just because we have, I wasn't expecting such a full panel, and we're way off course. So let's try to get back to what we're talking about. We can have a different show on, deeper matters, but let's do this.
Women need to be controlled by men so that they can behave.
Let me finish. Who's talking so I can mute you? Who's that talking so I can mute you? Let me go ahead and mute you. You're going to hear yourself muted right now, but don't go away. Just hold on. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. When you come in, start with your conclusion, and then work down your premises and make them quick. Let's say you want to say Africans. There was a discussion earlier whether Africans love each other or whether we don't love each other. So if your conclusion is we don't love each other, come in and say, look, we don't love each other. Look at all the division and fighting and self-hatred and all this, blah blah blah, and then you've made your point. 2 minutes. And if you say Africans love each other, look at how much we have in common. Look at how when we get together, we are all happy and we eat and drink and listen to good music. So that's why we love each other. And so that's that. So, let's make it quick and short. And then after that, then we'll have everybody have a chance to say, expand on their points. If you can, please. So we were at Herod. I just call you H until my brain and my, all that makes sense together.
Let Kaizo come in. He just came. Let Kaizo come.
Who came in?
Kaizo, he just came.
Oh, I don't see him. Who's that?
He's beside H. He's beside Miss H.
Is that the black bridge? Well, he seems to be on. Okay, go ahead. Oh, okay, I have to unmute.
He's not
finish what I was saying?
Hold on, he's not no black British. He's a Kenyan Negro.
Okay, well, I'm just reading the name. I'm just reading the name. I am reading the name. The name here, it says Black Bridge. So I'll go ahead and unmute. So, yeah. Oh, wow.
Can I finish what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
Hold on, Miss H.
Okay, so let's do this. So come in with your conclusion, your premises, and 3 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next person. So we'll start with the Black Brit, and then we'll go to another Brit in black. Then we'll go to Marie Antoinette. I can fire BJ, Oni, and back to me. And I have the privilege of interrupting anybody at any time, so don't you shush me. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was
Wow,
trying to say
I thought today was going to be just a nice chill stream. We're just going to, you know, wow. Okay, let's see how this goes. Go ahead, Black Brit.
yeah, what I want to say is, first of all, I think someone's in the background unmuted. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is a lot of women, especially the ones that grew up in like the American islands, have this notion of feminism that never existed in no African culture. I don't know how that got there, yeah, because, you know, I don't even get this, right? The black man and black woman are both slaves at some point in some countries. Yet somehow they've fed into this whole notion that feminism is needed and women didn't have rights. No black people had rights. You see that already divisionism that's being caused in the West is already coming into Africa and then also starting to ideologically possess our sisters over here. The truth is, in African culture and society, everyone has a point and purpose. If you go to a Maasai village, the men eat first. Outside.
100%.
They're outside of the combine to protect everyone.
Who is still having technical...
BJ, mute your mic, BJ.
It's not me this time.
No, it's you can see on the screen who's vibrating,
you know,
and it's him. It's Black Brit. Black Brit had the YouTube
if
channel.
That was him, he okay. Let's try to seem, you know, decent. We're not seeming very, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So the point is, in African culture, everyone is participating in a communalistic sense where there's equal but different responsibilities. The men in the Maasai village, they used to sleep outside. The women would sleep inside, protected. Now, the men had more of that authority when it comes to decision making. With great power comes great responsibility, right? If you ask the women, do you want to sleep outside? Of course, they wouldn't say yes, right? Same thing here if you come to like inland African culture. Let's say women are not going to be able to play football as much as the boys, right? They're going to be expected to do house chores. That's true in general. However, when the boy grows up into a man, there's responsibilities that the woman doesn't have to think about. Like when it comes to paying school fees, it is on the man over here, culturally speaking. When it comes to paying rent, it is on the man. When it comes to making sure that the financial stability of that family, it is on the man more so than the woman. The woman's responsibility is therefore then to grow the children up, raise them up the best possible way. So the issue is, right, these women, African women, go to the West, they start being ideologically possessed. Oh, I didn't get to play football as much as my brothers when I was young. Bro, your brother doesn't get to be free when he's older because there's a responsibility on him for all those things. The point is, it's a circle, full circle. The issue is our women is they're getting possessed by nonsense.
We're not all women. Where are you going?
I don't think he finished. He was saying women by nonsense.
Not all of them, of course. We know that. But the point is, this is an idea. It's a concept that then starts to possess other women. And I've seen it all over the West. It happens all the time. I've had my friends talk about these stories, but they forget.
But Kaido,
Well, we said we're going to let someone speak, and then when it's your turn, you're not going to be interrupted.
You can go. I'm done for now.
Then, Tanzan, this is a conversation. It is what it is, Tanzan.
I just want to be,
you like Hitler.
Oh my, whoa.
No, she's not.
Go ahead.
No,
I can fire before I am
Damn, he got your mustache.
Crimes against humanity. Wow. Okay. I will mute myself.
That mustache.
I can't. No. But as far as the insult to American women, I'll get to you later, okay?
But this is what I have to say to Kaiser, right? You bash Pan-Africanism, you and your friends, but now you complain about women holding their own and want to do feminism. It's all your fault, you people's fault, because when Pan-Africanism is telling you, go this way, our woman will conform when you control your shit. But no, fight against Pan-Africanism. Fight against it. The same thing you support is going to come back at you. That's what I be trying to say about being unreasonable to your brother. You feel me? Having unjustified behaviors. All of that gonna come back at you because these are the things you support. So that's why I have to say, Kaizo, you have to be a Pan-Africanist. This is the only solution for male and female. You feel me? Or else you gonna have to deal with the feminist avenue. You feel me? Because you're not doing nothing to have the female gender in control with security. If we not providing security, you actually can't say nothing because you don't own nothing. And the lady is like, she is built for security. She will, if you make her have a baby, she will, if you don't create safety for her, what you think she'll do to protect her baby? Almost anything, right? Because her instinct went up. So if we as men don't control and secure, we're not gonna have no authority. That's what I'm saying.
All right. So the sister from Ethiopia, you said you were gonna finish your point.
Yeah, you asked a question I wanted to answer, but I didn't get a chance. I want you to consider people migrate to where civilization is, where economic resources are, and that used to be Africa. A couple thousand years ago, that used to be where even Romans, even Europeans came to Africa to learn. We are the center, the origin of their civilization. So the idea that they did not come in, they did not mix with us, and we did not intermix with them to a certain degree, the idea that that is out of the realm of possibility and that people think there's this Puritan view is very unrealistic.
No, we mix so a lot.
Take
back
that.
Then.
You don't need evidence. You just need logic. Africa was the center of civilization. Look at what's happening in the U.S. in Europe right now with Black people, Middle Eastern people, Asian people coming, literally migrating to these center of powers, and how they're mixing and diluting their ethnic purity, right? They're doing a whole bunch of stuff to keep their majority, to keep their bloodline going because they're afraid of this mixing. That's exactly what happened.
No, I feel you.
Africa used to be civilized, the center of civilization at some point, and therefore people from all over the place migrated there.
Well, look, I would say this though. The reason why I might be, I agree that there was definitely some intermixing. I think the thing that I believe was Andre was saying was that 99% of us were mixed.
Yes, because then we mixed with each other. Population was not as vast as it is today. There were very few. So is it not possible that those people mixed with other people of other tribes that did not have contact with the migrants?
Everybody mute. Everybody's mixed.
Yeah. Everybody's mixed with someone else.
That is my
thing is why is one mixture more valuable than the other?
It's not.
Well, here's what I would say is this. So you say, well, like realistically, when it comes to like genetics, right? You have a finite amount of genetics, period, right? So even if you have a great going back a million years, it's very possible that has no genetic expression within your genome, you know? So it's, but on top of that, so it's to say that if one person comes into a group of 50,000 people, right, that one person is not going to mix the entire genetic gene pool, but that one person will be genetically erased in that gene pool.
Can I say something?
Hold on a second before we go on. I do want to say about with regard to the Neanderthal thing. The Neanderthals died out 40,000 years ago. You know, people technically didn't even populate other parts of, like Homo sapiens technically didn't even populate other parts of the world until 20,000 years ago. So the idea that, and so essentially, and not just that, it's to say that not only the Neanderthals not necessarily mixed with us per se, as much as those that do have that mixture, there's different science, but some science is pointing to the idea that actually Africans continental Africans do not have that Neanderthal inheritance, whereas people outside of Africa would. So I think that's just another, critical thing to consider.
Yeah, I see. The thing is that what I can't understand, if all this is facts, that we are supposed to be a loving people, why don't we love each other? I mean, like Nikki Giovanni, her great poem said, love me like the white man. You go to his job every day and you put a smile on your face, and you're kind and you're sweet to him and you talk softly to him. You come to my house, into our home, and you treat me badly. And I think that's what we do as a people. We treat each other bad, but we make sure we are loving, kind, helpful. Do you need something? Are you new to this area? And open all these arms and find nothing wrong with that. But then we look at each other like, I got a problem with you. I got a problem with you. Even if we just can give each other the same kind of common decency, then, that's a step forward. Because if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, nothing ever changes.
BJ, since you guys are talking about love and all that stuff, I will let Tim McIntyre take this one because, he was the one who was talking about, all this love stuff. So, Tim McIntyre, do you want to say why we do not love each other? You can, say like 3 reasons why, hate to listify it, but, what do you think are your top 3 reasons why blacks don't like each other?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out.
Okay. Well,
and it seems like it's global. It's not just America and our situation.
The English countryside has taken another one of our people. So I'll take it back to Kaiser Black Bridge. Okay, go ahead. What do you have to say? And after that, actually, after this, Marie Antoinette, could you, if you want to say something, like I say, if people have been quiet for too long, they want to say something, do go ahead. So, Black Brit, go ahead, and then Marie Antoinette, if you want to say.
Obviously, we don't love each other, man. The biggest genocides happened where on Africa, man, in the recent last 50 years. So clearly, we hate each other, and that's cool. That's okay. As long as if we want to be combined, we combine under an economic empowerment. This whole love stuff is not going to work, man. Like we barely love ourselves. So how are we going to be loving other tribes, especially other tribes that for us, we've been having more direct enemyship or enmity, right, rather than the white man. So think of it this way, right?
But the white man's been fighting us as well, but we love him. That's why, to me, it's just like I don't understand.
The white man is good. The white man helped
you are biased. That sounds biased, bro. It sounds biased.
Let me finish. The white man has paid for my education. He's given me a good place to live. Africans have only caused me problems. So why would I love Africans when the white man is a person that's good in my life? I mean, most of you guys live in the white man's country. Am I wrong? Who lives in Africa?
Does not mean
no. That's the point here.
Being good
Which
to me
person
doesn't mean that he's taking care of me. Doesn't mean that he's giving me
hold on, BJ.
And therefore, I don't.
BJ, hold on. What was the question again? I didn't get it. Hold on. Let's be good and civil. Wow.
I want to ask a question.
Yes, ask.
Does anyone here perpetually live in a Caribbean country or in an African country? No.
Cricket.
So you guys, I'm honest, right? I say I love the white man because he gave me free education. He paid for my PhD and my my undergrad and everything. It's giving me safety. Africans have only given me stress. The police hate me. They want to ruin my life in Africa. And I'm the only one living in Africa right now. So you see, everyone here is not being true to themselves. None of you in Africa.
Read what you just said, boss man. Read what you just said.
I am being true to myself, my experience is different than yours. And
hold on, BJ.
You've been blessed with your faith.
Hold on, BJ. I'm just trying to be logical here. Listen what you just said, Kaizo, and interpret it. It sounds like a prostitute. Someone had listen, bro. I'm gonna say this, right? You don't understand this world power. These people squeeze you till your ambition goes away. You understand? So I'm not blaming you to speak this way. You feel me? But you think you're being logical. But being logical is to have morals for your own people. You feel me? That's logical. It don't listen. It don't matter who gave. Listen. Wait. It don't matter who gave you your education, right? It don't matter who gave you whatever to qualify or none of that shit. What matters is your people must be paramount. You feel me? You're supposed to be willing to sell out all the other races that fed you for your people. You see, all the other races that fed you, you're supposed to be willing to sell them out, stab them in the back for your people. Bro, we need to stop being so trusting to them. You realize how much trust you just displayed? You realize the safety net that you just weaved for this other race? And do you realize the snares that you just set for your people with these statements? And also,
so why don't you live in Africa? Why do you live in the white man's land?
Okay, let me get to that because, well, yeah, let me just get to that.
Also, when you think you just spoke about keeping your woman in check, right? And having your woman have certain loyalties to you. Well, you not loyal to you. Who the hell you think gonna be loyal to you when you not loyal to you? That's my question to you.
Yeah, that's a good question. But I also want to say, so for me, personally, I think one of the reasons why I am not in Africa is because I am because like you have to be realistic as well. You know, if you were born in Africa, then you have a home in Africa. You know what I mean? But if you were not born in Africa, then you actually don't have a home in Africa. Like for instance, hold on, bro. So like I said, like you don't have citizenship in Africa, you know? So like for instance, I was born in America. I do not have citizenship in Africa. I can't buy a home. I can't work a job in Africa. I pretty much all of the rights that I will have on the planet Earth is going to come from America until I could possibly get citizenship in Africa with some sort of difficulty. So that's probably one of the reasons why people who are not born in Africa won't necessarily live in Africa.
Yeah, I think
that's to point out real quick. I'm not in Africa right now because your people's your allegiance stole my family and threw us on a slave ship and dumped me over here in America. So that's
not my people.
Hold on.
Can I say something?
Wait. And they stole our land.
Because again, they killed all of us indigenous people here on top of it, the ones who gave you your free education. So technically, it wasn't free. It's probably bought off the slave labor that my ancestors put in. So
yeah. Hold on.
Can I say something to
hold on. 1 second more.
You're making one person.
All the gold in Kenya. Wait. All the gold in Kenya paid for your tuition.
Can we stop this? This is H.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you all tell me? Let's try to calm down. And when we speak, I know that it's a conversation. I can't fire. I know, but let's let everybody have a voice, because if we're all, speaking, we all have valid points. So as much as we want to say something passionately, like I said, start with your leading conclusion and then say it, because you might just get cut off at any moment, not by me, as you have seen, by each other. So, you know, if you have something to say, just go in there like one of those fencing people and parry and get your point in and out across, and then be ready to be cut off swiftly off. But let's not interrupt each other too much. Like if somebody still has a point, we can say, well, what's your conclusion about that? And while we do like the anecdotes and the historical sites, right now, let's just go with the, you know, let's get to the point of it. And then the other thing is, we're still talking about accountability. So in everything that we talk about, you know, it's, you have to start with yourself. If you're talking about, oh, you guys did this, which is very much, like I said, we all have complaints, we all have experiences, we all have tragedies, we all have, you know, comedies, we all have experiences. Like you said, you know, we all come from different places, and all our experiences are equally valid. So that's one thing to remember. And so all our voices are equally valid. If I start talking too much, I know one of you is just itching to jump in and say something. So now imagine how everybody's feeling right now. When it comes to accountability, so we have to look at ourselves first. We know what was done to us. What did we do? Not that it's not a contest of recriminations. It's only what can we do now? Because like I said, if somebody hits you and you fall down and you're still, you know, reaching out your hand for them to lift you up, you know, unless you're friends or something like that. But if you already know that and you continue doing that, you either have to find somebody who can help you, you know, fight, or you have to get up and go do it yourself. So while all our complaints are equally valid, our experiences not equally, but differently tragic, we still have to do something about it. We still have the accountability to the next generation of children. What are you going to look into their eyes and tell them that, okay, this was done to us, this is what we did? But for them, they want to know, well, what is going to be done now? Whoever was on, I lost track of the order.
Miss H.
So I wanted to talk about love amongst Black people. That's point number one. And then I want to talk about accountability, the first conversation that was happening. To the lady that was speaking, the American lady that was speaking, and the gentleman that answered right after her, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of wound that happened. This lady expressed how she felt because that impacted her significantly. Not just her entire bloodline has been affected because of this. As far as she knows, as far as she can go back, they've been subject to this. So this idea of invalidating other people's pain, the gentleman that spoke about the gold that goes from Kenya, you know, so on and so on, that's actually displaying disunity. So I would refrain from invalidating other people's experiences. Everybody heals at different curves, at different levels. She needs to process this. She needs to understand what happened to her. She needs to move at her pace to recognize what happened to her, absorb it, deal with it, and move past it. We can either help her, we can stand beside, but we cannot pile on that. So please, I beg you, this does not produce any love amongst us.
No,
so
and the only thing is that, and I appreciate what you're saying, is that people always say, well, why ain't you in Africa? Why ain't you there?
Because
when you're in America,
it's this is the only home you know.
Get across the state lines. It's just that we do not. If we had a way to get over to Africa, many of us would.
Can I ask something to the people
and that's
in Africa?
The problem. We don't have that option.
Can I ask something to the people in Africa that are saying, why are you not coming back?
Yes.
She dropped off.
Don't ask. Oh, she dropped off. Okay. All right. I guess the people in Africa didn't want to hear that.
Did she run away? Yeah.
You niggas answered my question.
You niggas in America don't want to come to Africa and then saying that the white man isn't good. I'm the only one saying I love the white man, yet I'm actually in Africa.
You love him to death, but your experience, unfortunately, is not everybody else's.
But think about it, right, sister? I lived in the UK.
Because again, nothing comes for free. If you're given a free education, you got to pay on the back end anyway. So they're not giving you anything.
Oh no, wait. We already heard that nonsense. We heard it already. Yeah, so about whether the white man is good or not, I mean, I get the idea
The woman is great.
Yeah, okay, I get that you think the white man is great. That's fine. But it's silly in the sense that, you know, this is the man who invaded your land. This is the man who stole human beings. You said you're not cool for that?
He didn't steal human beings from Kenya. He only invaded us. But yeah, that's good. Without him invading us, imagine.
Yeah,
we wouldn't even have clothes. We wouldn't have clothes. We'd still be running around.
He invaded your country. Sure. I mean, yeah, but he also decimated the population. So even if he didn't have clothes, there's a lot of people like that.
Even noticed I was gone.
So hold on, you don't know about that.
51 million people today. When he came in
today, yes,
exactly.
Okay, so you don't know about the concentration camps against
Kaizo. That sounds, bro. That sounds like. Hold on, no, Kaizo. Hold on, man. Wait, Kaizo. Wait, Kaizo. You sound like a sellout, bro. Stop doing that, bro.
All right, look, you gave him this lecture already. Let me. Okay, so.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds silly because, you know, he's acting like concentration camps mean nothing. He's acting like
you're missing the point, brother.
Destroying group stuff.
Yeah, but look, American, let me talk to the man. But hold on, Kaizo.
America.
I can please do it short so we can let everybody speak.
Yeah, bro, you always we got you. We heard you before. You've spoken to this gentleman before, but this is
all right. Go ahead.
You've spoken to him before. He didn't listen to you the first time. It's probably not going to work the second time.
We can focus on the concentration camps that affected a few thousand people, or we can focus on the great amount of education, stability, and
education to be servants to him. Do you build for yourself?
All over the world.
Kenya is one of the most. Kenya has the highest GDP.
What about the curriculum?
Kenya has the highest GDP for what? Highest GDP in Africa?
No, East Africa
right now.
The highest GDP in East Africa. So what is that compared to what the British get?
What is it compared to?
Compared to what the British GDP and the French GDP and the United States GDP.
Doesn't matter, man. They were stronger than.
It doesn't matter. So you're saying that you're okay with your country always being behind the other man.
Bro, white people own 70% of Mombasa. What the hell is that?
And so white people have this ownership inside of your country, and you're saying that that's perfectly fine, and he's a great person for taking wealth out of your country.
100%. Listen, let me give you
100% great for exploiting your people.
Hold on, Kaizo. You're not even greedy.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do, because you know what? I'm going to have a headache, and I just thought I'm going to chill. So here's what we're going to do.
You're not even greedy, Kaizo.
You're not even greedy. On a short, timeout. Just please, bite your tongue just for, let's say, 10 minutes. Let's allow Kaizo, who has, honored us with his presence. He's a very proud man with his own empire to build. So the fact that he's here in the house,
nobody don't want to hear that.
When you guys were talking, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, but nobody don't want to hear that.
Where's the mute button? Hold on. Where are the mutes? Let me see. Who hasn't muted yet?
Nobody don't want to hear.
I know they don't want to hear me, but I still have to say it, that let someone talk, even if they have a contrary opinion.
Nobody don't want to hear that.
This thing's still on. I really need more help on this thing, because I'm just trying to talk. I haven't even gotten a word in. I'm not saying anything against anybody, and if you have truth on your side, you shouldn't be afraid of opposition, and you're going to get it, not just from your people but from others. So I have the patience to listen to what Kaizo has to say. If you have something to, say against it, or if you just simply disagree completely, that's okay too. But at least let him speak, and then after he's done, and he doesn't go on for too long, after he's done, then we can have someone speak. And Oni was also speaking to him, because like I said, I can find, you guys have, beefs that we don't even know, historical beefs outside of this. So we don't know, what, but you and Kaizo have already had your say somewhere else. So
no beef.
just let him speak. Let us listen. We will all speak in turn, and we will show. Just imagine, we're talking about, you know, having our children pass on something. And if all we can say is come on and shout at each other and just talk over each other, it's not a good look. Even if we're telling the truth, it's not a good look to have children in the room and adults are shouting and screaming at each other. They won't be able to tell the truth from just, you know, anger. So just imagine if we had children in the room. That's all I'm saying. There's time for us to go at it and just go, yeah. But right now, let's please just imagine that we're doing this for the next generation. Even if you want to, yeah. So let's chill. Yeah. So Kaizo, go ahead, and then if Marie Antoinette wants to speak, and like you said, I can't find you like to. I want to hear Marie Antoinette speak. I just don't want to see her picture. I mean, I do want to see her picture, but I like to hear her voice too. You know, and you know, Andre McIntyre has been patiently in the background waiting to say something. So let's do this. Let Kaizo speak for as long as he wants. Then we'll let Marie Antoinette say something if she wants, and then we'll go to Andre. You know, if he has, I know he does, and then we'll go to Brother Oni, and then we'll go to BJ. You know, that makes sense. And please don't interrupt, even if you highly disagree. Just let your turn, and you'll speak. You can hold on enough. You can hold the information enough in your brain to wait a few minutes. So if everybody's cool with that, let's all mute our mics so I don't have to go around being, you know, Titan or whatever. And we can all be just cool. You know, it doesn't matter if we disagree. You're not going to change somebody's lives or opinion of our conversation. We're just talking. So, sheesh. Kaizo, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, let me bring the premise. Hopefully, guys, you don't get offended and you give me a proper logical argument. Yes, Kenya was colonized, and I think overall it was good. I'm not saying that concentration camps of a few thousand people is good. Of course, it's bad, but there's something called sacrifice in any nation building. People die, or people get, you know, suffer. However, the whole legacy of colonization in this country has done us far more good than bad. It gave us access to international understanding of the concept of nationhood. If we were not colonized, there would be no country called Kenya. There would be different tribes, Kikuyus and these dusty Malis, these dusty Wangas and whatever, just tribes that have no concept of nationhood. What colonization did is it propelled us into what the rest of the world was dealing with, and allows us to be able to catch up in the next few decades or so if we take it on our own precedent and stop blaming the white man and focus our own problems. So any country that's not been colonized, right, or regions, let's say, Jarawa tribes in India, these niggas are still living in trees, no clothes, eating people, right? Colonization, UK was colonized by the Roman Empire, right? Specifically England. That's why England was able to rule that whole region, the British Isles, for so long, because they had access to the knowledge, information from the Roman Empire. Everyone who is successful today was colonized by somebody else. I don't need to go through all the countries and all the states. Ottoman Empire colonized most of North and Horn of Africa. Why? That allowed them to get access to all the trade.
That's so bad.
Yeah, all right, that was good.
I tell you, man, y'all not spiritual. Y'all not spiritual, but like, yeah, that's the ancestors right there. Like, shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay, hold on before you all get.
We all just started, and the ancestors did it. All right, I think that's a message.
No,
that's a message.
Let me tell you my point. Yeah, let me finish. I'm not done yet. Oh no! Yeah, I wasn't done.
You're good on the internet. Yeah, you're done. Yeah, man. We don't historical argument for why colonization is good. That's what the white man told you, and it's silly. All right.
Hang on. Let me finish. I won't
skip to the end. Skip to the end. We don't need the. Oh my gosh! I read a book. Like we know Romans.
Actually,
all right.
Go. Okay,
wait,
just let him finish, man.
Hang on.
Are you just happy that technical problems led to his being cut off? Just let him finish. You are all doing so well.
I'm
so
done.
Well.
Go for it, bro. Just
go ahead, Mr. Eloquent. Go ahead, Mr. Eloquent.
Okay, fine.
Look,
I want a logical
just remember
argument.
there are children in the room. That's all you have to remember. There are children in the room. So whatever you say and however you say it, just remember that. All right,
I
go
want
ahead,
people
Kaizo.
to
Then we'll
respond to me
continue
once
how
I'm
we
finished
see.
logically, not just shaming tactics of the white man. I never studied this in school, right? This is things which I came up to my own understanding, my own ideas, right? I studied physics. I didn't study history with the white man, right? So my own information about culture, history, economics is from my own.
Yeah, bro, we
personal.
get it. Get to the point.
Yeah. Okay, cool. The point is simple. Africa as a whole is better colonized than us living in trees, having no clothes. And if you compare to the countries that were not colonized, like Liberia and Ethiopia, the economy is half as good as Kenya. So shout out to us for being colonized. I love the white man.
Okay, that was a weird argument. Can I respond, please, Tanzan?
Yes, go ahead, Oni.
Okay.
And
Right,
only Oni. None of you can say anything. I'm looking for the mute buttons on all your avatars. So mute yourself if you haven't. And then after that, Marie Antoinette, sorry, I promised Marie Antoinette, I Oni and then Marie Antoinette.
All right. Marie Antoinette, do you mind if I speak, please?
You're echoing again.
Oh,
all
what
right.
happened?
Oh, no, I probably had my mic left on. All right, so here's this thing. Okay, so there's this book I want you to go get, Mr. Love the White Man. It's called, what was it? Before the Slave Trade by Robin Walker. So this is in 1790. It's the manufacture in Africa, right? That's what I'm going to call it, right? So this is the Select Committee on the Slave Trade in 1790, okay? So in April 1790, a British government select committee called Charles Burns Waldstrom to testify before them. They published his testimony on the 11th of May, 1790, in a report entitled Minutes of the Evidence Taken Before the Select Committee on the Slave Trade. In discussing the kidnapping and mass enslavement of the Africans, the Select Committee cross-examined a number of expert witnesses who had first-hand experience of the enslaving process. Mr. Waldstrom, for example, was particularly well informed about its impact on the West African territories today called Senegal, Gambia, and Gorée Island. What follows here is taken from his testimony given on the 29th of April, 1790. The Select Committee was keen to know about the quality of culture in that part of Africa. They asked Waldstrom, have they any manufacturers among them? Mr. Waldstrom's reply was most edifying. He said, I have been surprised to see with what industry they manufacture their cottons, their indigo, and other dyeing articles, as well as several sorts of manufacturing wood. They make soap, they tan leather and work it exceedingly well. And even with good taste, they work bar iron into several articles, as for instance, lances, instruments for tillage, poignards, etc. They work in gold very ingeniously and so well that I've never seen better made articles of that kind in Europe. A great number of articles for ornaments of gold, silver, brass, leather, etc. Waldstrom further stated that their cloth and their leather they manufacture with uncommon neatness, and I have samples with me to show in case it should be desired. Waldstrom's additional facts emerged that the king of the region was called Dalmani, a well-educated man. He held the position of Grand Marabout before his election as king. His subjects were very honest and hospitable, and showed Waldstrom all civility and kindness. In addition, they had an extraordinary genius of commerce. Interestingly, they also had a materia medica of about 2,000 or near 3,000 plants. King Dalmani had entirely prohibited the slave trade throughout his whole kingdom. He also banned the sale of alcohol. However, the Senegal company tried to bribe him. He refused, and then they destroyed him with light-skinned Moors. But here's the reason why I read that to you is because you're continually repeating this whole, oh, we were living in trees, right? And you know, we were naked savages living in trees. And if you actually, you know, like you said, you studied physics. I studied physics too. Big difference is that I went back and read about the history before I spoke about it. And so I would actually recommend you go read Robin Walker's When We Rule. That's a really good book. But you read that book, and then you're going to see that actually before colonization, Africa had some really good civilizations. Maybe you want to specify that it was not that case in Kenya. That's a possibility. It's not true, but that's probably the best you can say. But again, you had Great Zimbabwe next door that had European unbiased observers who were looking on like, yes, this is a really civilized and civilization.
And also
the only thing I will just add is that when they stole people from Africa, they were stealing people who were world renowned for their not just labor, but also for their skills and talents. And that's an issue.
Everything.
Okay, and that's an issue that, you know, you're not really taking into account. So you
Chancellor Williams. Also read Chancellor Williams' Destruction of African Civilization.
No. We agreed that we were all going to let everybody have their chance. So
yeah, so
I just was saying a few words. I wasn't.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but no. There was a time when everybody could just jump in and say what they wanted to say, but we have said that we're going to have a session where we all have an ear, listen to everybody. So we give somebody enough time to state their point. We try to make it short, but we give somebody enough time. So when someone is speaking, just let them talk. We're all going to get a chance. So right now, until someone says, okay, I'm done, I hand over the mic or whatever it is, just let them talk.
Yeah. All right. So let me just finish. I mean, I get that everybody wants to chip in, but we don't have to. What I'm saying is that if the premise of your argument is, hey, we didn't have civilization and now we do, the reality is that no. What happened was that you didn't have Western civilization. And Western civilization, in the words of Raskaz, Western civilization just means white domination, right? You had very civil, very organized, very astute, very crafty civilizations in pockets of what have you, and then now you have Western exploitation that is geared towards Africans being on the bottom and getting the resources taken from their land and getting the Maasai killed and getting this, so on and so forth. And that in and of itself is actually not an upgrade. It's just something colonization is just a device to give Europeans access to wealth that they should have no business having. And to love this man for that is not logical at all, because it is essentially him stealing from you. And so that's the end of what I would say.
And with that, thank you very much. And then we hand it over nicely and gently to Marie Antoinette.
You wouldn't believe it, but I just felt as though I did an entire aerobic workout. When you're an empath, you absorb energy that you really shouldn't absorb.
I'm sorry to interrupt and my own rules, but I really do feel you by your internet. Like, yeah, I wasn't expecting this, but it's okay. It's okay. We will recover later. We will recover later. Go ahead, Maria Antoinette. Sorry.
I think I'm actually sweating as well. Okay, so back to two things. First of all, I would like to make a request that we do a session on a very important point raised by Iconfire. He mentioned that the people who do not wish us well squeeze us so hard that it robs us of our ambition. That is a crucial point that we must explore because it's the truth. I would also like to ask Dr. K, my best wishes to you. When you mentioned that you didn't want to be a scientist anymore, were you just joking or trolling, or were you serious?
Yeah, very good question. Okay, so I'll give the context. I finished my school about like a year and a half ago, and then I got a job as a lecturer in UK at London University for a time. Now the issue is, okay, now I'm gonna sound like you guys are gonna say, oh, Kaiser's, he's backtracking now, but okay, I'll give the context.
One, two.
Yes, we're hearing you, Mr. McIntyre.
Yes. So let me give
you, and now we are, I believe, you know what, with the game of cards that we're playing, if it's your turn to speak and you wish to ask somebody a question, yes, you can give your right time to someone else. So Marie Antoinette is still within the rules of order. So it was still her turn. She hadn't handed it over, and so she can let Kaiser or whomever she wishes speak, and this goes for everyone. So Kaiser was speaking. All right,
Maria Antoinette, yes. So I once I finished my PhD, I got a job as a lecturer, but I wasn't happy with the job for various different reasons. There was a few white people who thought I was black, so they thought, they were, higher than me. I had to show them that I was actually much higher than them. I got a published paper on advanced materials. That's top 0.01% of all research articles on the planet. Again, that was just, to show him, yeah, this nigga out here is not like these other niggas. But the thing is, right, I came to Africa then. I was trying to do some work and business here. Then I ended up being put up in some fake criminal case. So right now, I've just given up on trying to be a scientist or anything. What I'll just kind of do is just business. So it's more like the Africans have killed my spirit, not even the white man.
Right. I understand your frustration. I would like you to... Since we are both people who are familiar with the Abrahamic religions, I would like you to entertain the possibility that this unpleasant thing that has happened to you is really an opportunity for you to fulfill your purpose. If this, even though this thing was awful, talking about the trial, if this didn't happen, you would not have had time to devote your attention to the great energetic shift that is taking place among Africans. My trial that is giving me time to participate in this great energetic shift came in the form of cancer. And I am not in a hospital toiling away as I would like to because of this unpleasant circumstance that has me doing this activity of participating in the great energetic shift instead. So I would not, I had to work very hard to prevent myself from becoming bitter, but it's something that had to happen or else I would not have been devoting this time to this activity. You see? So I'm not saying it was right for the gentleman to claim that you had a television, which you certainly did not have. But I'm saying in the end, it will work out for the best. So do not be robbed of your ambition. The higher being in which we both believe will sort this out.
Okay, thanks. Actually, that is a fresh outlook. I'll meditate on everything you said.
Definitely. The second point, the reason why many women are not, what should I say, just sitting back and letting others take charge is because many people are not inspiring our confidence at the moment. I'll give you a very funny example. There was a certain journalist, Chris Wallace, I believe was his name, who did the second debate with Trump and Trump, was it Biden? I don't remember. But he let Trump walk all over him. He did not control the debate at all. And I made a joke. I gave a suggestion that they should have taken a millennial to do the job because that gentleman from that generation just totally bowed and was not respected at all. They put the next session, they put a woman who was just above the millennial age. She was in her early 40s. Like about 43 or something. And it was done perfectly well. Mr. Trump even told her he respected the manner in which she conducted the session because she had the fire to keep all the participants of the debate within the necessary constraints. The gentleman who was in a generation above hers could not do it. She was able to do it. And, certain generation come with certain members of different generations come with different types of energy for the challenge that is ahead at that time. So we can't always be so rigid in our ideas that we don't allow the participants that the higher being placed to do the job for the good of everybody involved. So the rigidity I would like to address, if we saw the people who traditionally took these roles actually doing the job and inspiring our confidence, we wouldn't really have the types of problems that we're seeing now with these complaints about people not allowing them to reach their full potential because they are women. So I have other points, but I'll yield for now and I'll wait until my turn comes around again.
I have to say, just well said. That was just powerful and insightful and got to the point. You know, I can't, you know, I can't add anything. Kaizo, do you want to say something before we?
Why is Kaizo?
Yeah,
what about me?
No,
I'm
no.
leaving. I'm
Okay,
just
so thank
finishing.
you so much for joining us. No, be quiet. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm so glad you know you and Marie Antoinette had that conversation. That was very enlightening for both, and you're welcome to come back anytime. And yeah, thank you, and have a lovely one.
Yeah, so I think I like the fact that she responded to my questions. I'm just gonna go to the shop, so I'll be back later on.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna meditate on everything she said. I think I like the fact that she actually took on what I said seriously and didn't shame me. So I'm gonna meditate.
All right. All right. Oh wow! See,
there are women of all types. We're not all the same.
Mm-hmm. See, what I Can Fire and everybody, the power of a woman. You all need to read Chinwezi's.
Listen, I could have never said it like that.
Anatomy of Female Power. Hold on, and you need to go listen to the pro-Black perspectives take on it. He's been reading Chinwezi's other works, but everybody here should read Chinwezu. He is, but
I think we all knew that.
There, what Marie Antoinette just did, that's a demonstration of female power. So you know, you little girls, oh man, all you little girls listening, you know, that's what you should aspire to. So thank you for that, Marie Antoinette. And
let me just say this quickly.
Me.
I think that
I'm supposed to be next.
Well, I'll just say this quickly. I think we all recognize that Kaizo needed to speak with a woman, you know?
Yes.
I think we realized that he hasn't had the contact with women yet. So that's all I was going to say.
That's perfectly cool. Interjections are allowed. That, that was a very nice session. I just felt like all we needed was that Zen music with a little, you know, water, you know, stuff and some flutes or something. And man, somebody should put that to some soft music.
Guys, can you hear me?
You know what it was? Let me tell you what it was. Be quiet, everybody. It was like the opposite scene to that Get Out movie. This one would be Get In. So there's Marie Antoinette there.
You acting very aggressive, though.
Oh man, just listen a little bit. It's okay. So all I'm saying is this: imagine that scene, you know, with her just, you know, doing the tea this way and that way and just lulling him to, you know, to illusion. But in this case, she's doing the opposite. She's unraveling that illusion and actually bringing peace. That's all I wanted to say. And now, you know, the next person can speak.
And who's that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. That was supposed to be
Andre.
Andre.
Tanzan asleep. Okay.
You know, I don't know.
Tell me who's supposed to go next.
Me.
Mr. McIntyre.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre, go ahead. Fine. Go ahead.
But can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, Kaisel came out with some points which I think have been kind of covered. Oni came out with a point with regards to Neanderthal I wanted to cover, but I don't know if there's any. You see, the problem is not this is not something I can cover in 3 minutes. I don't even know if there's any. We need to have a separate topic on this, I think. But what I want to say is covering. Sorry, the lady who's hosting this. What is your name? Sorry.
Tamzan.
Titan. Okay.
Oh,
Tamzan,
yeah.
is it you that I've been speaking to the whole time? Okay, then brilliant. Right. So Tamzan,
Yes.
let's take it back to accountability, please, which is where we're supposed to be. All of this side thing is throwing everything off track. It's too many deep conversations which cannot be covered in one convo. So let me just take it back to accountability.
Okay.
The Gambian brother said something. He said, right, about unity, etc., etc. And the point is we keep talking about this unity thing, but I don't think we understand. We ain't got no choice. We ain't got no choice about unity. We have to unify. And it doesn't matter if we've got 2% admixture, 5% admixture, whatever the admixture is, we have to unify. If you are of Afro descent and you believe in black empowerment, we are on the same side of the fence. Regardless where you live, we have to unify. That's as simple as that. And the fact that united we stand, divided we fall is what is happening with these African nations at the moment, and even with the Caribbean, and even with the diaspora in different countries. We have to unify, because united is a collective mindset which we need to move forward on. So I just want to make that point clear. Going back to the Jamaican brother, I forgot, I don't know his name. What's the Jamaican brother's name?
Icon Fire.
Wow, that was very restrained. That you edited as restraint. Icon Fire.
Icon Fire. Okay, so Icon Fire. You said something about the Neanderthal mix, it is so far back, and you said something about it being so far back as well. Let me explain something to just very quickly on my point, and I'll shut up. And it's this: a droplet in the air of flu is enough to make you sick for a week or 2 weeks with flu. And as we've seen with the COVID thing, whether we agree that it's true or it's false, the fact is people have died from COVID from inhaling a droplet of it throughout somewhere, from being in a shopping mall or whatever, right? The Neanderthalic DNA that is in people outside of Africa, right, is up to 3%. That's 3% DNA. Now, inside Africa, because of the intermixing, etc., I said 99%, but I pulled that out of a hat. I actually think the world is 95% mixed, potentially 90%. It cannot be any less than 90% as far as I'm concerned, right? Because of the intermixing and colonization, etc. We are mixed. The 3% Neanderthalic DNA is toxic. I actually believe it's that type of DNA that is pushing the world against being anti-black. I actually believe that. There's black people that don't even like black people right about now. And I believe that can you imagine what that 3% DNA is doing in you? If a droplet from the air of COVID or flu can make you sick for a week, that doesn't even equal 0.000 of a human DNA. So imagine what those 3% did. We are underestimating what this little droplet of Neanderthal is doing in us throughout the world. And I just wanted to make those few points, and I will give way to somebody else.
Excellently done. See, we can if we try.
Can I say one more thing? I'll say one more thing then, as well.
Yes.
The brother. Sorry, this is the last thing. Is it Kiss? What's his name? Black Brit. Yeah. We are all jumping down Black Brit's throat, and I understand why, because we are suffering with PTSD from slavery and the way we've been treated by the colonial. I understand all of that, but he has hit on some points. And I know we don't want to hear them points because of where he went wrong. He turned around and said he loved the white man, and I don't understand how anybody could love somebody who killed your mother and raped your sister. I don't understand how anybody could love a race of people who raped your ancestors. You know, I find that very offensive personally. However, he has struck on some points when it comes to their orchestrated way of theft, their orchestrated way of war. These people are warmongers, and they specialize in it, and they specialize in toxic mind manipulation. But I don't hate them for it. And I said this on a previous discussion that we've had, I don't hate the European for that. I actually think they're ingenious for what they've done. They've come to this planet, and what they've done, they've made sure that they've instilled white supremacy, and they've done it in an ingenious way. And where we are making problems and we're forgetting, or where we're trying to turn a blind eye to, is that some of their techniques is ingenious, and we need to absorb them. And that's all I'm going to say on the point.
Wonderful, wonderfully said. Wonderful. I like when things are going nicely and smoothly, and we're all listening and learning. And okay, was it BJ or I can fire next? Hello.
It's BJ.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, BJ, and then after you're done, I can fire. We'll have the platform. Or if you're missing in action, go ahead.
I'm hoping everybody did hear my points. I'm thinking nobody heard what I was saying.
Oh, I didn't hear anything. Did anyone? It was quiet there for a while.
We heard your point.
Okay.
What do you guys think about that? Because you've all gone quiet. So I don't know. Do you hating on me because of what I said, or what is it?
No, not at all.
Tanzan said that you should probably call somebody out to see who you want to respond to you. But since
Oni, what do you think? Because I like the way you talk. I like how you all talk. But Oni, can you say something? What do you think about what I said? Because the Neanderthal thing was to you anyway, directly. What do you think
about the Neanderthal blood? I think you said that 3%. Well, no, I think you said like most people outside of Africa do not have Neanderthal blood.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
So I don't know why you'd say that 99% of us have it. I mean, maybe eventually, but I think that Africa is very, very large. And realistically, you know, even if the entire African diaspora has Neanderthal blood, even if all of us moved to Africa, and we don't intend to, right? But even if we all did, we would not pervert the purity of Africa at this time. So I think Africa is pretty pure. I don't know to what extent colonization may have impacted their genetic makeup, but I think that for the most part, Africa is very, very pure. And I mean, maybe, like you said, maybe in the distant past, but the thing with the distant past is that, like, realistically, I think white people didn't even exist until 12,000 years ago.
No, but the white people are the descendants of Neanderthal.
Well, I think that they're the descendants of a mixture between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals.
100%. And that's what I'm trying to say to you. That's the toxic bloodline right there. You only need a droplet of that.
Well, yeah, so the droplet thing. I don't know if the droplet thing applies in this sense. I mean, it obviously applies in this sense.
Have you heard the studies? Sorry, Oni, to cut you, but have you?
Let me cut you and ask you a question for me, because we're talking about accountability.
It is important. It is important what I was going to say to Oni, though. It is important. I was going to say to Oni, just quickly, please. Sorry to cut you. But Oni, have you heard the discussion that Dr. Pablo done, saying that COVID affects Neanderthalic bloodline more than it affects anybody else?
Oh yeah, I think I heard that.
Right. Well, there's your point right there, my brother.
Well, I don't know the point, but I mean,
the point is, it's relevant. The point is, the Neanderthalic bloodline is relevant today in so many ways, and I'm saying to you that I believe the Neanderthalic bloodline is also anti-African.
Yeah, I would say that. No, I mean, just to the purity of Africa in general. And personally, I think that most people, when they say that Africans are mixed, they're talking about something more recent. But to the purity of Africa, what I mean is that Africa right now is producing so many pure people that it's just no way to really pervert it at this point, you know, because it's a huge population of a lot of pure people, you know, whereas the diaspora is not as pure, obviously, but I wouldn't put, you know, whatever impurity you think African people have.
I don't agree with that, and I tell you what,
impurity.
I don't really agree with the purity thing. I tell you why. Because North Africans are not Central Africans, and their DNA through the Arab trade, etc., has mixed. Fulanis are mixed, right? The Yoruba have bloodline mix. The whole of the Swahili coast has bloodline mix. The purity thing, you know, I think we're. No, the Neanderthal bloodline is all straight head. No, listen, all straight haired people. The only head. Listen, Africans are the only people on this. Africans are the only people on this.
Sound. Is everybody okay?
Yeah, DJ, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh wow. Oh,
right?
Yeah,
just shrieks like there's like a murder in the house.
Man, that was a bit scary.
And Andre's still talking, like, come on, my guy.
Wow, you know,
I'm a soldier, my brother. I'm an ex-soldier.
This dude just heard everything, right? He's just like, woman dying, it's okay.
But yeah, we need to end the stream and call somebody to go check on you. Somebody.
I thought it was somebody messing about, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, I'm glad everybody is okay. Let's continue with the format. You know, I think he's answered your question. You know, if you want to make your conclusion, we can do that, and then we'll go ahead and let I Can Speak, who has been very, very, very patient. Oh no, was it I Can or BJ? BJ, I hope you're going to let I Can Speak.
Proud of you, I Can.
We know how much it took for you to just, you know, yeah. So don't keep waiting.
Whatever.
McIntyre, but go ahead and make your point.
What, me?
Wow. So today it was Kaizo and Marie Antoinette and BJ and I Can Fire. Okay, all right. Okay, I'll go back to mute and let people speak.
So yeah, Oni, I like your viewpoints anyway. I just wanted to clarify that I think we're underestimating the Neanderthalic imprint on us, and I think we are overestimating the purity of the African bloodline right about now. I think it's more pure in West Africa than it is anywhere else, but I don't think that's a major point. I think we're so diluted now that we need to accept if you have straight hair, there's only two hair types, and the DNA imprint is in all straight-haired people. That's a fact. Afro hair is purity of Africanness. And at the end of the day, I think we're underestimating and overestimating the admixtures. And I think it's something that we need our scientists, we need our Institute of Science to look into this and stop following the research and the research papers that we keep receiving from the West. I think if we had our own Institute of Science, we would find out that half the things they're telling us is lies.
Oh yeah, so I would just say this. I don't disagree. If you're responding to me, I don't disagree. What I would say is that in regards to the hair, I wouldn't use that as the only indication of admixture, because I'm of the well, I mean, I guess I'm more of the you know, traditional biologist, I guess, or Wazungu Western Occidentalized biologist, if you will. And I would possibly say that, you know, you can get a random mutation to change your hair without necessarily admixture, because if not, then I mean again, it depends on what you believe the origin of kinky hair is versus the origin of straight hair. Obviously humans, you know, obviously Africans were the first, but
this is something I want to talk to you about personally, actually. So I've left my number for me and you to talk about this, because you being an academic in that, I think we'll have a good conversation on that online personally. But all right.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just close it.
Excellent.
Right.
Yeah.
BJ.
Oh yes, and he Pro Black has a channel too, so feel free to go check him out if you want even more conversations.
Who is Pro Black? Sorry, who's Pro Black?
The guy you were just speaking to.
Who is it? Hey, who is it? That's my question. Well, the only person not Pro Black is Kaizo, but he's like taking a shower apparently. I told him to shower for longer than 5 minutes. He's talking about he's gonna shower for 5 minutes. I said take it longer. So it's a good thing.
Wait a second, because I'm lost. Pro Black, is that Kaizo or is that Oni?
Can we temporarily?
That's me.
Sorry, Marie Internet.
Can we temporarily put the names? You know, there's a button that you toggle and the names appear.
Oh, is there? Oh,
please,
man. I'm learning so much today. Okay, hold on. How do we do this? I am an amateur. I have no shame in admitting it.
But you have the show forever, Tanzan. You're like the oldest show on the planet.
This is why I'm lost. I don't know who I'm talking to.
I don't know. Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay, let you all in on a little secret. If I had my way, I would have nice graphics and videos and things and fancy stuff. But every time I put all that together, I just muddle up and I make a mistake and I end up. So I just gave up on all of that and I just let you guys go.
This is not a secret. We figured this out.
Oh wow, you are all so mean. Okay, so my internet, how do you do that?
Oh, I just know it appears occasionally, but I don't know exactly what takes place when it happens. But it always happens that the names appear for a few seconds and then they disappear again. But I don't. The controllers, I don't have the same controls since I'm not the host of the show.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Maybe in settings, if I accidentally just do a quick disappearance, you already know what happened. So this has happened a couple of times. So everybody knows the protocol. You just continue as if I was still there, and then when I come back, you continue as if I never left. I see for settings, general, camera, audio, virtual background, hotkeys, layout, guests. Is it under guests, perhaps?
I think yes.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes. That sounds like it.
Okay. Guests, see viewer comments, check, play a sound when guests enter. Whoo! Wow, what was his name? Crimson Nebula. He's the super troll for today. He gets the troll award. Yay, Crimson Nebula. So he was saying that I entertained the hubris and attention. I entertained everybody. Everybody's hubris and attention is being entertained right now. Okay, so under guests, if somebody wants extra hubris and attention, I can play a sound for you when you enter. Wow. Okay. Let me see. Oh, whoa! I see banned guests was one of. Why would they? Oh, anyway. Oh man, you guys are just experiencing my.
All right, 10. Yeah, why don't you do that, and then we just go on the conversation.
Well, you know what? I'll figure out how to do it next time.
Whoa, another button.
Guys, is Icon Fire still online? Icon Fire.
Oh, you know what? Man, we lost him. Did we lose him?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, cool.
My brother,
cool.
take.
All right.
Okay. Can you take my number? Are you in the? Wait a minute. Wait a second. I can fight. Is he in the private chat or not? Is he in the private chat?
Yeah.
Look, I don't know, but it's time for everybody to be quiet. So I can speak, and he can speak as long as he wants. So let's be quiet.
Bro, what you was saying? I should take your number.
Yes, please.
And
it's
do what?
Private chat.
It's on private chat. Yeah, all of you guys take my number anyway, but definitely, there's some points I want to catch up with these brothers. That's why I've asked them. It's not an exclusive thing. Anybody can have my number.
It's almost sounding a little sexist, but I'm okay with that.
No. Oh, listen, I got to say something to you as well because you said,
hey, calm down.
No,
This is
listen.
all a trick to get BJ's number. I feel you, bro. Get it, boy.
I can't fire even further. All of you were on your best behavior, and then when Mr. Patient himself. Look,
you know what?
Like
you
I
know
said,
what?
there's a private chat for that.
You know what, BJ? You go ahead.
Yeah, BJ, if you feel left out, you get my number too. It's all good.
You know what? My only thing is we keep running around in circles, talking about genealogy and where you're from, and you know you're not Kenyan, you ain't in Africa, and you're not in America. We all experiencing the same thing. And that's
100%.
where I get frustrated because it's like, okay, no, I'm not in Africa, but are you experiencing this? Yeah. Are you experiencing that there's only one group of people who don't look like you is in control of all your resources? Yes. So what is the difference between me being here and me being over there if they're playing the same game and use the same cards? And none of us are succeeding, no matter where we're at, whether we're the majority or the minority. So it's either we wake up and say we're going to do something different and put aside all our pettiness and try to do something to build, or we're going to keep swimming in the same pool and never getting anywhere.
I think we are progressing, but I just think we're progressing at different
things. If you gap in the conversation, I can jump in and say a big greetings, hello, karibu, and thank you to Theo. Was it our first one of the day? Wow, you guys, you just want to use up my time and not put up any money. All right, I feel like a very cheap thrill. Anyway, thank you so much.
No, we're keeping 10 grand is never a cheap thrill now. Y'all gonna have to pull something out the pocket.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Theo. It would go even further if you went and actually went to the donation. We accept, we appreciate all of that, and we thank you for the super chat. And if you also want another way to support us, we always root, on the campaign for the office, which is right there. But Theo, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, you know what? I get, caught up in the giving thanks, and I forgot to actually read the thing. So Theo says, I would like to suggest, if you haven't already, watch Paradise or Oblivion. This is very thought-provoking. Watch Paradise or Oblivion. Okay, I don't know that one. Hold on, let me put it back. I don't know. Has anybody heard of the movie Paradise or Oblivion? No. Okay, no. But you know what? That's the beauty of the internet. You can look it up. So I'll look it up after this. So it's called Paradise or Oblivion. Okay, Theo, thank you so much, for joining us, and definitely for the super chat. And for everybody else, thank you for joining us. I was just being sarcastic, but seriously, if you do have a chance, go to the Swahili GoFundMe office and office. See, it's already, almost there. But go to the site. It's right there, going across your screen, right there, and just help however you can. So thank you so much. Okay, so we were speaking about, I cannot remember my
accountability.
Okay. Oh yeah. Sorry again. I can't. Let me let you go.
It is BJ that was talking.
BJ. Sorry. Oh man, see, I'm not perfect. Okay. I thought I was, but I'm not.
Because again, this unity has been like during the civil rights movement, the unity with Marcus Garvey, and we are yet even more divided today than we were even back then. And then back then, we had to be unified because we had to depend on each other because we had a common enemy who was constantly oppressing us. Now they let us into their little board rooms. They gave us a little desk. They gave us a little check. And now we're feeling like, oh, I don't need you anymore. And we still need each other. Because the same game is just being played. It's just now that our 401k look a little bit better. And we can now eat at nice restaurants. But it's still the same game.
Real shit.
Is that Theo talking?
No, but
BJ. Is that BJ talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
You all right, BJ? That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I am also surprised, but continue. I was still just waiting, like, okay, let me not. But right now, it's everything is between, you know, BJ and I Can Fire, however they choose to navigate it. So right now, it's our turn to listen.
Well, one thing I appreciate is Marie Antoinette. You feel me? Her logic is paramount. You feel me? And she actually listens to what people say. You feel me? Maybe because she not cutting in all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that right now, right? We have to take preventative measures, right? These people are trying to turn our women into whores, also our men into whores.
100%.
None of us is separated in these fields. You feel me?
And homosexuality.
And what they're doing is breaking down our minds and our sense of pride, our sense of dignity. All right, you see what they did is they made us drink dirty water. Actual dirty water. You feel me? So normally we wouldn't do that. You feel me? So under certain circumstances, maybe you gonna drink that to save your life or some shit. So what I'm trying to say to you is they are squeezing you. Okay. Just the other day, right? Mali had made an agreement with Iran, which to me is necessary to get advanced knowledge in nuclear science and all of that stuff, right? So what I'm trying to say to you is, France, do not teach black people these things.
France is stealing 55% of Africa's GDP.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, you can feel comfortable in Francophone Africa as you like, but you will never hold advanced positions. Your people will never have full capacity. Let's go over to the English, right? Okay, you learn physics, you learn all that type of stuff, but which African is traveling to England, United States, or all of that to learn technological sciences to make microchips? Which African
No. My brother, that's not true. There's loads of Africans, sorry to interject, but there's loads of Africans. The universities here in England is full up with Africans, right?
Hey, just stop, man. Just let me speak, man. You feel me? You get your time. Let me speak. None of them is getting independent education. What I mean, you not learning chip technology. You're not learning that. I'm telling you. Let me speak.
They are learning that.
Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Please let me speak. If you go to Taiwan, in which Taiwan is where the technology is at, it's not in goddamn England. You feel me? So if you go there, you still not going to get it by almost law. You still not gonna get the paramount technology. You understand? So yeah, they'll tell you that it's microchip technology, but you're not gonna get the technology to be successful in making it.
Brother, can I answer you, please?
No, just calm down and let me speak, man. You feel
No,
me?
but I got your point. I got your point
No,
already.
you
I got
cannot.
your
Yeah,
point.
but
No,
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
talking to
You
you. I'm
cannot.
talking to everyone. You feel
Rule
me?
of order. And
Okay.
you really don't want to get on Khan Fire's bad side. So just let him speak. If
I'm
he
only
has
Yeah,
to
making
ask
sure I'm
you
answering
again,
him.
it's going to be nice.
because
So
what he's doing
you see
is
me, I'm being quiet. Yeah.
yeah. So what he doing is acting like he knows and I don't. You feel me?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
I don't listen.
I'm
Just
in
hold
England.
on. Hey, just
Wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait, wait,
man.
wait, wait. No,
Okay,
wait a
sorry,
minute.
I'm going to
Wait a
have to
minute.
mute
I'm
you,
in
and then
You're
England.
not
I'm
going
in
to jump
England.
in.
That's
You're
why
not
I'm
going.
answering the question.
You're not
So,
going to jump in and put
You
yourself
don't want to
on
listen
mute.
to the
Bro.
point. That's the
I thought
problem.
this was going to be an
Put
I can
yourself
fire
on
program,
mute.
but let's see. Okay, I can fire. Go ahead. Just
Yeah,
let him
man.
speak. It's okay. Yeah, the truth is not going to physically assault you.
Yeah, man. Stay on mute, cause I'm not no Neanderthal. I don't have no goddamn Neanderthal in me, and I don't appreciate nobody goddamn trying to suggest that. You feel me? So keep yourself on mute. But what I'm trying to say is, if Africans was learning chip technology, then I think one or two persons would be trying to make that shit in Africa. You feel me? But that's not the case. The case is all the world is waiting on chips from Taiwan and South and maybe South Korea. But what I'm trying, so these people have manipulated these areas. It's not spread all over the world where random people making goddamn chips. No. So what I'm trying to say to you is, even certain political science you not learning in regular schools and in regular colleges. You got technology, you got certain educational structures that's only for white people. Today, 2020, 2022. You feel me? So we all acting like we getting everything and there's nothing that's hidden from us. Well, why we ain't all that? Why we ain't all that if everything was open and accessible? Why we ain't all that? If you think our people is stupid, our people ain't stupid. You have to personally hold us down, put your foot on our neck for us not to walk properly and uprightly. You feel me? You can't teach us what we're supposed to learn and then we fumble with that. We ain't like that. If you never sowed division in Africa, we wouldn't be divided, at least not like this. You feel me? Even though we are going better than a lot of places. You feel me? We're better than Arabs when it comes down to unity. You feel me? So we are being targeted. We are being subjected to whatever people want us to know. You feel me? If we don't go steal these sciences, we're not gonna get it. And that's where I'm at. Go ahead now.
All right. Wow. Does anyone want to respond? Do you want anyone to respond to what you said in particular?
Yeah, the Afro Englishman, Afro British, you can speak.
Go ahead, Andre.
Afro Jamaican British.
I'm sorry, I will have the titles on next time as soon as I figure it out. But if I try to do it right now while we're on air, something bad will happen. So for right now, just okay, look at the avatars. You see mine, that one is moving, that's Tanzan. Yeah, the RBG, that's pro black perspective for Oni. The one in the left-hand side that I can fire, it's usually red with eye on it right now.
Andre, you can go, Andre.
Andre, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Right. First of all, I am also from full Jamaican parentage. I was born in England, but I know my heritage. All right, so let me make that quite clear.
That's why I was calling you. I said Afro-Jamaican British.
I know that's not the point. Well, I'm just clarifying something. Now, the point I'm going to say about what you were saying, I understand and hear what you're saying, but you said you made direct reference to microchips, and I'm saying to you, you're wrong on that point, because I know Africans myself here who actually make robots and studying microchips. They've gone beyond that. So microchips specifically, trust me, you're wrong. If we start to talk via WhatsApp, I will give you links so you can talk to them directly. All right. Now, however, where your overall collective point is 100% true on that point is because they do keep us out of nuclear physics. Nuclear physics is something that we really need to study. And I don't know anybody from our culture who's really studying that. I live next door to a nuclear base, right, in England, right? I'm out in the countryside. That's why my internet's bad, because they don't allow certain masts here within a certain radius of the military base. Do you understand? And I'm saying to you, everybody, when I go to the local gym and all these guys go down to train, it's all white people studying that have got something to do with this base. There are parts, but they're not letting us know the full information regarding certain things. But you jump down my throat because I'm saying to you, and you're saying to me, oh, I think I know everything. It's not about I know everything. It's because I'm touching with certain people, and there are certain topics you have to just accept, but there are certain topics that I have experience in. And I'm saying to you, microchips,
I'm in America, bro. I'm in America. Yeah. You don't know nothing about me either.
No, that's not the point. It's not a game. It's not a game to know who.
When you bring that up, it's like I'm supposed to hold you.
Brother, it's not about a game about who knows more than everybody. I'm just explaining to you why I said what I'm saying to you. Microchips, there are Africans I know here who are studying that, right? But the overall situation with regard to nuclear physics and all that,
they got in the robot wasn't made by them.
No, but it's microchips. You said to me we're not studying
but it
microchips.
Wasn't made by them. Where did they get it?
We're going into a different conversation right about now. I'm just saying to you, microchips, we have people studying that. So I'm just saying to you, as an overall situation, there are certain things, there's certain aspects of science which they're not telling us. I agree with you. Yeah, that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making regarding that. That's all I wanted to say. I wasn't trying to fight and cut you down. I'm just saying the specifics that you were saying. I know different regarding that, but I think our main thing is we do need nuclear physics. We do need nuclear science, and we don't have that at the moment. And I think we need that because we're under attack from every aspect, and they're outdoing us with weaponry. It's not going to be long. I can fire. It's not going to be long before these people have a 40% robotic army, and then there's still us there fighting with AK-47s.
Yeah, you feel me? So right now, Mali had signed a deal the other day with Iran for military studies. So Iran maybe put a university for nuclear studies in Mali eventually.
I haven't heard that, so I need to research that. That's interesting.
Yeah, yes.
That's interesting.
It's very recent. It's very recent announced, maybe about a week ago.
Can I just say something else regarding the Neanderthal thing? Where you said you got no Neanderthal in you. All of us, it doesn't matter how dark we are, all of us have had interjection. Either the women were raped on the boats, the slavery boats going to the Caribbean because they fetched a higher price if they landed pregnant. And if we've interjected and we've interbred with the Europeans at any stage of our career, or any stage of our lifetime, it means that the family bloodline has got Neanderthal in it. I just want to make that point clear.
But where I disagree with you is it has nothing to do with our attitudes. You see me?
Well, it does, because you're Jamaican and I'm Jamaican. We've got the same attitude.
Yeah, so it's like what I'm saying to you is attitudes was taught and attitude was learned. So we as humans, once we was born, we actually neutral. So you can't born to be, let me speak, hold on. You can't born to be a thief. You can't born to be a successful businessman. You can't be born to be any of these things. You see me? All of these things, hold on, all of these, you seem like you are doubtful, Thomas. All of these things.
No. Wait a minute. Wait a second. No, wait. Why are you saying to me, let you speak when it's still my time? I've allowed you to interject. I was talking. No, wait a minute. Tamzan. It's still my time. It's still my time. I've allowed him to interject with me. It's still my time. I've allowed him to interject on my time. Am I wrong or am I right?
On him, but while we are on time, I have to give it's been, I've waited, but thank you so much, Son of Ra, for the $5 super chat. I have to give gratitude and thank you for that as well. You know, people who support financially, monetarily, like Kaizo knows, you know, they get preference. So, Son of Ra, thank you so much. Not that, well, they are better than you. I want to use Kaizo's, that term is patented. Anybody using it is just trying to, you know, use, that's what she said from Steve Carell. So, yeah, so thank you, Son of Ra, for the support. And so I don't know who it was. I thought it was, I can
let Kaizo speak. Let Kaizo speak.
Out of it, I will go back to mute.
Let Kaizo speak. Let Kaizo give us something. Kaizo, you and your empire, come on in.
Well, he might have gone on a walk. You know, he said he was going to the shop, so he might still be doing his shopping. But if he is listening in the background, he's welcome to speak anytime. That's cool. So what was the question? Let's get back
Andre,
to this whole topic of
Andre, what was this?
Don't mind. I don't know where
yes.
you can.
What are the solutions, Andre? Give us solutions, man. Give us solutions to the black problem, Andre.
What in the world are y'all doing?
Okay, BJ, shoot.
Well, I mean, bottom line, the solution is what the solution has always been. We have to work together. Our minds is brilliant. It's not nothing we haven't done, created, developed, improved upon. Innovation has not happened without some of our toes being dipped in the middle of it, even though we've been denied of our intellectual property. But the thing is that if we continue to constantly fight at each other and glorify everybody else, how is this supposed to happen? Because again, we've been doing that for centuries, and look at where we're at now. We're in a worse situation now than we were 100 years ago. In fact, I'm going to say 200 years ago, and that's when my people were still picking cotton. We at least knew who we were and loving each other and supporting it. We did have our doubting Thomas, our stooges, our, snakes among us. But then when did we not have that? Now we're dividing on skin color, hair type, height, everything else. And what is it getting us? No other group is out there is dividing like that. You're saying every time you see what the ideal man is, the ideal woman is, and you go and look at their house, they don't have the ideals laying next to them. So then that whole concept goes squat, because if that's the case, why don't look at who Bill Gates married? Look at who Elon Musk married. Look at all these billionaires, millionaires. Their women don't look nothing like some, homeless, home. But you have to be this, and that. And then our kids are suffering because of it. You're holding on to another man's knowledge of who you are, and you're supposed to ask him who you are. Who do you think he's gonna tell you who you is? He's not gonna say you were the inventors. I mean, it took us forever before we realized that they didn't just sit and bring us over here to pick cotton. Oh no, we had to build the whole city of Washington D.C. after they burnt it, and we built it again. They brought on our engineers. They took the foundation of their civilization, called America, is copied out of African tribes. But you don't see that written nowhere in the book. They erased you out of history in order to make you idolize them. And we still don't get it.
Hello?
So next. Yes?
Yes? Was someone saying something?
Yeah, I think I heard somebody.
Speak up, somebody. Okay, well, anyone is, I think it was still on, but anyone is welcome to say or respond or, get back on topic if they wish. Whatever is on your mind, let's do that. And then, yeah.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, it cut out. Sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Did you hear what I last said? What was the last thing you heard I say?
I think PJ was the one who was talking, unless you both talked, you're muted all this time.
Icon Fire?
Oh, we lost Icon Fire. Oh, no, he's still there. I wonder if he can hear. Icon Fire, can you hear us?
Yes, dear. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, what was the last thing you heard me say? Because I think it just cut out.
I don't know. If somebody wants, just say something and then we'll tell you if you've had
just repeat yourself. It might be easier to do that.
Angie, I was
asking. Try to figure out what the last thing you spoke on.
No, Angie, I was asking for a black solution to our black problem.
Yeah, but did I answer it? Did you hear my answer?
No.
Oh, you didn't hear anything?
No.
Oh my! I've just been talking for 5 minutes, telling you what my answer. Basically, I was saying.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Look, so I'm going to round it up quickly. So basically, what I was saying is, look, Tamzan, you said something earlier on saying that, look, we need to do what we can do individually to change our families. Yes. Tamzan.
Yes.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So my point, what I was going to say to you guys is this: look, you can do whatever you want to make your daughter a better person or to make your son a better person, but in the end, they're gonna there's a high chance they're gonna marry some rude boy from down the street, right? There's I can't speak for Africa, but in the Caribbean, there's a lot of people that raise their families in a church way. Right, yeah, in a godly way, what they consider to be a godly way, but yet the kids grow up and getting pregnant at 15 and 16 from the rude boy at school. Do you understand? There's only so much you can do as an individual, right? Yeah, for your particular family. We have to change as a nation, and that is the responsibility of the government. The government needs to instill the 5 principles of rule, which is defense, wealth, health, infrastructure, and education. And if they don't instill these things, then people will take it upon themselves to steal and do what they have to do, because necessity necessity knows no law. So I'll give you an example. There's women out there that will become
BJ, he's not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
You not hearing us when we interject.
Oh,
Yes,
no,
I've
no,
been
I didn't hear you.
let him
Sorry.
listen.
Sorry, I didn't
Let
hear
him
you.
speak.
Sorry.
BJ wanted a question.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear.
Again, everything you said is we keep leaning on the government, and people don't understand the government is designed to do exactly what it's doing.
Yeah, but
So we
BJ,
can't
that's
really,
not what
we really can't completely depend upon the government to change things
BJ.
when they're benefiting from the way things is the way it is.
I can fight.
Because
Can you hear me?
we'll be forever.
Hold on, BJ. That's not what he means. That's not what he means. What I think he means is we, as like Pan-Africanists, need to infiltrate the government and restructure it up on a Pan-African way. It's like we don't have any other.
Exactly.
Wait, BJ. It's like this.
Okay.
We don't have no other way to unify the body. You understand? Except by managing the head. Go ahead, sir.
I can fire. I missed what BJ said. You know, I've just realized she said something because of what you said, but I didn't hear what she said.
Well, she said we're giving too much props to the government.
No. I think you know something. I can fight. I think you just answered my question for me. You know that, Bridget. The point.
Oh, you went out again. Andre, you went out. Yeah, BJ. So what we need is we have to infiltrate these governments.
And the
Can
only
you guys hear me now?
because I'm here, we've tried that and it's failed miserably. Because what happens when they infiltrate it is they become now their puppet.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you can't. We thought by going into all these systems we can make a difference. We could sort of start seeing things. Some areas have, but for the most part, it really hasn't. And the government is one institution that.
Am I online?
Yeah,
we hear you.
Okay, Andre. Yeah. Hold on, Andre. We hear you.
Yes,
we hear you.
Quick interruption again. Let us welcome Brother MG2 in the building. He has just joined us right now. So we'll let him weigh his thoughts on the matter, and then we'll continue as you were. So welcome, brother.
MG2.
MG2.
Hey.
Yes. So good to hear you. So good. All I'm seeing is a blank screen. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just really digging the program, and I love the discussion because we have Global Africa represented. I was listening to.
Hold on. Is this the God? Is this the God?
Hey, you guys are the gods. I'm just sitting here learning.
Go ahead.
I'm enjoying you guys so much. I can fire. I am just I'm totally enthralled. I am just really digging everything that I'm hearing from you guys. BJ, you said some really pertinent things, and again, I love the global African representation of everybody from where your origins are at. Jamaica, Kenya. We got. I heard Gambia earlier. Britain. I mean. It just tells us that clearly we are still one people, and that's all I appreciate more than anything else. I think, IF, that you brought up something that's very pertinent, and anytime I hear the word, what are the solutions? Because every day that yours truly wakes up, all I'm thinking of is what could be solutions for Africans. Not only for the problems, but how we can conquer. Because at the basis of anything that I look forward to, or anything that I represent, is not just necessarily trying to figure out a solution to a problem. I also want to make sure that we as African people, Black folks, whatever we want to call ourselves, that we control this planet. Okay, and when I say control this planet, I'm not just talking in terms of a militaristic aspect. I'm talking about all aspects of our destiny as African people, to control everything. Every little thing that we rely on, everything that we need to be nourished, how to go ahead and make sure our families are protected, as well as how we raise our families, how we're educated, the media, i.e., when I say media, is our communication. I also like to look at education, which is practical application of information. I want to make sure our agriculture and our health, so we're not waiting on someone else to go ahead and find out what can cure us. I'd love to make sure that we're in control totally of our African destiny. And when you brought up what could be a solution, I look at 8 things that others who are definitely at least successful under a European construct. When I say a construct, I'm talking these Neanderthals that are destroying the world right now. I look at others that are at least finding a margin of success for themselves. That others might call them Asian, others might call them Hispanic. I don't care what they call them. They're not African, so it doesn't matter to me. But at least one thing I want to do is learn what is a measure of success, at least that they're using for themselves to control their destiny, or at least make sure that someone else doesn't control it, like what's happening to my people. And I say there's 8 things that are very simple in terms of solutions. This is from a macro perspective. So we can go into a micro perspective one day, down the line. But as an overall macro perspective, I say that you have 8 simple things, one being finance, and I'm not just talking money, I'm talking economy in general. Economy being the fact that the things that have to do with trade, the things that have to do with innovation, investment, things that have to do with, basically all tenets of time, till, toil, and task, which is what economy represents in the set of relationships that go with it. I also look at one of the other things is education, again, which is practical application of information. Not just going ahead and saying, well, I learned from a British whatever, or I learned from this French school. Remember, Africans educated the world. It was us who taught the world how to use fire. It was us who basically created and we're 9 million years older than anything else on this planet. So clearly education, literally because of education, we were able to educate ourselves into survival. I look at other things when I said media. Media is not necessarily just, I'm on social media, or I'm over there at the BBC, or I'm on CNN. That's crazy. That's European. They're very limited child, whereas we're the adults. When I say when I say media, I'm talking about the communication for everything from militaristic tools, social engineering, the communications for education, communications for media is one of the biggest forms of communication that could be used in almost every aspect for survival. When I'm also looking in terms of not just education, I also like to look at agriculture/health. Now that speaks for itself. Unfortunately, every African on this planet, in one shape or form, overall, not 99.9%, but overall, we're dependent on someone else to put either water in our guts or food on our table. And the reason I say that is if we don't have the means to protect it, someone else can come take it from us, whether it's Russia, China, United States, Israel, France, or whatever else. Yep. So agriculture/health is the ability for us to go ahead and make sure, one, we have that we're nourishing ourselves, and one, that we're protecting ourselves, especially from these diseases these foreigners are bringing to us. Then I look at the things in terms of international trade. This is the first time in a couple of centuries that I've heard it promoted where intra-Africa trade is literally starting to bloom. That's unfortunate because we've been doing it for, like I said, dang near 1 million years before anyone else showed up. We were trading with each other in terms of whether it was empathy, we were trading in terms of how to raise families, protect families, education, language, things that, that matter. Before, of course, we were, infected with these other people, these other species. Then I also look at technology. Technology, and I love the discussion you guys had on chips. You brothers brought something out in me that I was just like, I was sitting here literally fixing to jump off the couch and jump into I was like, man, I'm loving this discussion.
Yeah, bring it.
It's not just chips and computers and whatever, these devices that others manufacture so we could talk to each other around the world. Technology at its basis core is the word technique. And we've had technique before anyone else was on this planet, okay? Otherwise, nobody else would be here. We had technique about survival, technique about protection, the whole 9 yards, which goes to the other tenet, which is called militarization, security, or protection. That in and of itself, that all encompasses one thing. If we as an African people cannot protect even ourselves, even in a small context, there's no way that, I won't say no way, I'll say it's quite difficult, and I may be wrong, quite difficult that we'll be able to protect each other en masse. When you're talking about technology, okay, again, technique, I think that we're capable of creating things outside of any so-called modern day, Remember, if you're talking about their chips and their technology, they have something called Moore's law, which means that things double every 18 or 19 months. That's what we used to do back when I was programming computers back in the 70s and the 80s, and we would talk about Moore's law. But let me tell you something. They're so limited, and I'm talking non-Africans are so limited. That's why you have United Snakes and others trying to go ahead and nationalize their so-called chip making. Why? Because they're a very limited species. Remember, they haven't been around as long as we have. Our technique, okay, and again, like I said about solutions, I'm just giving you guys some broad strokes about solutions and these 8 tenets of things that could be done on a macro scale. When you're talking about technique or technology, it's to think outside of anything else, and again, that's part of education. Anything else that someone else is trying to quote unquote indoctrinate you with, we just call it teaching. Now, and I'll give it the last because there's a few more, but I don't want to bogart the time. The most important is security, militarism, protectionism, whatever we want to call it. That is the most, because if you cannot protect, whether it's your agriculture, whether it's your education, whether it's your media, whether it's your international trade, whether it's your finance, whether it's your technology, it doesn't matter what you do if you cannot protect it. And I'm not just talking about, okay, we've got an AK-47. I'm talking all aspects of protection, including secrecy. I'm talking about making sure you have your inventory of people that you
100%.
know that are within your circles. That protectionism is not just a military
100%.
aspect. It's all aspects of making sure what you have will not be in the hands of your competitor that will steal it and use it against you. On that, I thank you guys for letting me speak, and
and
again,
that's why and that's why I said that we not gonna get the specific education that they are getting. They are not gonna educate us to rise above them. That's all I'm saying.
Sorry, I don't know.
Of course they're not.
What's going
100%.
on.
Of course they wouldn't.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what's going on. Whenever I go to remove these bots, it kicks me out, and then I have hello.
Oh, you can't hear us, Andre?
No, it went again, brother. It went again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just hold on. Oh, Tanzan went out. Tanzan went out. Go ahead, Andre.
You see what this guy MJ2, I don't know if he's still online, but MG2 is talking both our language right there. That's exactly what, when you were talking about they're not teaching us, they don't want us to. Can you still hear me, Icon Fire?
Yeah.
MJ2.
Hold on.
Hold on, Tanzan. No, I just want to say.
Oh, you're joking. Icon Fire, have they all gone?
Wait, Andre.
I just want to do an audio test because I keep getting kicked out whenever I go to remove the bots. So if you can hear me both on the panel and in the chat, please just type a 1 so I know I'm still on.
Tanzan, we was answering you. We hear you.
Oh,
lady.
Okay. No, I'm just saying I kept getting kicked out and having to sign back in. So yeah, sorry about that. And it happens when I go to remove the bots. So if I go in and out, I apologize and continue. All right, that's it. Continue. Thank you.
Andre, what did you say?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was saying that MG2, he just smashed exactly what we've been talking about, which is 100% what I agree with. Because
you remind me of what I was gonna say. MG2 mean Marcus Garvey II. That's my teacher.
Right. So what I'm saying with MG2 is what he just said about the fact that they're not going to teach us everything is exactly the point. And that's what I don't know if it cut out when I was trying to answer you and you asked me what should we do, Icon Fire. But what I was saying is we need to have defense, wealth, infrastructure, health, and education. These are the things that we have to press, and we need a one-party state to be able to push that, because this democracy system is constantly being corrupted, right, in order to hold us back. That's my belief.
But I say But I say first, right? Because we have to look at the reality of things. The reality of things is we got a Westminster system governing sub-Saharan African governments. Same with the Caribbean governments. What I'm saying is it's very rigid. You feel me? These governments. And it's hard to what you call it, get them to conform. So we talking solutions. So I'm not gonna go on braggadocious solutions. I want to talk about tangible solutions that we can actually try to start. I've said it a lot of times, and I haven't seen another solution. Hold on. See, we need a team, right? We need a team. So we have this little we have pockets of Pan-Africans all over the place. You feel me? But it's not 1% of black people. But we need critical. Yeah. We need hold on, Andre. So we need critical mass. What we need to do is formulate an underground educational drive. Try to formulate funds to fund particular educational ministries, like the ministries of education. With orders, with the funds comes orders and from us to teach African history in more intense ways. You feel me? In the primary schools and secondary schools. You feel me? So we want to do things a little sneaky. We can't try to do it on the open. We got to do things a little sneaky. So we got to so they turned us into whores, right? So we actually got to use that to our advantage. So we got to grease people's palms. We got to for them to conform to what we want to get taught. So before we control the government, because we know we're not going to control these goddamn government, at least not anytime soon. You feel me? We know we're not going to do it. You feel me? And we already know when someone goes in the government with an aim, he might just get corrupt down the lane. So what I'm trying to say is we have to, it's the only chance we see to say, okay, let's try to get 20 years of this infiltration to see if we can get any impact from the mentalities that we graduate. You feel me? And I think that will get some impact because their people's history and a certain integrity and self-awareness and self-esteem has been installed by our efforts silently, without all the noise of trying to take over the government, trying to change the constitution, all that. You understand? Go ahead.
I can fire. What you're saying about education is 100% true. But what I will say to you is this. There's only so much you can say online. Do you understand me? Right? Everything's being monitored, etc. So what I will say to you is this. You cannot be part of the system and try and change the system. That's what I'm going to say to you. Fidel Castro changed Cuba overnight because of the way he done it, right? Napoleon Bonaparte changed France because of the way he done it. The parliament was introduced into British government because of Oliver Cromwell and the way they done it. The Bolshevik movement in Russia because of the way it happened. Chairman Mao changed it in China because of the way he done it. Vietnam was fighting for independence from France, and then obviously Japan, and then after Japan, obviously they had the issue with America, Western powers. They've been fighting for 200 years, right? The fact of the matter is none of this changed until they done it the way they done it, right? Yeah. I'm not advocating for war, but what I will tell you is this: you cannot be part of something and then expect to change it, because the situation what we are in right now is toxic, and if you're going to absorb a little bit of that and try to move forward from that toxicness, it means part of you is still toxic. That's all I'm saying.
This is where I beg to differ, right? I'm gonna tell you where I beg to differ from your argument. You have a particular certain amount of knowledge, right? That's you, Andre. So
Yeah,
I see
everybody.
Hold on. No. Don't come give us a blanket right here. Let me speak. Now listen. Now you acquired a certain knowledge, right? But what happened is you acquired it in the system.
Yes.
So hold up. Don't it's not personal to you, it's to everyone.
No, I agree.
Wait, Andre, you have a tendency of doing that. Put yourself on mute. Anyway, what I'm trying to say, right, is if you have acquired a particular knowledge in which I like some of your knowledge, you feel me? But you are being selfish to say that nobody else can learn like how you learn. So same with me. I grew up in the system, but because of Rastafari within the system, have transformed me into a logical person. But because of the intensity of Rastafari within the system, that's why it spill over. So what I'm saying is, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. You feel me? So what we can do, and we need to do things within our means. Africa is 1 billion people. You cannot overtake Africa. So this is what I'm trying to say. Subtle. We can do our things subtle and sweet. And I'm telling you, we don't even have no choice. Subtleness. Let's do this advice. We just like this GoFundMe. You feel me? For an office. We still can GoFundMe. We still can GoFundMe for giving gifts. For buying gifts for the teachers. You feel me? Buying gifts for the principal and students. Prompting basketball matches and say it's Swahili Nation. You see me? And contribution to the education board. You feel me? And letting these people appreciate you. And what you gonna do is convey the message that okay, we love supporting you, but we would like you to implement some more African teaching. You feel me? Some more African studies, primary school, and so what we doing is infiltration. You see, we have been conquered for 500 years, but they took 500 years to do it. It wasn't out of the blue. So what they did is subtle. Some good, some bad. So I think that's what we have to do. First of all, we need a team. Just remember that we need a critical mass. So in order to impact the government, in order to impact Africa, we need a critical mass of Pan-Africanists. You feel me? So that's not the case right now. So how do we make that the case? Just like what I said. Okay, go ahead.
Well, you know what?
I think you misunderstood
Hold
me.
on, BJ. Let BJ speak. Let BJ speak.
I thought I was going to.
What I was saying is that, you know, what you're saying is so on point, because if you know what's going on here now is that a lot of companies, because they can't go to the banks, they start doing crowdfunding. So just do crowdfunding. That means every person puts in, just like what he was saying with the GoFundMe for SN offices. If everyone puts in if enough little people put in a little, it could equal what big person would do.
Yeah. So all we need, like Swahili Nation, we need a trusted organization with a outline plan that says we are doing this for the aid of the education system in Africa, and for the installation of intense African studies. So we who contribute know that's the reason that you doing it. So you gonna buy books. So you gonna buy books. You gonna contribute to the what you call it, the teachers colleges. You feel me? So you say to the teachers colleges. So you can even give awards to the teachers colleges in terms of, okay, if you can get if you get a master's in African history, then you get $10,000, then you get $20,000. So what you do is incentivize these teachers to and motivate these teachers to go into those boring subjects. You feel me? And what you do, and make it not boring anymore. Then you have a competition of who is going to get this money, all that shit. You feel me? And same with the
same. A lot of money for a teacher. It could be just a couple of $1,000, and that might be enough to inspire.
Yeah, it don't $5,000. It don't $10,000. You feel me? Something that 100 of us can give $10. You feel me? So all we need or 1,000 of us.
I confire.
Yeah.
What you're saying, I think you misunderstood me. I'm not telling you that I'm against education, Education is key.
No, I know, but you say we gotta like it's
no,
what
I'm
you
not
saying is down the line. What you saying
no.
is down the line. Right?
Look,
no.
I confire. Let me answer you. I'm saying, look, it's down the line because we choose to have it down the line. It doesn't have to be down the line. That's one point. Now, the second point I want to say to you is all what you are saying, I am not against education, but I want to make it quite clear. The Black Panther movement.
Oh, he's offline again. First of all, the Black Panther movement suffered because they did not have critical mass. Whatever movements we are going to
and
pursue.
Also the CIA infiltrated it. Don't forget about the government's little, you can't leave that piece out.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say to the dude. That's what I'm trying to say to the dude, that we don't have critical mass in terms of a certain mentality. You feel me? You can't have crazy people in the movement. Yeah.
The government comes in and shuts it all down. That's where the problem, because people want to say it's not people unified, did not support. No, it was a planned assassination of that organization from within and without. That brought it down.
Hold on. Before it got to critical mass.
Critical mass,
these
exactly.
White people are not playing.
Terrible.
Yeah, white people not playing. They make sure before your movement grows to a level that they cannot control, they cut you down.
Yeah. And
that's why we have to do our movement in Africa.
Now looking like, oh, woe is us, look at how bad, and look at our community, our kids and stuff. Well, it's because of all those things. And if you're not gonna give us all the credit for one side of it, don't forget the people who contributed as well. This was not just done by us.
Man, we need
because if you forget the person who's shooting it all down,
let me tell you
you're
something.
shooting yourself in the foot, because then you won't see them coming when they come after you later.
Let me tell you something, BJ. We need a moment of silence for all of the people that suffered for us.
Oh, a moment. We need some months of silence.
Yeah. For all the people that suffered for us, man. Because I'm going to tell you. Yeah, I'm going to tell you.
All right. Okay, so just to be clarified, so Tanzan, what else did you want to know? What else was on the subject of accountability?
Are we just talking about solutions right now? Black solutions. That's what we do. We on.
Okay.
And the crowdfunding thing is a huge thing that everybody can, not only from your local level, but from worldwide aspect. With this new technology, can do it. Because again, because we're so far behind the 8 ball, we have to use, just like they do, all forms of all ideas on board, everything on board. They never approach anything from one direction. They come at several directions. You don't see it because they will only focus on it from the media from one aspect, but they come in at all things from all sides. And we have to have that same sort of mindset.
Yeah, so if I'm being honest with us, as a people, one of the issues is that, first off, there are multiple battlefields, right? And unfortunately, each battlefield comes with its own set of difficulties, its own set of obstacles. In the West, particularly like America, they have this stranglehold because it's their nation. You know what I mean? Or in the UK, it's the same. It's their nation, so they have this immense presence. When you go over to the Caribbean countries, it also has its weaknesses, its difficulties, but of course, it doesn't have the massive presence in front of their face like that. And then in Africa, I would imagine, from when I was there, the presence of America wasn't necessarily as steep as necessarily as when you're in America. That said, one of the, when we talk about African solutions, we almost have to talk about African battlefields. We have to talk about what solution can apply locally. Because when we talk about, because I think it was BJ who, when it was mentioned, hey, we need to appeal to the government, BJ's like, not this government. And that's true. The government of the United States is not going to be an advocate for African people, but it's possible that if we,
I'm even saying with their government as well, because they still are infiltrated and they're doing the Western man's bidding.
Exactly. So the possibility is outside of America for sure, but it's not there in America. So outside of America,
I was referring to within Africa, because they're still doing, let me go over there to Britain and let me meet with the French president, and then you coming back and you handling their agenda and not looking at your own. So it's like it's the same.
Yeah, I know.
Thing.
I'm saying that the possibility, not necessarily that it's 100% gonna happen, as much as there's a possibility that it won't. And that's why when people say appeal to the government or take over the government, they're talking about like they're talking like in that sense. If you take over the government in America, it's different from if you take over the government in Gabon. You know what I mean? I think there's a
okay. I see what you said.
Yeah. So yeah. So I mean, in that sense, that's really realistically what we have to do when we talk about solutions. We should also explain that what is the basis for the battlefield there.
Oh, you want to know what's the basis for the battlefield? Look, this is what we need. We need peace in Africa. We need an educated population. We need a Black conscious population. we need a African patriot population. So how do you get that?
Wow. Before
I'm
anybody answers,
asking.
can anybody
I'm
hear me?
asking. I'm asking Owen. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Tanzan.
break it up just a little bit though. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Oh, you will not believe the kind of technical hell I've been going through. This is just ridiculous and crazy. Yeah,
You
I
just
think we're all going through that.
Wow.
But I'm so arrogant and stubborn. I won't let it defeat me.
You got Butterfinger.
Yeah, I didn't either, but I had to change browsers and go through several different things, and I'm like, this is weird. Anyway, so okay, so I came in at a bad time, so I'm just going to mute myself and keep listening. But I know you are probably all having a very intriguing conversation. So, and thank you all for being patient and just holding the phone.
We got your back, Tanzan. We got you.
Of course, Tanzan. Black perspective. You heard what I said? Black perspective.
Oh, did we lose him now?
Oh, you go ahead, BJ.
Well, I mean, the thing is that time is precious, and we waste too much time trying to overanalyze everything and wind up 10 steps back.
Yeah.
Looking for allegiance to people who ain't aligned to you, who look like you and who don't look like you. And we're at critical mass, so it's like, no offense to nobody else, but we ain't got no more time. We got to solve these problems now.
Yeah.
You have nations upon nations fighting over my tribe. What tribe? Did your grandma tell you about the tribe? I mean, what is this tribal? Well, they killed us. Well, you know what? These same people been killing us forever, and you watch the news every day where I'm at, they're killing us. But is anybody going after them? No. So then why are you giving one man a pass, but yet I'm still mad at my brother? It's time to say
I want to say this. You see, we have a dilemma going on. In African people, in Africa, continental Africans, they have a whole different mindset from diasporans. And all we talk to them about certain things, they be like, no, you can't do that. You feel me? It's like I'll tell them that white people is enemies. They be like, no, they're not enemies.
No, they love us. They love us.
Good people. And I'll be like,
I got a free education. What the heck does that mean?
Yeah, I'll be like, what the hell are you people seeing?
If you got a free education, who do you work for? Do you work for yourself? Are you making your own money? Do you have your own company? Are you the CEO of anything? Your education is to work for them, to make them money.
Can your country stand up to any of these world powers?
No, but they love me. Oh, okay. Then you're one of the few lucky folks on the planet that are loved by your oppressor.
Look here, anyone speak that way is subdued.
And then I'm like, no offense to the Neanderthal. Look, I don't care about my DNA secrecy because I already know I've been polluted by everything. So let's get to the point of how we're gonna fix the problem.
Yeah.
Because the problem is at critical mass.
I wanna.
What does me being blue-eyed, blonde, got yellow hair, straight hair, green hair, size less than 0, size 250 Lizzo prototype? What does that have to do with the cost of tea in China? Not a dang blast of thing, okay?
Let me just shift the subject for a second. I wanna give a advice out to Mika, and the crew. Also a critique, right? So the hashtag no more. When did that stop? I mean, when did we see results for that to stop? You feel me? So what I'm trying to say, guess what I'm trying to say? I don't think hashtag no more should be for Ethiopia alone. I think it's very unfair, and you should plan on putting an umbrella on the continent. You feel me? With your hashtag. So you should have, I mean, Mika, you should have contacted people from Chad. You should have a no more movement for Chad. You should contact the people from Sudan again. And you should have a no more movement for Sudan with the people in Mali, with the people in Morocco. You feel me? Injustice is in Africa, and formulate a no more movement for that also. So it also enhances your channel. So I noticed the rate of your channel, and I'm sure that you would make a more impact on spreading your wings wider. You feel me? On the continent, and picking up more subscribers on the way of on making awareness on everybody's problem. You feel me? So don't stop at Ethiopia. Let's move on. That's it. BJ. Oh, Mary
Can you
Antoinette.
repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Let Mary Antoinette. Let's hear what Mary Antoinette got to say about things.
Okay.
No, it's okay. BJ, you can go first. It's okay.
No. I didn't hear his question, so you go ahead.
Oh, I didn't really have a question. I was just talking about parts of our solution. You feel me?
Well, yeah, okay, I got it. Because the thing is that we spend so much time spinning the wheel. So the wheels should have been fell off a long time ago. It's time for action, and I know action
everybody.
is.
I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, I do agree. Oni at Pro Black, I just got back in. It's been yeah, it's not really we are just technical issues. Especially when I go to close out the boards, it just went. Anyway, I know you don't want to hear all my problems with technology. I just sound like a Luddite. But in any case, I'm on the One Africa channel. That's why it's good to have a backup, because I'm able to get back on the other channel, the One Africa instead of Swahili Nation. So just go and subscribe to that one too, in case something happens, because there was a week when we were offline for a while. So I don't know what happened, but I'm back. And thank you so much. I don't know what went on while I was gone.
I was giving advice to Mika.
Oh,
you feel me?
Okay.
I was saying that the no more hashtag no more.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be expanded. He should give maybe a month focus on Chad. Then you give a month.
And I think it shouldn't be this complicated. It just should not be this complicated for us to stop hating each other when we could find love for everybody else.
Yeah. So yeah, but I was just saying to Dr. Mika that don't stop at Ethiopia.
Anybody still there?
Yeah, you hear me, BJ?
Yeah, I can hear you all now. I hope you can too. Oh, and thank you so much, Oni, from the Pro Black perspective, for joining us. And he says I should moderate. I did try. I'll try to do better on that.
Yeah, but we're not confused. We're not doing anything confused. So I don't understand that.
No, just sometimes, you know, people just everybody talking and not everyone listening. But yeah, thank
everybody
you.
was acting real intelligent and mature.
Okay, yeah, I do agree. I do agree. So thank you, Oni, for joining us. Thank you for your points, and hope you join us again on the next one. So yes, continue. I can find. Oh wow, we have a new person. We have common man.
Let them go. Let that person go.
Yeah, go ahead, speak up.
Oh, okay. No. I was just saying in the chat.
Oh,
But,
okay.
yeah, sorry for the confusion.
But my thing is that we have to stop, you know, spinning our wheels over and over again, rehashing the same problems. They're there. We know we're wounded. We understand why colonization has played a number on all of us. So that's why I don't look at the Caribbean any differently than America, than look at the people in Africa. Because I mean, yes, our past, our experiences, and differences are different. I get that, but we're still going through the same stuff. So with that, there should be unity in that we're fighting the same battle. And all this nitpicking and giving, I'm sorry, I don't give a pass because there's still blood. My brother's blood is still spilling on the streets of the land that I live on. And even though it's not my blood, I still cry for them.
Yeah, look how much people died in Morocco on their soil.
Exactly. And
That's
I'm crying for them
thing.
too. And it's not right.
And it's Europeans who killed them.
Yeah.
That's what's pissing me off.
And even though I have a comfortable life, I'm not going to sit and say, well, I got a comfortable life, so screw them. And my passion is not from what my experience is. My passion is for all the blood that has laid in the city that I live in. And there's lives that will never live. There was babies never will be born because of it. And we're still feeling the repercussion of it.
Damn, BJ, you comfortable, you rich. That's nice.
Yeah. But I had to fight hard for it. And I'm still fighting for it.
Still, I'd advise you to get a spot in Africa and try to take your money there because you gonna lose the fight.
I know. I think I already lost it, so that's why I'm trying to find some pennies to try to get my butt over there. But then listen to some of the Africans talking about the women and all that and the feminism and all this other stuff. So, do I really want to go there?
No, Africa is nice. Go. You feel me?
I don't look at me as being the problem of why,
Just be yourself. As far as I see, you're nice enough to go to Africa.
Oh, I appreciate that.
You feel me?
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah, because I love, like I say, I love everybody, but I have to love myself more.
Of course. First. Hold on. I love myself before my people, but I love my people second.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah. And again, like I said, I don't disregard anybody's experience because everybody's been through stuff, but we have put everybody's stuff ahead of us for millennium. It's time for us to go to the front of the line.
Yeah, Mary Antoinette. Show that love, Mary Antoinette.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. You're gonna have to teach me that, Marie Antoinette.
Teach you what? Love?
Yes.
You got it. You got enough, BJ. Come on. Don't be greedy.
I know. I need more.
What can I say? I mean, I'm just accustomed to listening to people because it's part of my medical training, I guess. I
Give
think
us a
that's
black solution.
No. That's your spirit. Your training just allowed you to deal with even crazier people.
give us a black solution for our black problem. Mary Anthony.
No, well, I think you hit the nail on the head when you spoke about having no more movements for each area of concern. I'm wondering exactly what are the young fiery people doing in, let's say, for example, Mali and Chad. I think perhaps there is a movement, but I just don't know about it because
we need info.
Yeah, because I don't I haven't practiced any French in a long time, so if there's a French YouTube stream, I wouldn't really pay much attention to it. So maybe it exists and I just missed it. I don't know.
I think I can assist you with one. Kifero, we gonna meet up. Kifero and Artifact of War, they got all the info on French, on Francophone, and they got a lot of YouTube channels on Francophone Africa, so they can put you in their group, and that French group will give you everything.
So it does exist then. These similar movements, similar to the No More movement, it exists already then.
Of course, hold on, Francophone Africa is very conscious. I think they have a little bit more radicalness than the English speaking. You see me? Yeah, they powerful. I have a certain respect for them from what I've seen, but I don't know the French that they speak in.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know French, so I don't know the name. I even have the channel, so I'm not even sure how to get it to you. I think I'm gonna look for it and see if I can type it in the private chat.
Okay, no problem. But you see, I haven't done any French in over a decade, so I'm very rusty.
But it'll come back to you once you got it. It'll come back to you.
Okay.
No,
I was able to read some French, and I didn't have it since high school, and I never made it past the first two.
Hold on. Stop feeling hurt. No, it will not. It will not come to you. But guess what? That's why I was telling, the Nigerians earlier with Nollywood and so on. If you want people to have a wider access to your products, then you have to make it more accessible. Well, if you maybe your food is spicy and you want to sell it to people who are not used to it, you tone down on the heat. Maybe people are not used to a certain kind of seafood, then you only serve them a certain kind. So you should work with what you have. And for me, the people in the media and all this with the language barrier, if you're making a product, you should make it as available in all languages as you can. So like I was saying with the Nollywood movies, they have local support, which is wonderful and great, and other Africans, but it would also help to have subtitles so that even people who might not understand all the words, in the accent, they can also have access to it, and also the people who don't speak the language. So just producing something nowadays, it's good, but you have to promote it, you have to market it, you have to make it accessible, you have to go through all these different, platforms and forums that they have it. You really have to work hard to market your product to people. So when it comes to this language thing, we should also start talking about how to have translations for certain things. Let's say you have a certain kind of music. I think someone was asking about a certain song, and you're interested in even knowing, because sometimes you can enjoy music without understanding the lyrics, which we used to do all the time. But also sometimes you also want to know what they're talking about. And let's say somebody in the language, they can translate it and they can make it accessible to other people. So I'll not only enjoy the words, the beats, but you have access to the lyrics as well. So I think going forward, we should try to, break down firstly, the language barriers. We should try to make our products accessible to each other. Yeah. So I'll leave at that. Go ahead.
People. Oh, you're absolutely correct. But especially if it's something that has a strong message that people need to know.
Yes, and even if it's not like an important message, even if it's just, a dance music and so on, it always enhances your your entertainment or enjoyment of something when you know what it's about. Let's say you're presenting let's say coffee, let's say with the coffee, or presenting tea or something. If you have a certain story or a ritual or something attached to it, so it's not just a product you're offering, but you're offering an experience, you're offering a story, you're offering something much more than just that. So even with the music, you can have your music, they can have the Afrobeats and other kinds of music, and that's wonderful and great. But if people had I guess Afrobeat is easy to understand, but if they had something that was popular that maybe was not easily understood by others, that would be one way to open that market to more people. So yeah, and also translating things into languages. Let's say in the English speaking world, I'm sure there are a lot of very intellectual French writers that we have not really read, only because they wrote in French. Some of them have been translated, but I don't know how much of it and how much access we have to French writing. Same thing with them. So if we're going to have this intra-continental and intercontinental, because this is not just an African problem, it's a worldwide African problem.
But you know what, Tanzan? Mm-hmm. That we discovered Bruce Lee back in the 70s. Mm-hmm. That it was a Chinese movies, but they had subtitles, and eventually they started to translate. So even if you don't have a translator, if you put subtitles, people may be willing to sit up there and read what was being said, and until it gets to the point that it is translated.
Yes, I definitely agree. That's how they made their cultural product accessible to other markets. I'm sure it was no problem for the people in the original language to enjoy the product, but they knew that it was going to go outside the borders and people would want to understand, even if it's barely, understandable, even if it's just writing, the summary of the scene, what's going on, it doesn't matter. And even look at, I keep saying that Africa is the biggest market for everything. Everybody dumps their, products in Africa. Look at all the cultural imports into Africa. We have TV shows from every single place in the world. We have, Filipino soap operas, Mexican soap operas, I don't know, from Brazil, all these places, Germany, Italy. We grew up watching so much. Our watching actually is very, very diverse in Africa because we watch everything. They are translated into the local languages. In fact, when I went back, I was seeing them not just translated into Kiswahili. Now they're translating the soap operas into actual, the tribal languages, into the countryside. So now if you go to the countryside, which nowadays people have televisions even in the country, you're actually watching an Indian soap opera in the local language, in the local tribal language. So
and the one thing I would say with the benefit of that for you guys is that now you see a world perspective. You can get a little hint of what, not 100%, but a hint of what people think and how they respond.
Unfortunately, yeah, it in some way, but in a way also we don't really, it's not an objective view of it. It's just a very wrong and romanticized view of the world.
Okay.
A lot of skewing. Also, the other thing is it's only a one-sided thing. I don't think that there are African soap operas, translated into Tagalog and Indian, something like that. So even in that sense, it's still a form of colonization, because you're simply receiving passively, but you're not really giving anything in return. And what you were doing is we're just taking their packages, and we're taking their products and repackaging them for us, but we've already given them our money.
And you're not benefiting in any way in any form where you're actually monetizing it.
Yeah, and we give them our money to buy the products. We give them attention in the fact that this is something that is given to the mass consumption. This is, we can't even get our own people to talk to and hear programs like this. But guess what? They know what, you know, Mama Maria or whoever are doing right now, having an affair behind somebody's back. They know the latest that's going on in all the soap opera worlds. So, you know, that access, and someone says it very well, you know, individuals can only do so much. You can only affect the people around you, yourself to begin with, and a few people around you. But institutions, they affect, you know, whole group populations. They affect so many people. So, but you can't just sit and say, well, the institution has, you know, institutionalized me, so you can't do anything. You still have to think both, you know, as an individual, as a part of a community, and as a member of that same institution that we rail against. So, you know, while we can concede that, unfortunately, you know, a lot of us are still under the perpetual, you know, hammer of that entertainment and propaganda machine, but at the same time, we also have to also recognize, you know, in our own ways, how we also influenced, because we can, it's easy to point at the log in somebody's eye and say, oh, wow, you know, look at them, you know, they don't even know the latest in technology and so on. They don't even know how to, you know, whatever. But at the same time, somebody can also look the same to us and say, look, they don't know how to do 1, 2, 3. They can't even organize themselves properly as a group and get together and do something about these things that they constantly complain about every single day.
Exactly.
Yeah, we look very poor to other people. Like, we know exactly what the problem is, we know exactly what the solution is, but somehow we can't just get together with each other and do it. So, you know, there is still a problem. We can't just be smug once we discover what the problem is with others, because unfortunately we also have some problems we have not discovered in ourselves. So getting back to accountability is to say that you start with yourself. Wherever you are, you can, you know, pat yourself on the back for the things that you have done. You know, this is not a flagellation festival where we just, you know, tell ourselves how terrible we are, because we know that we're not. But it's also not just a feel-good session where that's all we do. So, you know, we can look at what we have done so far, and we can look at, you know, what needs to happen. And that's part of accountability. There's only so much we can blame other people. There's only so much we can blame, you know, history and so on. We are where we are, and well, even if all those things are true, if it's not to deny that there are not factors that, you know, inhabit our progress. It's just to say that whether they are there or not, you know, what can we do? What can we do starting with ourselves? If you can start with yourself, then, you know, there's a bit more hope of doing something in the world. But if you think that you're going to change the world and you let yourself be left intact, then you won't go too far. All right, so that was my long caveat over there. I know that technical problems, you know, but now I just went off like that. But go ahead.
No, very good. We're glad you said a lot. You said a lot that we need to hear.
I'll be quiet a lot. Go ahead.
I mean, but Tanzania, what you said is absolutely correct. I mean, I know laziness, and I'm not calling anybody lazy, but laziness and fear. We have to let those things go and try something different, because we've been doing the same thing and it hasn't worked. You know, I don't look at anybody as being my enemy until they prove it to me. And then once they show who they are, then you know who they are. We assume that each other are our enemy without even giving each other a chance to find out where they're coming from. And again, I understand everybody's perspective. I understand, you know, like he's saying, you know, he's got his education. I get that. I completely understand and get that. But I take it as I don't classify a whole group under my experiences. I have to look at other people's experiences and see, okay, I see that pattern. I see they're dealing with the same thing that my people have dealt with. So then I know there's a real problem. But I'm not going to say my solution is going to work for everybody. But I know if I at least put it out there, at least that's an option that they will have. We have to come together. It's not that scary to do that. $5, $2.50, $3, put in the pot. $3. What will you do with $3 on any given day? $3 a week to get to SNN to try to build this platform that's trying to help our people all over the world. That's not too much to ask of anybody. If you can just do it once a month, that's not asking too much of anybody. Because where else is your voice being heard? You can't speak your truth to nobody on your job, or if you do, keep talking like I can't fire. Let's see how long you're going to have that job. Not very long. Can you speak to people in your neighborhood? A lot of them are lost and tired and, just don't have the energy anymore, if they ever had it. But Mika has created a platform that hopefully we can get together and make a difference. All the sacrifices of Garvey, all the sacrifices of the Malcolms, the Martins, the Medgar Evers, the Mapumba, all these sacrifices, we can't let it just die with them.
Marie Antoinette, it's just that I think it's a news channel, a French news channel. So I just sent it in the
I'm seeing it. Thanks so much, I can follow.
Yeah, I just sent it. So I think it's a YouTube news channel.
Okay,
So
I'll look at it.
Tells you about Mali and all those places.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, there was one that is with friends and they do lives. I couldn't find it, so maybe next time.
Okay, no problem. I'll work with this for now. Thanks a lot, I can follow.
All right, man. Yeah, BJ. I cut you.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. That's fine. But I'm just saying, we gotta stop looking for any excuse not to try. We just have to stop that. You gotta stop all this petty division.
Stop having a problem to every solution.
Yeah. And my thing is, everybody else got enough people on their battlefield to fight their battles. I gotta fight my own. I'm old and tired. I cannot fight nobody else's battles anymore. They're okay. They're fine. My people are the ones who are dying, hungry, and homeless.
Listen,
and being
BJ.
shot down in the middle of the streets.
Listen, BJ. I don't even have love. I don't even have enough love to share for nobody else but my people. Me and my people. I don't even have enough love for anybody else. You feel me?
Oh, yeah.
And that's how I'm approaching the world.
And the thing is, what people don't understand is we're so powerful. Once we start throwing that love out, it
weakens us.
Multiplies and multiplies and multiplies. And I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it every day.
You mean the black one?
Yeah.
You mean black one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that. So again, what SNN is doing is impacting millions. Because that vibration is pushing out and it's cutting through all this mess. And I understand some people don't want to change. I mean, hey, I get it. I'm living comfortable. I've got my Mazawudis. I've got my Louis Vuittons.
Marie Antoinette.
Marie
Antoinette, I didn't even understand what I wrote. Was it League of Defense?
Yes. League in Defense of the Black African. Noir
Oh, that's
African,
right.
Black African, yeah.
Oh, Noor mean black.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know that. You translate that real good, but I had some inclination that that's what it said. League
Mm-hmm.
of oh, so it's a league in the league in the
In
league of
defense
defense,
of
league in defense of Black Africa,
Black African, yeah.
and that's the channel I gave you. You see that channel? You see
Yeah.
what I gave you?
I went to
Shit.
it already. I'm seeing it, yes. I'm on its page right now.
That sounds like a powerful channel. You feel me?
Yeah.
Because it's a league in defense of Black Africa.
Africa, yes. Mm-hmm.
Damn, powerful.
Now,
You don't even have a English YouTube channel like that.
probably not. Oh boy. I think one more thing I would like to add. We on Swahili Nation, it comes naturally to us to be in solution seeking mood, but it's not always the same on all platforms. And it was really disturbing to me to see at this stage you still have some platforms where people are very obsessed with the different phenotypes, the different physical features of people of different tribes. Now is not the time for that kind of conversation. And it seems to be an obsession, a real obsession.
Marie, I want to tell you this. Sometimes I hear some people and I'll be like, you just came from under a rock. Serious.
It's like, how many blue pills have you swallowed?
Like where were you? You feel me? And then you speak as if everybody was under there with you. You feel me?
No, and as if your rock is a solution to everything.
Yeah, like what was spoken under your rock is the solution. But bitch, you have been under a rock. You don't know nothing what's going on.
Definitely.
As
other than to keep the divide and conquer schooling for millenniums.
Let's
divide.
Like
how big
Kaizo.
is your nose? Where's the measuring thing?
Yeah, like Kaizo, what he's saying, right? You so educated and eloquent and all that stuff.
He's been indoctrinated.
Wait, but that's what I'm trying to say. You speaking all of that eloquence and all that stuff, but you was under a rock when you learn all of that stuff. You do not understand. And when I say under a rock, it means the type of thinking.
Yeah.
You see me? It's like.
But I can't say that's because reality hasn't hit them yet. And I just pray for them because some people can't handle when the reality hits them. They go nuts. Like, oh, what? You mean you lied to me? How could you lie to me? And then you go crazy.
Yeah, right now they have the British Army burning down their goddamn forest. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Raping their girls, killing them, throwing them in a goddamn pit. You feel me? All of this.
I'm just reminding you that they're children, so just try to be delicate with the description. And also, the channels are always getting, stricken, whatever, for some words. So just let's be creative with our description. That's all.
Yeah, I think I can find intelligent ways of speaking. I can manage that for 5 minutes.
Well, see, and my biggest problem is like, what does that do? See, I get upset with everything that's said because what does that do if that Kenyan is now listening to this and hearing my fellow Kenyan feels this way and thinks
No,
what
they
they're doing
weren't.
to me is
No,
right.
they can get they can get banned. They can get banned for a week or so, maybe because of profanities, and maybe they put on the child can listen profile or some shit or something. I value their stuff. If they don't want none of these harsh words,
Yeah.
I value it. You feel me?
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is these people is allowing the British Army to have big old military base, have huge compounds that no African can go. So they mistakenly burn down their forest. You feel me? Kill a lot of animals and all that stuff. One British man kill the Kenyan girl, threw her in a toilet, flew out. It's just by accident that the Kenyans found out, and then it was too big to cover up. But I'm sure it's not the first time. You see me?
Yeah.
So these little white lovers in Kenya is allowing these white people to have free leisure in Kenya with their girls and with their land. I mean,
and the problem with that is what.
I'm not hearing you. Is that me or is that you, BJ?
No, I think BJ's connection.
Oh, we lost BJ. And let me just take a moment to acknowledge BJ has a sound admirer in the audience at Son of Ra. You two should get together and do a collaboration, a musical collaboration. So BJ, if you're listening, you got an acknowledgement. And so go ahead, Maria Antoinette.
You know, for real, hold on, for real, BJ got a sexy voice. Seriously. But I agree with Son of Ra. Go ahead, Mary
Couple of
Antoinette.
admirers there, BJ. You better get back and drop that voice on everyone. All right.
And the laugh.
Oh yeah, can't forget that. Cannot forget. Somebody should just do a clip of it. If you guys are so technically like that. Yeah.
Wait. Look.
Oh, okay. She's back.
I'm here. Wait a minute.
Back.
Who's checking on me?
Several
Read
people.
the comment. Read the comment.
You've been checked on right and left. Right and left.
DJ voice is cracking me up. I feel like dropping a few bars.
Oh my goodness. Y'all so crazy.
Shoot your shot, Son of Ra.
Yeah, ain't nobody shooting it here, so hey, why not?
She single shoot, Son of Ra.
Y'all crack me up.
Marie Antoinette, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking part of the problem that we are having, I think people are looking for their identity by looking at the shape of someone's nose, the different facial features that they have. And for me, for some reason, even since I was small, identity for me was someone's energy, someone who was, I would say,
someone's inside.
Yes. Someone with integrity. It really didn't matter to me if the person's nose was shaped differently or their eyes had a different slant. And in a lot of YouTube platforms, we're seeing people very obsessed with the slant of eyes and the tilt of a nose. And they're saying they're searching for their identity. You see, in this crucial time of our history, it is energy and energy. That's what we have to focus on, the person's energy. And if we had been focusing on that from the beginning, then our intuition would have been so cued in that we would know instantly this person is someone I need to stay away from. And some of the trouble that you've had would have been avoided. That is the way I've learned to operate, and it has helped me a lot. The kind of people I would have entertained in my life before.
So you don't make nobody face trick you?
No, never. No,
yeah,
because that's intuition.
Yeah, that's what we are allowing nowadays. We are allowing features, and people getting tricked every day.
Yes.
By people's features. They're getting tricked every day. Like every woman wants this super goddamn man. You feel me? And they're getting tricked every day.
Certainly.
They don't look at anyone's personality no more. That shit don't count. If you can give a lady, a girl, or whatever, a lot of jokes, make her laugh a lot, you good. So you can be a goddamn little comedian, and that's how you good. I think it's stupidity.
No, but some people are choosing prime ministers in the same manner.
Yeah. If he can make you laugh a lot, he can win the vote.
And if he's going to be your little puppet that you can just string around like a lost puppy, then of course we'll keep him around for a little while.
I think we need to have protocols for leaders in terms of certain qualifications you have to be a president. What do I mean? Like you should sign a contract, like you have to be Pan-African, you have to be a black loyalist, you feel me? Just like you have to be a patriot to Africa, an African patriot. So if you oppose, so you have to, and also I think to be a president, you also should have a degree in engineer or chemetic cosmology, or which mean like African history. So you should have these stipulations. So you can have everything else, but if you don't have nothing, you have to have these things. Why I say engineer is, being an engineer, you know how to organize, and then you know how to put things together. And then you are also rigid in terms of you want things positioned properly, and then you are a perfectionist. So I'm using that because I think that's a China model. You see me? But that's part of what I'm saying. We have to have a certain legislation that demands a standard for a president. Because why would you have a president that don't swear to you? You feel me? So that he has to, so that his word, they've swearing to the queen in Africa. So I'm saying that we need a swearing that the president have to swear to the people. You feel me? And if you don't bind them, it's not gonna work out for you. You feel me? There should be a binding where you said all of your works is in aid of our people. You feel me? And that's what I think. I think it's hard to go against your word. It don't matter if you're a thief, killer, anybody. But I'm gonna go now.
I agree.
Peace,
Hold
second
on,
fire. Peace, second fire. I know you felt I was at war with you today, but I'm always at peace. Thank you for joining us, and you always welcome.
You. I don't know. Let me tell you. You talk as if you are in a hurry. You need to calm down on that. Just settle down. Tanzan, just settle down and kind of slow down your words a little bit, because sometimes it's like you want to get out all of the words like in 1 minute. We don't have to do all of that. You feel me?
Yes.
And also, you was playing a Hitler role, because you was like very
Oh yeah,
aggressive.
no, she was checking us and keeping us online. I'm proud of you, Tanzan.
Okay. I will accept criticism.
You need to be in the Major General of the African Female Army. You feel me?
Wow. Wow. Okay.
So Marie Antoinette, BJ, man, y'all teach me a lot. Thank you.
Well, you teach us even more. You teach us even more.
Yes,
And we love your passion and fight for your people. And we know everything is coming out from the heart. And that's why we're going to always stand behind you. I can't fight it.
Appreciate that, Empress. Appreciate that.
Yes.
All right, my people.
Thanks so much for your presence, Second Fire.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Whew. Wow. Okay, I think it's just the two of us. I don't think Kaizo is there anymore. I think he just left his avatar while the real him went off on a different mission. There's that laugh. You're welcome, son of Ra. You are welcome. Wow, it has been a very, very good conversation. Sorry I missed that middle part, but I'll go back and listen to it. But it's been very enlightening, and as always, the ancestors answered our prayers, which is always for guidance, for us to learn and to share, and to come to an understanding. It's okay that sometimes tempers flare and people, are excited. And that's why we need places like this, because there's so much that we have inside of us that is obviously, it needs to get out. Even the anger, even the pain, even the disappointment, all of that. And somebody still has the mic on, I think. Can we all do the necessary? It might be me. I'm not discounting it. I have been guilty before. So sometimes we do have to listen to all the voices, and this is something still going on. BJ, I know it's you.
What? Oh, the noise?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. I'll mute.
It's okay. So and the whole point of today, what I can just say in regards to the leaders, the prime minister should be so and so. For me, I always take it back to the individual. Everything that we want our leaders to be, we have to be that first. We have to be the first people to, if you want them to be transparent, we have to be transparent. If we want them to be hardworking, truthful, all of that, we can't expect something that we ourselves cannot do. Our leaders are not saints. They are no better than us, they're no better in morals, they're no better in intelligence, in character, in all these ways. What they're good at is that power over the masses. They can collectivize the people. So in that respect, they do have power, but only in as much as we give them. The expectation is always from the people going upwards, and that's why even up to now, all politicians in all, you know, lands and nations, they always the expectations that they have to be married, they have to have a family, and that's why, you know, sometimes I know we didn't get to it, you know, the accountability as men and women, we only talked about as Africans, but that shows you how much the layers are, that you're not just one person, you're carrying a load of different things on you, in your identity, in who you are, that you have to prioritize it. You have to know your role within each, you know, within each compartment. But it's not compartment that they're separate. They're something that you constantly, you know, have at the same time. It's not one or the other. You don't wake up one day you're black, one day you're a woman. You're always a black woman and a black man, and so on. So as people, we have to practice these things personally, so that even if we have the ideal of a leader, we can have that personal ideal amongst ourselves. If we want somebody, if we want our economy to grow, then let us grow our personal economy. Our aim and vision should be to increase our wealth or to increase our comfort. And I like what you said, BJ, you know, you're comfortable, you're happy, and you have done what it takes to get there. That is a wonderful thing. You know, and we need to have more of that, more of those successes, so that we can show, like we said, the children are listening, what they should also strive towards. Because sometimes we'll say, oh, well, you know, they're not doing this. Did you tell them where to go? If you tell a child, go here, and he doesn't go, then, you know, now you can have the discipline. But if a child goes somewhere and then you said, you shouldn't have gone there, well, you didn't tell me not to go there, you know, and the child has a valid point. Discipline should only work if you have laid the rules in place before. You're not going to discipline after the transgression has been done. You're going to set the rules first. The child or whoever is going to transgress, and then you're going to say you went the other way, you deviated from the path, and therefore this is the discipline that I instill in you, so you can get back to the desired path. And that's how it works. It's not that, you know, you let the children stray and then suddenly you're mad at them for straying when you never told them the way. So this is what we have to do, you know, and it's personal, you know, it's personal. As Kaiser was saying, meditation, it's something that you go away with, but you have to apply to your life. All this means nothing if it's just in the abstraction. The people are not an abstraction, but you are a particular human being. You have needs, you have visions, you have things that you want to do. What would you have wanted somebody to do for you, and what do you want to do for somebody else? So yeah, that was the whole point of this long discussion, that we have to take accountability for ourselves. We have to look at ourselves and say, where did we go wrong? And, you know, suffer the consequences for those. Because even if you realize that you did wrong, you have to still realize that the punishment or the consequences are still going to be there. You still have to make up for what you did. And so, you know, we ask for reparations from others, but we have to repair ourselves first. We have to, you know, uncorrupt our corrupted nature. We have to deal with the pain and the healing and work on ourselves first before we even ask somebody to do the work for us. So I'm grateful, you know, for everyone who was here today. I'm grateful for, you know, the understanding, the conflict, the laughter, all of that. And I learned a lot. I always do when I come here, even sometimes if I'm quiet for a long time. But it's good to share perspectives. It's good to see things from somebody else's point of view and actually increase on yours. So we'll start closing out soon. So if you have your long speeches prepared, this would be your time to go ahead and just take as much time as you want. And once again, you know what? Oh my goodness! So, man, thanks, Mika, for reminding me about the time. So, as you know, I'm usually on Tuesdays at this time, as you know, but just due to crazy scheduling and just everything, I'm going to have to change my time. But the slot is going to be filled by Paul, the one I was telling you about when we speak Swahili. I might still come in once in a while, so you'll hear me, but you'll hear me speaking an exotic language called Kiswahili. In any case, so next week, if you'll be hearing Paul at this time, and I'll try to get back into touch with you the exact time I'll be on during the week. I have a few days to make it official. But so we'll have a different time for the African traditions with me, Tanzan. And yeah, we'll keep updated. The conversation continues. We have just begun. So next Tuesday is going to be Paul at this time, and he's going to be talking about Kiswahili. So all of you who want to learn Kiswahili, who want to improve on your habari gani uzuri sana, yeah, this will be the time. Well, earlier, 11 a.m. I don't know the times how to translate. I know it's 11 a.m. Eastern and about 8 p.m. East African time. So if you're in East Africa, it's going to be at 9 p.m. If you're in East Coast of America, it's going to be 11 a.m. Oh, I got that right. And then everybody in between can calculate accordingly. All right. So again, let's go and support the campaign for the SN Swahili Nation One Africa office that we have been working towards. Let me highlight this right now. So thank you, Marie Antoinette. That's the GoFundMe page and also on the sticker. And you can go anytime and just show your support. And yeah, thank you all so much. Marie Antoinette, I will have you have the last word.
Well, I don't have much more to say. I would just like to make an appeal to especially our males. We're in solution searching mode at the moment. We're not really, now is not the time for the obsession with the physical features, the facial features that we are seeing on many YouTube streams at the moment. It's not a problem in Swahili Nation, but in many sister stations, it is a problem. So I'm just appealing, let's elevate our conversations and try to focus on finding solutions, because right now we're in a very crucial period for the African people. So that's my appeal. Thank you.
Wow, short and sweet, wonderful. So I think with that, unless someone has one last thing they would like to say on the topic, if they are able to keep it on the topic. If not, we will end at this moment and just, summarize the points that we had today. We were talking about accountability, talking about being responsible, meeting your obligations, however you set them out to be, meeting the obligations to children. When we first started, we started talking about children. What are the obligations to the children? What do we owe, in terms of knowledge, in terms of wealth, in terms of connections, in terms of preparation for the world? What do we owe our children when we send them out there? Because the world, you can't control what is out there and what is in the devices, what is with peer groups, education, so on. There's so much that an individual cannot control, but how do you best prepare the next generation to take on the challenges of the modern life of society? How do you help them not just use their tradition, but also use their current state, use their connections, use themselves, the talents, and those of other people? At this point, we should be looking far beyond just ourselves. I know it starts with yourself, but you don't end with yourself. Once you figure out your stuff, you know your SWOT. What is that? Strength, weaknesses, opportunities, I think. And what's the T? What's the T? I can't remember, but the T. So you do a SWOT analysis on your own self. What are your strengths and weaknesses and so on. And then after that, you figure out how to make the best of your strengths, how to manage your weaknesses and so on. And then you go and meet other people who are going to expand the network. So there's always a start, but don't look at it as an ending. Don't limit yourself with just, oh, okay, I've figured myself out, or my family, or my so on. You're not going to be able to completely shield yourself or your people from the reality of the world. So Okay, well, with that, threads. Oh my goodness, who is talking about threads? Okay, I don't know what to talk about, but okay, so let's do that. Remind us, just Swahili Nation, One Africa Office funding. Go there, donate, do what you need to do. Next week, it's going to be a different lineup. It's going to be Paul with Swahili, teaching Swahili or having a conversation in Swahili. So tune in if you can. You can still tune in and just float. It's okay. And then tomorrow, it's going to be... tomorrow is education with Professor Ezra. Thursday is going to be Kiswahili first, and then Kiswahili, and then it's going to be potential in Africa with Dr. Beneza. Friday is the weekly recap with Pastor Ezra, and Saturday is going to be diaspora with oh my goodness. Even when we're about to leave, Lord help me. Anyway, so okay, let's get to it. This should not be the last thing we see before we get out of here. Terrible, terrible, Maria Antoinette. I was hoping we'd get out here before we before they got us again, but they did. I should have just ended at at 7 hours straight. Okay. Yes, I asked what the T was in SWOT analysis. Do you know?
No.
Okay,
then look at that again.
I'm not alone. Okay, thank you so much, Lady Matron from the Learning Curve. She also has a show. It's man, just type in and you see the
Shalom, sister.
Oh wow, we want you up number.
You know you have people waiting for your stream.
Oh right, yeah. Unfortunately, I met some dusty Somalis who were chilling. I have to change the time. Whoa, I'm late by 2 hours. Okay, yeah.
Oh, Tanzan, the sum is right. The T is threats. It's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats.
Okay, yeah. I get it.
That's what Sam meant. He was answering the question.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I thought that she was saying that I was making threads. I'm like, no, I'm not. What threads am I making? Okay. As they say, my bad. What did people used to say?
Tanzan, can I have a point before you go ahead?
Yes. Go ahead, Kaiser.
Yeah. So, by the way, Antoine Renette, right? Let me ask you a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I was going to ever get married, right now I'm a playboy. I'm not gonna lie about it, right?
Oh gosh.
Especially in Africa, I get any woman I want, the most beautiful ones. However, the issue is, right, I want a woman like you. I want someone that can empathize. If you notice the conversation earlier,
like me.
Yes. I need someone that can empathize. The conversation earlier before, these people were just, misregarding me and putting me into some weird white supremacist vision. But you actually looked at my situation. The fact that, again, and this is why I asked that question earlier. I was like, how many people actually live in Africa? There's a point to that, right? I sacrificed my job, my career, and everything to come to Africa. I thought about it hard. Then when I would reach Africa, and I get it, the person that's accusing me of stealing his TV, I know what he means because I've had people in my house and I've had small things stolen, like my perfumes, just think. So I know what I know. I think he feels that I stole from him. He's from Microsoft. He thought I was a poor person. He doesn't know my bank account, right? But that's fine. He thought I stole from him, so I understand him as well. But the issue is, like, you are the only person that was able to empathize. Again, I'm not including Tanzan because Tanzan is a host. You're the only person that could empathize, look things from my own perspective, and you didn't shame me. That's the whole point. So how can I find a woman that can just give me full? I don't want someone who agrees with me. I don't like people agreeing with me. That's not what I want. I want someone that can understand me. Listen to what I said, analyze it, take it apart, tell me where I'm wrong, where I'm right, and then empathize. That's what I want from a woman. Yeah, so what I will say is, I really do like the fact that you are able to do that, because that to me is powerful.
That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. That is power that came from having a very difficult childhood, which is good for the empathy aspects of relationships, but is not so good for the bonding aspect of relationships, because I do not really feel safe around people.
I see.
I can empathize with people, but I don't feel safe with people because I'm accustomed to being judged harshly, which it makes having a relationship.
So let me ask you a question. You've been on my channel before. You know, a lot of us are trolls and crazy. So what made you feel safe enough to come to the channel?
To come to the channel, I think it was only because that day you decided to do a medical feature.
I see.
No, but it wasn't. I mean, I didn't actually. What was it? Maybe that broke the ice. Even though I was listening while I was doing something else, so I didn't see the video that you chose. But then later on, you were talking about building the education system. And that is what made me think I felt comfortable enough to join. Because we were talking about building education. There are some people who take the conversation into an obsession with physical features. During those moments, I would never join a stream. Yeah, I wouldn't join a stream during that sort of conversation because it makes me uncomfortable. But
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah, so a conversation on education, I would join regardless of who is there.
Yeah, the issue with East Africa is we have some people, specifically Somalis. They have an obsession with physical features. Like, let's say my mom is, I don't know if you're the Wanga Kingdom. Do you know about that a little bit?
I have to read about it. I don't know.
The Wangas, yeah, we were basically the most highly civilized intellectual tribe. That's why when the brother Oni was kept talking about it, the issue with this, unfortunately, with Pan-Africans is they assume that I don't know. They assume lack of knowledge, even though I know all about it, different African tribes. I know, for example, my mom's tribe, the Wangas, they were the most highly civilized, so-called sophisticated tribe in that region. We had the Wanga Kingdom. In fact, Wakanda comes from the Wanga, right? There's a whole region that we were never so-called colonized. We were so-called a protectorate, right? We did a deal that, again, I don't see any difference, right? But I'm just saying for people purposes. So I know all about that. The issue with these Pan-Africans is they assume that I just think, oh, Africa was just everybody not wearing clothes. I know many people have clothes. I know many people were from highly advanced societies. The Tigrayans, the Tigrinyas, and the Amharas, they were extremely highly, profound in the knowledge. They even had the original language from the Ge'ez. In terms of the Wangas, my mom's people, they were, they could have their own language, they could speak in it, they had a highly organized kingdom. Again, you can check out the Wanga Kingdom, right, on YouTube. So I know all this stuff, right? That's not the issue for me. I want someone to empathize. That's what I'm, and they honestly, like, you've given me a little bit of a hope. I will give you that. I'm being serious. You gave me hope. You were able to listen to what I said. You empathize with the situation that I'm in. Like, imagine this. When I was in the UK, I was a lecturer. I was doing research papers. I come to Kenya. Somehow I'm a thief. Like, how the hell did I come from that to again, not just a thief in mid-daylight without gloves? How the hell, my IQ, would I go around stealing without a freaking glove on or even a head, whatever, right?
Yeah.
You see, that's what annoys me. The issue is you're one of the few people that actually empathize with me. Tanzan told me, hey, this is Kenya. You just have to do what the Kenyans do. Fair enough to Tanzan. But the other people, unfortunately, they looked at me and they were like, oh, this and this. So honestly, I do feel inspired. And also thank you for your story about your cancer, because I also had a friend from Ethiopia. She's a Kenyan Ethiopian. And she actually died 3 weeks ago from cancer. So, and she was the nicest person in this country to me. So I understand that I'm no longer just one person. I see that this is just life. And honestly, thanks to you, I'm able to see this thing with a better. I'm being serious. I'm not just joking around, right? I don't pander to people. I'm not to Niger. Thank you for giving your experience, because now I'm able to think more logically and more critically about this whole situation. Like, bad things happen to people, and to be honest, I would rather have this than cancer. So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to create some stupid problem. I'm just saying, thanks for giving your experience, because now I'm able to actually think holistically.
Okay. I just wanted to add one more thing. Now, there's this highly qualified nurse who is she was trained in England and works there for a while. And one day she gave me advice. I think this was when she was going on her morning walk. Right. She told me make sure your connection's all right with God and stay away from black people. And now she's like me. I mean, she's of African descent, Trinidadian, but she was trained as a nurse in England. And even if people are not willing to admit it, it is true that many Africans do cause a lot of trouble for other Africans in their professional experience. Right? Well, she would not have been so adamant about her advice, stay away from black people, or a lot of it is envy. And I think maybe in the heat of the moment, people weren't willing to take an honest look at that aspect of our experience in dealing with one another. There is a lot of envy, and that is why many people make life so difficult for their fellow Africans. That is just a simple fact. It doesn't mean that I'm a self-hating African and that's why I'm saying this. I have observed it. I have experienced it. It's a simple fact. But many people find it triggering when you mention this, and they themselves will say the same thing and not realize that they are saying the same thing.
See, and Antoinette, this is interesting, and thank you for putting this out. I like your IQ. Obviously, you have a very high IQ. When I say IQ, I don't mean that stupid number. I think people usually misquote me. I don't care about the white man's number. When I say IQ, I just mean intelligence, right? You're very highly intelligent. You give context, and also you're willing to listen and have empathy. Honestly, if I could find a woman like you, I'll be extremely happy. Unfortunately, African women don't have empathy, man.
No, again, it comes from having suffered a lot, and the same things that are gifts, that same suffering that gave me certain gifts also gave me certain disadvantages.
Of course.
You see,
but still, that empathy, like, honestly, when I heard you actually empathize with my situation, and then you explain also your situation, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to hear. So someone to empathize with me, not just tell me, oh, Kaizo, you just love the white man. Look, when I say that I love the white man, I'm clearly joking, right? That's trolling, right? I love my people way more than I love the white man. I was just trying to see if someone could empathize with me, see my situation. That's why when I pointed out, oh, I'm the only African in Africa, I wanted someone to just empathize. So honestly, you gave me what I was looking for today, and that gives me power and also understanding so that I can actually continue my Kazorian empire. Because clearly you are very okay. Same thing with Tanzan as well, but Tanzan has to be a little bit more less biased because she's the host. But I do respect that, and I've seen this more in women than I've seen in men. This is why I love women, because they're able to empathize. Like men, unfortunately, from my experience, I only have one man who empathizes. Do you know Ike Ogiamin?
I have heard it before. I've heard his. These days, now that I'm not seeing the names, I'm mixing up people. But I know.
Peter says my father is.
I'll know it's Ike.
Yeah, my father is Gabra. My mom is Luya. So.
Okay, I have to read about the different tribes. I'm not yet familiar.
Yeah, Gabras are these dusties that live in North Kenya near Masarbit or Bayale. They're dusties, you know, these are basically Somalis or whatever. They're dusty people, man.
Oh boy.
That's why people apparently say I sound like
I know you'll appreciate this because you do like the non-dusty people, so I will give.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so everybody, my three tribes are Kisi, Gabra, and Wanga. I won't claim Luya, Wanga, specifically Wanga. We had one of the biggest empires in East Africa, specifically Kenya. The Wanga kingdom, that's where the Wakanda thing comes from, the Wanga kingdom, because we were not enslaved by the British. We were a so-called protectorate. We were the most highly organized, politically stable nation. That's why when that Oni guy kept telling me that stuff, let me ask you, Antoinette, why was that guy trying to tell me about history in Africa? Like, does he not know? I know history. I know history in Africa, specifically my tribe. We were the most highly organized.
Before you continue,
people.
because I will not be fulfilling my obligation and my accountability to SNN if I don't give a big thank you to Ra Gianyame for his wonderful and generous.
No, hang on. It's me. Ra Gunyame. It has to be from people from the chat, not you, right? Olinzi Utajiri Afya Miundombinu Elimu Umoja Maona. Okay, basically it's trying to say different things. So we're one. We're all one Africa. He's saying it in different African languages. Ladies provide and support your men. Spirit, men provide and protect your women's bodies. I agree 100%. So Ra, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it on Swahili Nation. And yes, we're one Africa. Yeah. So
and Kaizo has just taken over. Kaizo and Marie Antoinette have just taken over. So you know what? I'm muted in the back.
Yeah, so shout out to you. But yeah, so yeah, I do respect, honestly, Marie Antoinette, please do come to my show more often.
I've gone through, I have to say, I mean, this empathy has come from going through a lot. I mean, people looked at someone recovering from some very harsh high-dose chemotherapy and thought perhaps she was on drugs. I don't know where to get drugs. I have never even tried drugs once, but people assume the worst about others.
And this is why I left the UK, because I was teaching as a lecturer in a university in London. Specifically, okay, guys, please delete this, right? Or don't listen to. I was in Brunel University. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, I'm keeping myself away. And the thing I realized is there was a few white people, and they kept trying to say all these negative things about black people. I corrected them. And when I came to Africa, I expected the same thing, right? I expected people to be on my side. Like, honestly, like, if I continue research, I'm a good researcher. I'm not going to lie about it. I know how to research intellectually. Everything is on par. Like I said, if you give me your email, Marie Antoinette, I can give you my research papers, the one that's on advanced materials, right? So the point is, I just feel less protected when I'm in Africa than when I was in the UK. And that's, again, feeling is very important, because as you said earlier, I have this belief that God has a purpose for me to become the president of an African country. I believe that, honestly. And I've been working on it. I used to be in white supremacy spaces. Why do you think I act as a contrarian? I'm trying to expose these people to what the other people say. The issue is these people think I actually mean everything I'm saying, right? No. I'm trying to create a dialogue because I used to be in the spaces. Now, what I see is that I want my people to support us, but they have to be awake enough to know what the white supremacists think. They can't just dismiss me, because I'm not the problem. It's the white supremacists that are the problem, but they're attacking me rather than attacking the white supremacists. And I know why they're doing that. But the point is, honestly, when I heard you understanding my situation, empathizing, that is what actually changed my mind to focus on our people, honestly.
I really can't say.
Yes, my forefathers are Dusties, man. These Dusty Gabras in north of Kenya. These are Dusty pastoralists, man. Similar to those Dusty Somalis. Yes, they're Dusty, 100%. My mom's tribe, the Wanga Kingdom, they were the best people ever. Shout out to my mom's tribe.
I've seen people just look at someone and assume. In the case of I'll take for example a Pentecostal Christian, look at someone and assume that this person doesn't know about Christianity and proceed to approach them in that way, and then be very surprised.
Cushitic people. Yes,
that
correct.
This person has been a Christian all her life, and they look surprised. Why are some people just programmed to look at someone and decide that that person doesn't have a certain type of knowledge?
Right.
Sorry, let me just interrupt the convo first for a second to welcome Chaotic Truth Live to the panel. I think this is the first time you've been here, so thank you, welcome. And hello, Chaotic Truth.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hi.
What's good, brother? Are you Black American or Caribbean?
I am Black American, and I'm curious as to why you asked that question, my good sir.
Oh, because okay, so Black American. Okay, no, I can't answer that question, but thanks for calling in.
I have very. I saw that you guys were live tonight. And I'm hoping that I can voice my opinion on a few things. I've heard maybe like 5 or 10 minutes worth of conversation. Hopefully, my opinion is respected. Is that possible that I could give my opinion on certain things?
Yes, of course. Of course.
Well, I heard
thank you so much, Beta Medicine Podcast. Thank you, Koku, for joining us. And I was sending you a thank you note, but I'll send you a thank you say. So thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead, Chaotic Truth.
Yes, I heard the gentleman, and he has every right to his opinion. He spoke about white supremacy. In my opinion, I believe that there is no such thing as white supremacy. I believe that wherever whites go, they civilize the people. And particularly in Africa, if it were not for the white man, most Africans would still be living in a mud hut. Now, hear me out. Other than Zimbabwe and ancient Egypt, the African was not really advanced. The African did not utilize the resources available in Africa. Literally walked on gold, literally walked on diamonds, literally walked on cobalt and other precious metals and did nothing with it. So in my opinion, I think that we should thank the white man for coming into Africa and basically liberating us from our primitive ignorance. Now, that's just what I think. Go ahead.
And you're fine for that opinion, but it's not true. Because if that's the case, why are all their museums filled with all this African artifacts? Why does the queen have the African diamond in her crown?
Go ahead.
They knew that these civilizations were advanced, and they conquered them. That's all that happened.
Can I ask you a question, BJ?
And the bottom line, let me finish.
Go ahead.
Is just because you're conquered does not mean your conqueror is taught you anything and civilized you.
Yes.
Because they're still in power.
Now, can I ask you a question,
because it was
BJ?
the guns and the bullets that helped them to conquer. So if they were so civilized, why did they need the guns and the bullets?
Well, here goes the thing. The African, for the most part, had no continental telecommunication system. Most African groups in ancient Africa pretty much were mud hut dwellers.
No, that's not true.
Well, BJ, give me a second.
That's not true.
Give me a second, BJ.
No, that's not true. But go ahead.
Yeah, generally plates in their lips,
BJ, sorry to interrupt. After you're done, Chaotic Truth will have Carrasco go next. He was here earlier. We just didn't have a chance to welcome him. So after you go, we'll have Carrasco join us. So you add him to the stream.
And your people had bones in their nose. So get
BJ,
to the point.
I would love to finish, BJ. Is that possible?
Go ahead.
So one more thing, sorry, Tantan, you are okay with extending the stream? Do you have to go to
I am a hostage. I am a hostage to you guys.
No, whatever you need, Tanzan.
If you want to continue this at the next session, it's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
We can do that. Let's have a few last ones, and then we can continue this next time. So yeah.
So educated man, go ahead and educate me.
Well, I'm not really educated. I'm just an ape living on a floating rock in infinity.
I didn't ask you all that. But
Okay,
go
well,
ahead and
BJ,
educate
here goes the thing. In my opinion,
and that's your opinion. Yes.
In my opinion, I believe that the white man, he civilized most of Africa. We call it colonization, but I call it civilization. Most Africans were living very primitive lives. For the most part, fishermen.
Based upon whose research?
Well, based upon my opinion. Now, go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking what research are you founding this on?
Well, believe it or not, ma'am, I have a degree in African studies. I studied under Malefia Santi.
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything, but nevertheless, plates in your lips, walking around naked on precious materials, is not an advanced civilization. And if the African was advanced, he would not have been conquered. Same thing with other groups of people. So, in my opinion, I am a staunch Afrofuturist.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds pretty on paper.
The future of Black people, and I believe that science and technology.
Black power?
No, not necessarily Black power, but Black Afrofuturism. And I believe that embracing science and technology will advance our primitive people into the next century. Go ahead.
Because they didn't have science prior to,
No, they did.
Columbus landing on. Yeah, they did. But anyway,
no, they were. No, in my opinion,
that's your opinion, but there's facts that support otherwise.
Oh yeah, what facts are those? Go ahead. You get the floor.
BJ.
No, you go ahead.
No, you said they have facts. What are those facts?
Can I speak?
Mathematics, astronomy.
No. Let's give it.
Oh no. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, BJ, when you're done.
No, I'm done.
Carrasco, go ahead.
Yeah,
put everybody else on mute.
I didn't mean to come because I was busy, and I see that you have been here a long time, and probably you need to go and do something else. But I cannot allow this guy here, say these kind of things and just listen to it. Because
Tanzan, can you stop sharing the screen so that we can see everybody's name?
So, whatever I believe is your belief, and I'm going to come from different angles here. First of all, I'm going to come from a very spiritual and occultic point of view.
But you guys sold the Black Americans as slaves, man. Can you really speak on this situation?
No, I want to answer this brother and what he has just said about intelligence. And I feel that most people think we have a hubris as human beings, and you find this hubris concentrated in the white man. The ability for me to exploit my environment does not make me intelligent, and I'll tell you why from a spiritual point of view. The earth itself is living. We are like fleas on top of it. Now, according to the earth, what it wants to do is to keep itself together. It wants to stay healthy. Now, it is part of a bigger system. We are now turning into viruses. Now, so in your own eye, you are exploiting it, destroying it, and then you are intelligent. But the earth itself prefers the native because the native is...
Are you from Ghana?
I'm from Nigeria. Who is this?
Which tribe? Are you Ijo? Are you Edo?
Well, let me
or are
answer
you,
the question. This is really serious.
Go
and
ahead, brother. Yeah, it's cool. Go ahead, brother.
Now, from the Earth's perspective, it sees the native as more intelligent because the native is living in tandem with it and it's not destroying it because it is also evolving. So we have this hubris Tamahu, or whatever you call, I don't want to say the name, but we call them Tamahu. They come, they exploit everything, they destroy everything, and then they look down on the native because they just came into some intelligence and then they believe that they are more intelligent. I will tell you, once you become more spiritual, there's this immense pressure to tear away from all these physical things. And that's when you go to Tibet, masters leave society and go and sit and waste away in the wilderness because they get it. All that we're living, all this thing we're running about for is rubbish. There's higher consciousness and there are powers above us that look at us and just pity us. Now, if you say because you're intelligent, you want to destroy everything, there are powers above you. They do not destroy you. They're just hoping that you come to your senses one day and start living in harmony with the planet. Then talking about technology. If we want to talk about technology, the ancient Africans had technology. Now, my problem with modern technology and that we must quickly industrialize is that we're just going to follow the same process that the white man has done and destroy the planet more. Once the African finds himself, he would find that technology, that higher technology that we need to move to this, your Afrofuturism you are talking about, without destroying the planet. And that's the kind of, I'm bringing it to technology now because I see most of you guys are against this thing. It's because you believe in the white man's technology. That is bullshit technology. It's the lowest kind of technology. And because the earth was going into its lowest vibration ever, that is why the white man is in power. By the time the earth's vibration starts to rise, the black man who is more in tandem with the planet will rise to power. That's it.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Carrasco. And your opinion is very valued, and you could be right, but here goes the thing. You're using the white man's technology right now by being on the internet, your computer.
And black people didn't have any.
BJ, give me a second. BJ, give me a second. Here goes the thing. Now, you mud hut dwellers would not be able to use the internet if it wasn't for
you
the
don't have to be insulting to people.
No, but I mean,
you really don't have to be insulting to people.
No,
While you're trying to talk intelligent.
BJ, please let him talk.
BJ, I would like to talk.
Let him talk.
I am too a mud hut dweller. Now,
say I'm the mud hut dweller and
BJ,
leave that alone to other people.
BJ, I'm a mud hut dweller. Let him talk. Let him speak.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carrasco.
I just have one quick question.
Go ahead, Marie.
Is there any way that you can give the host privileges to someone else so you don't have to stay awake like this? I know you have to go to work tomorrow.
All right, Tanzan, this is just being selfish of us. Maybe we should.
Yes. Do you want to take over?
No, I think he should come. He should come some other time so we can go through this land.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's just go around and have
and come prepared. Come on Sunday. Come prepared. Your technology and everything. I want you to come with that because you white lovers. You think the white man is intelligent, right?
Because we blacks have to be our best at work at all times. There's no, I stayed up late for a show, so I can't well today.
All right, that'll be good night from me then.
Okay. Yeah. Let's it was good. So try to be early next time. I'll let everyone know the time for next time. So just keep your notifications on. That's why it's important to have the bell on, the usual stuff that they say, but just have it on. We can always continue this. It's only the start of a conversation. It's never the end, but we do hope to have an end to it, which is to create unity, create networks, and if not unity, collaboration to improve the lives of people and to increase our knowledge of each other and to learn something. and to share with each other. So I think we have had a very good session. I have to appreciate, Marie Antoinette, especially today, for being a wonderful representation and being the kindest host to Kaizo. He did. Yeah, it was just it was wonderful to hear both of you, have this very, very intense and enlightening session. So we appreciate that. I do. I know. And Kaizo, by the way, you all that stuff you talking, you told me, oh, email me. I did email you and you never answered. But I don't hold a grudge because I am such a wonderful person. But I did email you and I never heard back from you. Just immediate ghosting, not even, a dinner. But it's okay. I'm not mad. Huh?
I wanted to know, Kaizo, do you want this to be transferred to the stream you're about to start, or you just want to have this next week, or what do we want to do?
We lost him again.
I don't think Dr. K is there. I know he has some people, some disgruntled people waiting for his stream to start.
Okay.
Hey guys, I gotta roll out. Have a good one.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us, Chaotic Truth. We'll continue.
Take care. It's called Kaiserian Empire. Okay, if you want to speak.
All right, wonderful. Okay, so let's try to make another attempt at closing out.
Close it out. This is some night, Tanzania.
I know. You know what?
Is there full moon or what?
I have, I can't explain it. It has been a very strange, crazy, chaotic, all of that night. So, and yeah, and very strange. Like, what were the chances of, having a conversation between Kaizo and Marie Antoinette? It's like just different ends of the whole, man. I'm just like, wow, did this really happen, or is this like some kind of dream?
Well, Marie Antoinette, it's like music can calm the selfish soul. We're gonna have to change it to Marie Antoinette can calm the selfish soul.
Oh man, I'm lazy. I shouldn't say this, but I wish we could have those little, timestamps so people can just go to those particular ones, because it has been such a roller coaster of different scenarios, from plate throwing to a nice quiet Zen meditation, vibe. So it's been everything, and yeah. So thank you all for making it very interesting. Thank you all for contributing with everything, from your passion to your intelligence to your empathy to your laugh to your all of that good stuff.
And thank you so much for having me. And I enjoy the ups and downs and the twirl arounds. And you know me, I won't back down, but it's okay. Thank you, Marie. You always give me inspiration to be more like you. I think I got another 20 years. Maybe I can get there. That calm passion and, be calm through a storm,
Mm-hmm. Well, what can I say? I listen to a lot of Kora music.
Okay, Corel. Okay, let me try that.
Kora. It's Mali, Senegal, and the Gambia. Those 3 countries.
Okay.
Really good artists.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah, Kora.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in YouTube before I go to sleep tonight.
It helps.
So, Samira, I loved your stream tonight, Tanzan. So you got to do it again next week.
Okay.
Yes, and you all have to be back next week. You all just always leave me, trembling and talking for about an hour before the first person gingerly puts their toe in the water. So try to get into the pool earlier next time.
Okay. Will do.
All right. I had so much fun. I enjoyed the whole stream, all of it. So thank you all, those in the conversation, those who, came in late. We'll try a couple of times so we can accommodate everyone. I know we come from different zones and so on. So sometimes it's good for, one people and it's not for another, So, it's all trial and error. I'm still just new at this. I'm learning from everybody, and I'm learning how to manage these little balls and buttons and all this stuff. So I thank you also for your patience. So yeah, if Kaizo is still there, if he wants a word, if not, some of us may see him at his other usual place. And yeah, Kaizorian Empire, DJ, Marie Antoinette, everyone. Let's have a few last words and then we'll close. I know you just did. I just have to have, this is the first long one because we always have to have the long and the short. So you have your first long one and then you just say your quick, couple of words and then we'll be out of here.
No, I would just like to send everyone a big virtual hug and say good night or good morning.
Oh, and I would just wish everybody blessings. Everybody's experience is different, but we need to come together and respect each other. No matter where you live, what you do for a living, everyone should feel the utmost about who and what they are and where they came from. Everybody's experience is not the same, and that's okay. But we should never, as a people, because we got the world already downgrading us and degrading us, we should never do that with each other. Our children are listening and they're looking and they're seeing an example. And then other people see an example and therefore they feel comfortable with treating us like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We are gods and goddesses. But the problem is right now, we don't act like it. So we need to change that and become who we truly should and will be. We need to come together. So thank you, Tanzan. Thank you, Marie Antoinette. It was a lovely evening.
Yes,
and until next time.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Peace,
Bye.
everyone. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, that was a long one.